Chapter 1, Gojo's arrival in the Star Wars universe, fixed. Gojo Satoru stood atop a skyscraper in Shibuya, the city lights reflecting faintly off his blindfold. The night was young, and below him, the bustling city surged with life, chaos woven into every moment. Though the sounds and sights of Shibuya were as vibrant as ever, Gojo's mind was elsewhere, caught in contemplation, questioning the limits of his powers. Unbeknownst to him, this was not his first life. Gojo, a reincarnator, had been given a second chance at existence, yet he had not fully realized this truth. His Rikugan, however, were beginning to unveil more than just the world around him. The unique power allowed him to see through deception, to pierce the veils of lies, and even to sense the thoughts of others, not read them, but get a strong sense of their intentions. The abilities of others were also becoming increasingly transparent to him, as if his vision extended beyond the ordinary realm of cursed energy. Still, he acted like the young Gojo, confident, brash, and competitive. And beside him, as always, stood Suguru Geto, friend and rival, his smirk never far from his lips. "You know, Gojo, I've always wondered," Geto began, his tone teasing. "If you can teleport and manipulate space, why don't you try moving at the speed of light? Or are you scared?" Gojo chuckled, shaking his head. "Speed of light, hey? That's a bit over the top, even for me. Besides, what would be the point?" Geto's smirk widened. "Just think about it. Imagine the places you could go, the things you could see. Or are you admitting there are limits to your power?" Gojo's competitive spirit was piqued. "Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. But don't blame me if I end up somewhere weird." With that, Gojo focused his energy, his immense cursed energy swirling around him. In an instant, he vanished, leaving only a ripple in the air behind him. In a galaxy far, far away, on a massive Lucrehulk battleship, chaos reigned. Jedi Knights Qui-Gon, Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi were in the midst of a desperate escape. They had just encountered the formidable droid Ekis, and their situation was growing dire. "Master, we need to find another way out," Obi-Wan called, deflecting blaster bolts with his lightsaber. Qui-Gon nodded, his face grim. "Agreed. We can't keep this up forever." Just as they turned a corner, a blinding flash of light erupted in the hangar bay. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves through the ship, and the two Jedi shielded their eyes from the intense brightness. When the light faded, they saw a figure standing in the middle of a massive crater, the metal floor warped and scorched around him. Gojo Satoru stood up, dusting off his clothes. He looked around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Well, this is definitely not Shibuya. The sound of clanking metal drew his attention, and he saw dozens of battle droids converging on his location. They raised their blasters, and for a moment, Gojo considered his options. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged a glance. "Who is that?" Obi-Wan asked, his lightsaber still at the ready. "I'm not sure," Qui-Gon replied. "But he's in danger. We need to help him." Before they could move, Gojo raised his hand, his expression turning serious. "Curse technique lapse, blue." A surge of blue energy erupted from Gojo, obliterating the droids in an instant. The wave of power spread outwards, creating a protective barrier around him. The Jedi watched in awe as the droids were disintegrated, leaving nothing but smoldering remains. "Unbelievable," Obi-Wan muttered. "I've never seen anything like it." Gojo turned towards the two Jedi, his black glasses giving him an enigmatic appearance. "And who might you be?" Qui-Gon stepped forward, lowering his lightsaber slightly. "I am Qui-Gon Jinn, and this is my apprentice, Obi-Wan Kenobi. We are Jedi Knights." "Jedi, hey." Gojo mused, looking around the hangar. "Never heard of you. But I guess we're on the same side for now." Obi-Wan couldn't contain his curiosity. "What kind of power was that? How did you destroy those droids so easily?" Gojo shrugged. "Just a little trick of mine. Call it cursed energy. Oh yeah, I forgot my name is Gojo, Gojo Satoru the strongest." Qui-Gon nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. "You seem to be very powerful. We could use someone like you. But first, we need to get out of here. This ship is crawling with enemies." Gojo smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Lead the way. I'll handle any trouble that comes our way." As they made their way through the hangar, more battle droids appeared, trying to stop their progress. Each time, Gojo effortlessly dispatched them with his cursed techniques, leaving the Jedi in awe of his abilities. Despite their progress, more and more droids kept coming, flooding the hangar from all sides. Back on the Lucrehulk battleship, Newt Gunray and Rune Heiko watched the security footage in stunned silence. The sight of Gojo effortlessly dismantling their droid army had left them in a state of shock. What is that thing?" Gunray stammered, his face pale with fear. Heiko shook his head. "I don't know, but he's clearly not from the Republic. We need to report this to Lord Sidius immediately." Gunray activated his communicator, his hands trembling. "Yes, we must inform him of this new threat." It wasn't the first time Gunray had said these words. In fact, over the past few weeks, he had repeated the same phrase countless times, as if his mind was slowly beginning to slip into senility. Unable to process the unprecedented events they were facing, Gunray's mind clung to the same mantra over and over, as though convincing himself it was the solution to everything. Heiko, not far behind in his mental state, echoed Gunray's sentiment as he often did. His expression was one of hollow terror, like a man repeating his only truth: "Yes, report it to Lord Sidious." In the hangar, the relentless waves of droids continued to pour in. Gojo, Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan found themselves increasingly surrounded. Despite Gojo's immense power, the sheer number of droids seemed endless. We're outnumbered, Obi-Wan noted, his grip tightening on his lightsaber. Qui-Gon nodded. We need a distraction to make our escape. They moved towards the nearby transport ship, hoping to use it to escape, but as they approached, they saw that the hangar was swarming with vulture droids, their blasters aimed and ready to fire. The air was thick with tension, and the odds seemed insurmountable. Gojo's smirk widened. Don't worry. I've got this. With a flick of his wrist, Gojo used his curse technique lapse, blew at half output. A surge of blue energy erupted from him, tearing through the ranks of the droids and creating a temporary safe path. Qui-Gon glanced at Obi-Wan, a look of concern crossing his face. Obi-Wan, be prepared for anything. Gojo's power is unlike anything we've ever seen. Obi-Wan nodded. Understood, Master. But can we really trust him? We have no other choice, Qui-Gon replied. His power might be our only hope of getting out of here alive. As the droids closed in, Gojo raised his hand, his fingers splayed as he focused his energy. The air around him seemed to vibrate with power, and the ground beneath his feet trembled. Gojo, Qui-Gon called out, can you create a distraction to take out the droids inside the hangar? We need time to deal with the ones outside. Gojo raised an eyebrow. And how do you plan to handle the ones outside? Obi-Wan stepped forward, his expression serious. The Force will guide us. It always has. Gojo let out a laugh, a sound that echoed through the chaos of the hangar. You are the most crazy people who have an unamount of faith in what you call a supernatural being, he said, his tone mocking. Suddenly, his laugh grew louder and more intense, shaking the entire Lucrehulk battleship. The walls and floor trembled under the force of his laughter, causing the Separatists to look around in fear. That was naive thinking, he said, his voice low and filled with a dangerous edge. The air around him began to vibrate with power, the ground beneath his feet cracking and trembling. Chapter 2, Separatist Reaction and Gojo's Power, Fixed. In the control room of the Lucrehulk battleship, Newt Gunray and Rune Heiko were paralyzed with fear. The ship had trembled violently, and a chilling, powerful laugh had echoed through its corridors. What was that? Gunray stammered, his face pale with fear. Gunray repeated the same words, as though they were the only words left to grasp in his crumbling mental state. It was a habit now, a sign of his slowly slipping sanity, his mind fraying under the weight of everything he was witnessing. Heiko's eyes widened in terror. That laugh, it felt like being judged. No, it's worse than being judged by Lord Sidious. Gunray's hands shook as he tried to steady himself. We need to report it to Lord Sidious immediately, he said once again, the words feeling like the only possible solution. Heiko's agreement came on autopilot, both of them lost in their repeating cycles of fear and confusion. Back in the hangar, Gojo stood amidst the chaos, his laughter fading but the power still palpable in the air. He turned to the two Jedi Knights, his expression serious. Go to the nearby transport ship, Gojo ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. Rather than trust in something that is so stupid, it's better to believe in yourself and train to surpass your limits. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan hesitated for a moment, still reeling from the tremors and the sheer force of Gojo's presence. They exchanged a wary glance, a flicker of anger evident in their eyes. Move quickly, Gojo urged, his voice commanding. I'll handle the rest. Master, are you sure we should trust him? Obi-Wan whispered, his grip on his lightsaber tightening. We have no choice, Qui-Gon replied, his tone steady. His power is something we've never seen before. Trusting him might be dangerous, but going against him would be worse. Obi-Wan's expression darkened. I want to duel with him. No, Qui-Gon said firmly. We already see his power. No Jedi has ever been this powerful. They both realized that they had just been commanded by Gojo, a realization that left them unsettled. The Jedi nodded, moving towards the transport ship with a newfound urgency. They couldn't help but feel a mix of fear and awe towards Gojo, whose laughter had shaken the entire battleship. With the Jedi safely on their way to the transport ship, Gojo focused his energy. He began to chant, his voice steady and powerful. Face. Twilight. Eyes of Wisdom. Curse technique 120%, blue. A massive orb of blue energy formed around Gojo, growing larger and more intense with each passing second. The hull of the ship began to warp and buckle under the immense pressure. Suddenly, the blue orb exploded outward, tearing through the hull of the ship and creating a powerful gravitational pull. The gravity of the blue energy sucked in both the vulture droids inside the hangar and those outside. The droids were helpless against the overwhelming force, being crushed and pulled into the vortex of cursed energy. In the control room, the Separatists watched in horror as the blue orb annihilated their forces. What kind of monster is he? Gunray whispered, his face ashen. We must inform Lord Sidious now, Heiko insisted, his voice trembling. This power, it's beyond anything we've ever seen. But again, the words from Gunray and Heiko felt like a loop, a reflection of their shattered mental state. Gunray repeated, yes, report it to Lord Sidious. They were stuck in their fear, their minds finding no way out but the same repeated plan. Reporting to Sidious was all they knew, and the more they said it, the more hollow the words became, like an instinctive reaction to the overwhelming terror. As the chaos ensued, Gojo suddenly realized something about his new surroundings. I can fly, and breathe in space, he muttered to himself, astonished by the discovery. Looking out into the vastness of space, he spotted a distant blue and green planet. So that is the planet, hey. Gojo said, his eyes narrowing with interest. Without hesitation, he flew at the speed of light towards the planet, thinking it was Earth. The immense speed at which he flew caused a shockwave that pushed the Lucrehulk back by 100 meters. Inside the transport ship, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan watched in awe as the blue energy obliterated the droids. The sheer power and scale of the attack left them speechless. What is that blue orb? Obi-Wan asked, his voice filled with amazement. I'm not sure, Qui-Gon replied, his eyes fixed on the destruction. But it's not the Force. This is something else, something we don't understand yet. As they prepared to take off, they saw Gojo flying through space at an unimaginable speed. I've never seen someone fly that fast from space to nearby, Obi-Wan remarked, his voice tinged with both awe and fear. No one in this galaxy can breathe in vacuum space, Qui-Gon added, equally amazed and terrified by what they were witnessing. Obi-Wan then suddenly thought aloud, could he be a dark side user? No, he is not, Qui-Gon replied firmly. He already said he uses cursed energy. But I have to admit that his power is tremendously negative, the opposite of Jedi teachings. Even in the ancient texts of Jedi history, the Sith needed preparation to unleash power that big. However, Gojo can use it whenever he wants. Master, why does he never take off his glasses? Obi-Wan asked, still trying to understand the mysterious figure. I don't know, Qui-Gon said, shaking his head. Perhaps they are related to his power. Whatever the reason, it is clear that strongest title back up by his current display. As the last of the droids were sucked into the blue energy, the Jedi seized the opportunity to escape. They moved quickly, guiding the transport ship out of the hangar and away from the Lucrehulk battleship. Do you think we'll see him again? Obi-Wan asked, glancing back at the hangar as they sped away. I have a feeling we will, Qui-Gon said, his tone thoughtful. And when we do, he may be a powerful ally or a formidable foe. As they flew away, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan couldn't help but reflect on the immense power they had witnessed. The blue orb had not only destroyed the droids but had also showcased the incredible capabilities of their new ally, Gojo Satoru. The galaxy had just gained a new force to be reckoned with, and the Jedi knew that their future battles would never be the same again. Meanwhile, back on the Lucrehulk, Newt Gunray and Rune Heiko scrambled to compose a report for Lord Sidius, their hands still trembling from the shock. We have to explain to Lord Sidious what happened, Heiko said, his voice shaking. He needs to know about this power. Yes, Gunray agreed, his voice barely a whisper. But how do we describe something like that? It was like the very essence of destruction. But as they spoke, it was clear that both of them were caught in their own mental loops. Heiko repeated the same words, as though locked in his spiraling thoughts. Gunray, equally unnerved, muttered, yes, report it to Lord Sidious. Their words had become hollow, almost automatic, their minds too fractured to process anything beyond the terror they had witnessed. The ship's systems were failing, alarms blaring throughout the control room. Seal the breaches caused by that young man, Heiko ordered, panic evident in his voice. Do whatever it takes to stabilize the ship. Gunray nodded, his face still pale. Life support systems are at 50%. That shockwave almost disabled us entirely. We need to act quickly. The Separatists quickly mobilized, trying to contain the damage and stabilize the Lucrehulk. The ship had a gaping hole, and the impact of Gojo's power had left them scrambling to maintain control, their minds still reeling from the sheer magnitude of the destruction they had witnessed. Chapter 3, Gojo's Unleashed Potential. Gojo descended from space, traveling at the speed of light. As he broke through the stratosphere, he landed with an immense impact, creating a massive crater in an uninhabitable forest on Naboo. Trees were uprooted, and the ground was scorched from the sheer force of his landing. Gojo stood in the center of the crater, dusting himself off. He looked around, slightly bewildered by the vast forest that surrounded him. Why is my curse energy so great here, he wondered aloud. No, calling it immense is an understatement. It feels unlimited. He clenched his fist, feeling the raw power coursing through him. This is unlike anything I've ever experienced. Meanwhile, in space, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn observed the massive crater that had suddenly appeared on the planet's surface. Master, look at that crater, Obi-Wan said, pointing at the screen. It appeared out of nowhere. Qui-Gon nodded, his expression serious. It is definitely Gojo. He traveled so fast that he created a crater upon landing. Obi-Wan shook his head in disbelief. The power required to do something like that, it's beyond comprehension. Back on the planet, Gojo decided to test his newfound power. If my curse energy is truly unlimited here, let's see what I can create. He concentrated, focusing on his energy. Curse technique, Limitless, has been passed down since the Gojo clan was formed. But now, I will create something entirely my own. Gojo held out his hand, visualizing a new technique. Can I create a stand from JoJo's universe? Well, let's test it out. I'll think about the damage later. He channeled his energy, aiming to create the world from JoJo's Part 3. However, something went wrong. The energy felt different, more potent than he anticipated. What's happening? Gojo muttered, trying to stabilize the energy. Instead of the world, a different stand materialized before him. A tall, imposing figure with an eerie presence appeared. It was Wonder of You. Wonder of You's presence. The stand's cold, calculating voice echoed in Gojo's mind. If you pursue me, calamity will pursue you. Gojo's eyes widened in surprise. Wonder of You? How did I create this instead? The stand continued, your efforts will only bring misfortune. Gojo couldn't help but smirk. A stand that embodies calamity. This could be interesting. Far across the galaxy, both Darth Sidious and Master Yoda sensed a powerful disturbance. Sidious felt a chill run down his spine. No, this new power is terrifying. It feels like death chasing me. Is this what Plagueis felt? In the Jedi Temple, Yoda was meditating with Mace Windu. Yoda's eyes snapped open first, sensing the disturbance. Master Yoda, what happened? Windu asked, feeling the tremor in the Force. I sense something terrifying has been created. Yoda's ears twitched, his eyes narrowing. A disturbance I sense, not in the Force, but in the galaxy itself. 5 seconds later, Windu's eyes widened as he felt it too. Terrifying is an understatement. I would call it a nightmare that should never have happened in the first place. Gojo stared at wonder of you, contemplating his next move. If my curse energy is truly unlimited, what else can I create? The possibilities are endless. He took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within him. This universe, it may have just gained a new force to be reckoned with. Gojo dismissed the stand for the time being, deciding to explore his surroundings. Let's see what else this planet has to offer. As he walked through the forest, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. Unlimited curse energy, new techniques. This is going to be fun. Back on the Lucrehulk, Nute Gunray and Rune Heiko were still in a state of panic. The ship's systems are failing, Heiko reported, his voice shaking. Life support is at 50%. Gunray slammed his fist on the console. Has the breach been sealed? It's in progress, but we have some problems, Heiko replied nervously. A report from the droids says some of them got sucked into space. Gunray rolled his eyes, exasperated. Of course they did. Why do I even ask? The Separatists scrambled to contain the damage and stabilize the Lucrehulk. The ship had a gaping hole, and the impact of Gojo's power had left them scrambling to maintain control. A droid stumbled into the room, half of its components missing. Viceroy, we have a situation. Gunray looked at the droid, his irritation growing. I can see that. How are we supposed to fix this? The droid beeped, its voice glitching. Recommend, duct tape, and prayers. Heiko couldn't help but snicker. Maybe we should add some glue too, just in case. Gunray shot him a glare. If we survive this, remind me to reassign you to garbage duty. Heiko saluted mockingly. Yes, Viceroy. I'll make sure to take my droid friends with me. The Separatists continued their frantic efforts, their fear mixed with a reluctant amusement at the absurdity of their situation. Just then, the sensors detected a massive energy reading coming from Naboo. Nute Gunray's eyes widened in horror. What now? Rune Heiko glanced at the readout, his face pale. It's coming from Naboo. That young man, he's generating an enormous amount of energy. Gunray shook his head vehemently. I don't want to set foot on Naboo while that mysterious young man is running around. It's too dangerous. Heiko nodded in agreement. We must report this to Lord Sidious immediately. He needs to know what we're dealing with. Gunray's face twisted in frustration. He slapped Heiko on the back of the head, snapping out of his repetitive loop. Yes, I know. You've been saying this for the 5th time. Heiko rubbed his head, looking sheepish. Well, it's important. Gunray sighed dramatically, throwing his hands up. If only reporting to Sidious would solve our problems as quickly as you suggest. Maybe you should try writing it in a letter next time, Heiko. Dear Lord Sidious, we are in over our heads. Help. Heiko chuckled nervously, trying to lighten the mood. Perhaps a strongly worded memo, Viceroy. Gunray rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. Why did I agree to this job? The story continues with Gojo's mysterious arrival in the Star Wars universe, his overwhelming power, and the reactions of those who witness it. The galaxy will never be the same with Gojo Satoru's presence, and both allies and enemies will need to adapt to this new, formidable force. Chapter 4, The Report to Sidious. In the control room of the Lucrehulk battleship, Nute Gunray and Rune Heiko were in a state of panic. They had to report the events to Lord Sidious immediately. Gunray initiated the communicator, the urgency in his voice palpable. Report, Viceroy, came Sidious's cold, demanding voice. Lord Sidious, Gunray began, his voice trembling. We have encountered an unprecedented threat. A mysterious young man has appeared and exhibited power far beyond our understanding. Rune Heiko added, we have footage of his abilities. He created massive destruction with ease. We need your guidance, my lord. As they prepared to transmit the footage, a strange figure appeared in the control room. The figure resembled a robot, but its appearance was eerily humanoid. It wore a dark, sleek suit with a long, flowing coat and a hat that obscured its face, adding to its ominous presence. Heiko's eyes widened in confusion. What are you doing here, droid? Gunray shook his head, his voice trembling. That is not our droid. The robot's cold, calculating voice echoed in the room. You mustn't tell. Just report that a mysterious young man destroyed the ship with tremendous power. Heiko stepped back, fear evident in his eyes. Who are you? The robot tilted its head slightly. I am Toru. Suddenly, Gunray and Heiko felt a strange sensation, as if they were looking at both a robot and a young man simultaneously. Their minds struggled to process the duality of the figure before them. Gunray stammered, did I just see? Heiko, equally bewildered, replied, a droid, or a young man. Palpatin's voice cut through their confusion. What is happening there? I demand an explanation. Before they could react further, the footage they were preparing to send exploded, and the memory storage was corrupted. The room filled with static and a sense of dread. Toru's voice grew more menacing. Your efforts will bring misfortune. Calamity will pursue you if you try to pursue us. Heiko's face turned ashen. What is this thing? Toru stepped closer, its presence almost palpable. I am not something you can understand. Remember my words, calamity will pursue you. Gunray fell to his knees, his voice barely a whisper. We must obey. We cannot risk such calamity. Toru's gaze seemed to pierce through them, its words hanging heavily in the air. Do as I say, and you may survive. Palpatine, now fully attentive, hissed through the communicator, what is this presence I sense? Describe it to me. Heiko, struggling to find the words, stammered, my lord, it appears to be a droid, but also, a young man. We see both forms. Sidius's voice was tinged with a rare hint of uncertainty. This is highly irregular. A power that can corrupt and destroy data, and a form that shifts between two states. The control room was silent, the Neimoidians paralyzed with fear. Toru remained still, its presence dominating the room. Sidius's voice cut through the silence. I need more information. What does this Toru want? Toru answered before the Neimoidians could speak. Obey, and calamity will not befall you. Defy, and you shall know true misfortune. Gunray, trembling, managed to speak. Lord Sidious, it demands our compliance. It warned of calamity if we disobey. Palpatine's voice turned cold and calculating. Very well. Do as it says for now. But keep me informed. I want every detail you can gather. Heiko nodded, still shaking. Yes, my lord. We will comply. As the communication ended, Sidious sat back, his mind racing. A power that transcends our understanding. This Toru, it must be studied. And the young man they mentioned, he must be found. His thoughts turned darker. If this power can be harnessed, the Sith will be unstoppable. But if it cannot, then it must be destroyed. Meanwhile, in space, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn continued to monitor the situation on Naboo. The massive energy readings from Gojo's landing were still evident, but now there was something more, an unsettling presence that permeated the Force. Master, the energy levels are off the charts, Obi-Wan said, concern etched in his voice. Should we intervene? Qui-Gon shook his head, his gaze steady. We must be cautious, Obi-Wan. This power is unlike anything we've ever seen. We need more information before we act. Obi-Wan nodded, though his expression remained troubled. I understand, Master. But there's something else. I can feel it, a presence. It's like a shadow looming over us, and it's becoming scary. Qui-Gon placed a reassuring hand on his apprentice's shoulder. You're not alone in sensing it. It's as if the very fabric of the Force is being twisted. We need to understand this presence before making any moves. Obi-Wan glanced out into the vastness of space, his unease growing. This presence, it's not just on Naboo. It's here, in space, watching us. Qui-Gon, equally wary, nodded. Indeed. We must tread carefully. The stakes have never been higher, and the dangers never more profound. For now, we observe and learn, but remain ready to act. Obi-Wan's eyes narrowed as he focused on the distant planet. It feels like this presence is waiting for us to make a move. Qui-Gon, his voice filled with resolve, replied, then we must be vigilant. The balance of the Force is at stake, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Wonder of You suddenly acted on its own, becoming more aggressive toward anyone trying to pursue its user. So Wonder of You is acting independently, Gojo thought. Its aggressive stance towards any threat is going to make things interesting. If they try to pursue me, they'll face calamity itself. His thoughts grew darker as he considered the challenges ahead. They will come for me, thinking they can control or eliminate this new threat. But they will soon learn that I am beyond their comprehension. Wonder of You's ominous presence seemed to echo Gojo's resolve. Calamity will be their answer. And I will show them a power they have never imagined. Back on the Lucrehulk, Newt Gunray and Rune Heiko were still in shock. The presence of Toru had left them with more questions than answers. Heiko spoke first, his voice barely a whisper. What do we do now, Viceroy? Gunray, still on his knees, slowly stood up. We follow its instructions. For now. But we must find a way to protect ourselves. This Toru, it is beyond our understanding. Heiko nodded, his expression grim. And the young man on Naboo. We must be cautious. If his power is anything like what we've seen. Gunray finished the thought. Then we are in grave danger. Inform the crew. We will proceed with caution and await further instructions from Lord Sidious. The Neimoidians increased their surveillance on Naboo, their sensors picking up the massive energy readings from Gojo's presence. Every movement was monitored, every spike in energy meticulously recorded. Heiko, watching the screens, muttered to himself, we must understand this power. Only then can we hope to survive. Gunray, standing beside him, added, and if we can't understand it, we must find a way to neutralize it. Toru, having delivered its message, began to fade from the control room. Its final words echoed in the Neimoidians' minds. Remember, calamity will pursue you if you defy us. As the figure disappeared, Gunray and Heiko were left with a sense of foreboding. The control room felt colder, the weight of Toru's presence lingering in the air. The Neimoidians began to implement new security measures, fortifying their positions and preparing for any potential threats. Their fear of Toru and the mysterious young man on Naboo drove them to unprecedented levels of caution. Gunray issued orders, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. Increase the guards. Double the patrols. We cannot afford any more surprises. Heiko, coordinating with the crew, responded, yes, Viceroy. We will ensure the ship is secure. Back in his chamber, Sidious pondered the new developments. He issued new orders to his agents, seeking more information about Gojo and Toru. Find the young man. Learn everything you can about him. And if possible, bring him to me, Sidious commanded, his voice filled with dark intent. His agents bowed, leaving to carry out his orders. Sidious's mind raced with possibilities. A new power, one that could change the fate of the galaxy. Chapter 5, Wonder of Yu's Report and Gojo's Reflection. Gojo's Contemplation. Gojo Satoru sat amidst the uninhabitable forest on Naboo, contemplating his newfound powers. The unlimited curse energy coursing through him was intoxicating. What new curse technique can I create, he mused, closing his eyes and focusing on the energy within him. Wonder of Yu's Report. Suddenly, the figure of Toru, alias Wonder of Yu, materialized before Gojo. Master Satoru, Toru began, bowing slightly. I have completed the task you assigned. Gojo opened his eyes, intrigued. Report. Toru recounted the events on the Lucrehulk, detailing the encounter with the Neimoidians, the destruction of the footage, and the ensuing chaos. They are sufficiently cowed, Master. They dare not defy us for fear of calamity. Gojo nodded, satisfied. Good. But there's something I've been meaning to ask you, Wonder of Yu. Do you remember your previous master? Wonder of Yu's eyes darkened. Yes, I do. Wonder of Yu's past. Gojo leaned forward, curious. Tell me about him. My previous master was Toru, from a distant universe. He was part of the Higashikata family, using my powers for his ambitions. Toru met his end due to his hubris, Wonder of Yu explained. How did he die? Gojo asked. Toru underestimated his enemies, Wonder of Yu continued. He believed his control over calamity was absolute. His adversaries turned his power against him, leading to his demise. So, even a power like yours has limits, Gojo mused. Indeed. Calamity is a double-edged sword, Wonder of Yu affirmed. My power was linked to the Lokakaka fruit, which performed equivalent exchange. It allowed miraculous healings and transformations, but at a price. Lokakaka fruit explained. Tell me more about the Lokakaka fruit, Gojo requested. The Lokakaka fruit grows on a special tree in Morio. When consumed, it heals grievous injuries by transferring the damage to another part of the consumer's body or to another person entirely, Wonder of Yu explained. Gojo nodded. So, Toru used this fruit to gain power. Yes. Toru intended to achieve immortality and invulnerability through the Lokakaka fruit, but the exchange it demanded was uncontrollable, leading to unforeseen consequences, Wonder of Yu clarified. Queen Amidala's intuition. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Naboo, Queen Amidala stood on her balcony, troubled. Captain Panika, something feels wrong. It's as if a great misfortune is looming over Naboo. Panika frowned. Do you believe it is related to the recent disturbances? Amidala sighed. I don't know. But we must remain vigilant. Ensure our defenses are ready for anything. Sidious's orders. In his secret chamber, Darth Sidious pondered the reports from the Lucrehulk. This power could either be a great asset or a formidable threat, Sidious mused. He summoned Darth Maul. Maul, I have a task for you. Maul's holographic form appeared. Yes, Master. Travel to Naboo. Investigate this disturbance. Find out everything you can about this young man and the entity known as Toru. Take some bounty hunters with you for additional protection, Sidious commanded. Maul nodded. As you wish, Master. The Neimoidians' invasion. The Neimoidians, fearing the unknown threat, initiated their invasion of Naboo. Droid armies swarmed the planet, bringing destruction and chaos. Amid the chaos, Jar Jar Binks stumbled upon the unfolding invasion, meeting Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Jar Jar Binks, flustered and clumsy, collided with the Jedi. Mesa called Jar Jar Binks. Mesa, your humble servant. Qui-Gon looked at him curiously. You almost got us killed. Are you brainless? I spec. Jar Jar responded defensively. The ability to speak does not make you intelligent. Now get out of here, Qui-Gon ordered, trying to move past him. Obi-Wan, amused, added, what's this? A local, Qui-Gon replied. Let's go, before more droids show up. The Jedis struggle. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan fought fiercely against the battle droids, their lightsabers deflecting blaster bolts with practiced precision. Despite their efforts, more droids kept arriving, pushing them back. Obi-Wan muttered, these droids are more aggressive than usual. They're adapting too quickly. Qui-Gon, slicing through another droid, added, it's unusual. The droids typically follow basic programming. This level of coordination suggests an external influence. Just as they began to gain some ground, a new wave of AAT tanks rolled in, surrounding the Jedi. Obi-Wan glanced around, his expression growing tense. We're completely surrounded. Qui-Gon took a defensive stance. Stay calm. We need to find an opening. Gojo's arrival. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Yo, long time no see, monks with hair, Gojo Satoru said, arriving just in time. Obi-Wan's eyes widened. Gojo, what are you doing here? Qui-Gon, equally astonished, replied, it seems he's here to help. Gojo, noticing the droid's aggressive behavior, smirked. Maybe they're just scared of me. Obi-Wan shot him a glance. Scared or not, your presence has definitely stirred things up. Gojo's power unleashed. Wonder of Yu's voice echoed in Gojo's mind, insulting the Jedi. These so-called protectors are nothing but fools. Gojo decided to test a new technique. Black flash, chained, he chanted, causing a rupture in space and time. The resulting explosion destroyed every AAT and transport droid in the vicinity, leaving the Jedi in awe. Qui-Gon, shielding his eyes from the intense light, exclaimed, what is that black lightning? Obi-Wan, trying to process what he had seen, muttered, he's not like any Force user I've encountered. This power, it's beyond our understanding. Jar Jar, who had been watching in stunned silence, finally found his voice. Who? That was Bombad. Yusa saved the day. Gojo chuckled. Just doing my part. Now, let's get you out of here before more droids show up. Obi-Wan's curiosity. As they began to move, Obi-Wan glanced at Gojo and couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. I've been wondering, why do you always wear those glasses? Qui-Gon immediately interjected, quiet, Obi-Wan. It's not our place to pry. Gojo, however, smiled and waved it off. No, it's all right. Do you still want to see what's behind my glasses? Qui-Gon, intrigued, responded, yes, we do. Gojo slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing his eyes. They were a mesmerizing shade of blue, with intricate patterns resembling a kaleidoscope. The Jedi were struck by their beauty and the power they seemed to radiate. Obi-Wan stared in awe. Your eyes, they're incredible. Why do you hide them? Gojo chuckled, putting his glasses back on. In my world, Earth, wearing black sunglasses makes us look cooler. Plus, it helps to keep some mystery. Qui-Gon nodded thoughtfully. Your eyes are indeed remarkable. Thank you for sharing that with us. Gojo shrugged casually. No problem. Now, let's focus on getting out of here. The duel challenge. Gojo is curious, and turned to Obi-Wan with a sly smile. Obi-Wan, I know you want to duel with me. Obi-Wan hesitated, his eyes widening slightly. I didn't mean that. Gojo cut him off, his gaze piercing. My eyes never lie. I can see through lies and plans. Sensing the rising tension, Qui-Gon stepped in, his voice calm and measured. All right, maybe a few spars wouldn't hurt. Jar Jar Binks, ever the enthusiastic observer, clapped his hands together excitedly. Yusa gonna fight? Dis gonna be good. Obi-Wan looked between Qui-Gon and Gojo, his expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Are you sure about this, Master? Qui-Gon nodded. It's an opportunity to learn, Obi-Wan. Besides, we have seen what Gojo is capable of. A duel will give us a better understanding of his abilities. Gojo's smile widened. Don't worry, I won't go all out. But it will be interesting to see how you handle yourself. They moved to a clear area, the forest providing a natural arena for their impromptu duel. Obi-Wan ignited his lightsaber, the blue blade humming with energy. Gojo remained unarmed, his confident stance a stark contrast to Obi-Wan's readiness. Preparing for the duel. Qui-Gon turned to Gojo, concern etched on his face. If possible, please hold back. We don't want anyone getting hurt. Gojo responded with a confident grin, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Don't worry, old man. Stop worrying or you'll get white hair. Obi-Wan couldn't help but chuckle at Gojo's remark, though he quickly regained his focus, gripping his lightsaber tightly. The tension in the air was palpable as they prepared for the spar, each aware of the other's formidable skills. Qui-Gon gave a small nod, stepping back to give them space. All right, then. Let's see what you've got. As they prepared to move out, Obi-Wan couldn't help but ask, Gojo, are you not going to take any weapons with you? Gojo smirked. You've seen me in action, right? Do I really need weapons? Obi-Wan recalled the brief but impactful moment when Gojo blew off the hull of the Lucrehulk and created a massive crater with just a rough landing. He nodded, conceding the point. Hey, right. Gojo remained completely still, not even assuming a stance. Obi-Wan furrowed his brow in confusion. Are you mocking me? He asked, his voice tinged with irritation. Gojo shook his head, still smiling. No, this is my stance. Obi-Wan felt a mix of frustration and determination. He couldn't afford to underestimate Gojo, not after witnessing his immense power. Taking a deep breath, he launched forward, lightsaber poised to strike. Gojo's movements were fluid and effortless, almost like a dance. He sidestepped Obi-Wan's initial attack with ease, his expression one of calm amusement. Obi-Wan quickly realized that Gojo was holding back significantly, his confidence unwavering. As the duel continued, Obi-Wan noticed something strange. Despite Gojo's unarmed state, he showed no fear of the lightsaber, the most lethal melee weapon in the galaxy. Each of Obi-Wan's strikes was deftly avoided, Gojo's effortless movements making it seem like a choreographed performance rather than a real battle. You're not even trying, are you? Obi-Wan said, his frustration growing. Gojo chuckled. Let's just say I'm holding back. But you're doing well. Your form is excellent, and your determination is commendable. The sound resonating through the forest. Obi-Wan pushed harder, his strikes becoming more aggressive, but Gojo continued to evade with ease, his expression one of calm amusement. Instead of using a weapon, Gojo countered with his fists, each punch imbued with the limitless power of his curse energy, making every strike feel like an immovable force against Obi-Wan's attacks. Qui-Gon watched intently, noting the differences in their fighting styles. He's not even using his full power, he murmured to himself. This is just a fraction of what he can do. As the duel continued, Obi-Wan grew more determined, pushing himself to match Gojo's speed and agility. But no matter how hard he tried, Gojo was always one step ahead, deflecting each strike with minimal effort. Suddenly, Gojo sensed a wave of calamity trying to attack Obi-Wan. Without a moment's hesitation, Gojo raised his hand and used his blue technique, pulling Obi-Wan out of harm's way just in time. Obi-Wan, now standing a few feet away, looked bewildered. What just happened? Gojo's eyes narrowed, his focus intense. That was something you don't want to deal with. Let's just say I have an ally who can be troublesome. Obi-Wan glanced at Qui-Gon, who nodded in understanding. The duel had revealed more than just Gojo's physical prowess, it had shown the depth of his abilities and the potential dangers that came with them. Wonder of You's interference. Gojo commanded, Wonder of You, don't interfere and introduce yourself to them. Suddenly, the Jedi felt a chilling presence, an overwhelming sensation of death and misfortune. Wonder of You materialized, its form menacing and foreboding. Be safe in your duels. Calamity follows those who challenge us, it taunted, a sinister smile playing on its lips. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged uneasy glances, the fear palpable in their eyes. This presence was unlike anything they had ever encountered. This presence, it's unlike anything I've ever felt, Obi-Wan whispered, his voice trembling. Qui-Gon nodded, his eyes narrowing as he assessed Wonder of You indeed. It's a reminder of the power we're dealing with. Gojo, noticing their unease, smiled. Ah, you don't know. Well, you can call it an evil being. Qui-Gon, always seeking understanding, prepared his stance, draw his lightsaber hilt and suddenly asked, Are you a dark side user? Gojo laughed heartily, his amusement echoing through the forest. Dark side? Something belongs to the weak, he scoffed. Wonder of You joined in the laughter, its presence amplifying the ominous atmosphere. Maybe the stupidity hits them first before the calamity, it added, the taunt cutting through the air like a knife. The duel continued, with Gojo demonstrating his incredible abilities, leaving the Jedi both amazed and unsettled. As the forest echoed with the sounds of their clash, the galaxy's balance continued to shift, setting the stage for an uncertain and tumultuous future. Chapter 6, Revelation and Conversations. Wonder of You's revelation. Qui-Gon found himself curious about Gojo's enigmatic companion. He turned to Wonder of You. What are you, exactly? Wonder of You, with a cold, detached demeanor, replied, I am an embodiment of calamity and misfortune. Those who challenge us are met with inevitable disaster. Qui-Gon, intrigued yet cautious, pressed on. How did you come to serve Gojo? Wonder of You's voice echoed with an unsettling calm. Master Satoru's power is unparalleled. It was only natural that I align with him. Qui-Gon nodded thoughtfully, sensing the depth of power in their new allies. Your presence, it's unlike anything we've encountered. Is there a way to understand you better? Wonder of You responded, understanding me is to embrace the inevitability of calamity. Are you prepared for such enlightenment, Jedi? Obi-Wan, observing the exchange, couldn't help but interject. Gojo, your powers and Wonder of You's presence, it feels like a constant test of our resolve. Gojo chuckled, his confidence unwavering. That's because it is. In my world, strength comes from surpassing limits, embracing the unknown. Here, it seems no different. Qui-Gon, ever the philosopher, pondered this. Strength through adversity. Perhaps we can learn much from each other. Wonder of You taunted, be safe in your duels, Jedi. Calamity follows those who challenge us. Gojo glanced at Wonder of You. I warn you, Wonder of You, don't interfere with my fun. Wonder of You smirked. Understand. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of Wonder of You's words sinking in. They felt a mix of fear and fascination, recognizing the formidable nature of their new allies. Obi-Wan's question. Obi-Wan, sensing the chill from Wonder of You's presence, inquired, Gojo, what are your powers, really? Gojo's laugh echoed with a mix of amusement and condescension. Ha 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 ha. Now you ask after witnessing that. Qui-Gon, his curiosity undeterred, pressed on. You wield the Force, but it seems different, more unique. Gojo smirked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. All right. Try to touch my hand, Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan looked bewildered. What? Just try to touch my hand, Gojo repeated, his tone challenging. Obi-Wan, sensing no malice, hesitated before extending his hand. As he reached out, an invisible barrier halted his touch. Gojo's infinity. What is this? Obi-Wan exclaimed, confusion and astonishment evident in his voice. Gojo chuckled, a sound both mocking and informative. This is infinity. You see, you can never actually touch me. There's an infinite amount of space between us. I control that space. Qui-Gon's eyes widened with a mix of awe and contemplation. That's incredible. It's beyond anything we've encountered. Gojo continued, his tone almost lecturing. In my world, this technique is called limitless. It creates an infinite space between me and any object, preventing anything from making contact. It's just one of the many powers I possess. Obi-Wan, still processing the information, muttered, "That's extraordinary. It's like a different aspect of the Force." Gojo then turned to Jar Jar Binks, who was watching with wide eyes. "Binks, can you see another person besides the four of us?" Jar Jar, speaking in his distinctive Gungan dialect, replied, "No, Mesa no see anyone else." Gojo nodded, as if confirming a theory. "Hey, my theory is correct. He can't see wonder of you." Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged puzzled looks. "Hey? But we can see it clearly," Qui-Gon said, his voice tinged with confusion. Wonder of you's voice, cold and detached, responded, "Looks like stand rules still apply, hey?" Qui-Gon, still puzzled, asked, "Stand rules? What are those?" Gojo smirked, enjoying the intrigue. "In simple terms, only certain people can see wonder of you. It's a manifestation of my power, only visible to those who can sense it." He then added, "Wonder of you, manifest yourself again, only this time make it like you showed up against the Neimoidians." Wonder of you complied, its form shifting and becoming more imposing. The air grew colder, and the aura of calamity intensified. "My name is Toru," it declared, its voice echoing ominously. Jar Jar's eyes widened in fear as he finally saw wonder of you. Mesa see it now. "This man, Toru, he dangerous." Qui-Gon, equally astonished, turned to Gojo. "Did that being just turn into a human?" Obi-Wan, still processing the shift, added, "It's like it has multiple forms." "What exactly is it, Gojo?" Gojo, with a satisfied grin, said, "Now you understand. Wonder of you is a force of calamity, only visible to those attuned to its power. And yes, it can manifest in various forms, depending on what's needed." Further interactions. Gojo observed the reactions of the Jedi and Jar Jar. "You see, the reason for these abilities is to maintain control. Whether it's my infinity or wonder of you, it's all about ensuring nothing touches me without my permission." Qui-Gon, ever the philosopher, pondered aloud, "Such power, used wisely, could be a great asset. But used recklessly, it could be disastrous." Gojo nodded. "Power is a tool. It's how you use it that defines you." Wonder of you added, tauntingly, "Calamity is impartial. It follows those who seek to pursue us. As the famous quote goes, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Be cautious of what you wish to pursue." The Jedi, now understanding the depth of Gojo's abilities, knew they were in the presence of a force unlike any they had encountered. The forest around them, once a silent witness to their duel, now seemed to whisper with the knowledge of the power at play. As the forest echoed with the sounds of their clash, the galaxy's balance continued to shift, setting the stage for an uncertain and tumultuous future. Conclusion. Obi-Wan, sensing the extent of Gojo's abilities, took a deep breath. "I lost," he said, lowering his lightsaber. Gojo raised an eyebrow. "Why? We can still fight." Obi-Wan shook his head. "I can't defeat you. You have the most powerful barriers and the most powerful companion, although I've never seen Mr. Wonder Toru in action." Gojo's expression turned serious. "Trust me, you don't want to see him in action. When he's in action, it's scarier than anything you can imagine. Even my destruction pales in comparison to wonder of you." Gojo chuckled. "Wonder Toru, hey? I like it." Seizing the moment, Qui-Gon asked, "Will you both join the Jedi Order?" Gojo and Wonder of you exchanged glances before Gojo replied, "We're not monks." Wonder of you, his voice cold and detached, added, "Our path is not one of order and serenity. Calamity is our ally, and chaos our companion." Qui-Gon, undeterred, pressed on. "Even so, with your powers, you could bring balance to the Force." Gojo smirked. "Balance? That's not our style. We thrive on unpredictability." Wonder of you continued, his voice dripping with taunt. "You seek balance, but perhaps that balance will be your calamity. As Satoru Akfa says, calamity will always come to those who invite it." Qui-Gon, still determined, asked, "If not balance, what then?" Gojo's eyes gleamed with mischief. "To push boundaries and see just how far we can go. I choose my path to push the boundaries of this galaxy, even beyond the Force you always mention. All living creatures need to learn independence, not rely and ask from supernatural beings." Obi-Wan, looking between Gojo and Wonder of you, asked, "What do you gain from this?" "From chaos and calamity." Gojo's smile widened. "Growth, challenge, the thrill of the unknown. Power is a tool, Jedi. It's how you use it that defines you." Wonder of you, nodding in agreement, added, "Calamity is not inherently evil. It is a force of nature, one that balances the scales when they tip too far in one direction." Qui-Gon, ever the philosopher, pondered aloud, "Such power, used wisely, could be a great asset. But used recklessly, it could be disastrous." Gojo nodded. "Exactly. However, I intend to push the limits of this galaxy, even if it means fighting against the Force you always mention." Obi-Wan, unable to hold back, lectured Gojo. "The Force is everywhere and every last one of living beings is part of the Force." Gojo refuted Obi-Wan's argument. "I have met a power manager before," he said, referring to Tenjin. "She was weak and frail. However, this Force is very strong, and I know at the very least where its core is or maybe how to provoke it." Obi-Wan's eyes narrowed. "You think you can provoke the Force itself?" Gojo smirked. "Why not? Every power has its weaknesses." Qui-Gon, his curiosity piqued, asked, what is curse energy? I've been pondering this question since I first met you. Gojo's eyes lit up with interest. Curse energy is a unique power from my world. It's born from negative emotions like fear, anger, and hatred. Instead of letting these emotions consume us, we channel them into energy that can be used for various techniques and abilities. Obi-Wan frowned slightly. That sounds like the dark side of the Force. Gojo shook his head. It's similar but not the same. Curse energy is a raw, unrefined power. It's all about how you use it. In my world, we train to harness this energy, to control it rather than let it control us. It's not inherently evil. If you can control it very precisely, you can achieve feats like the black lightning you saw when I fought those tanks. However, if your emotion is unstable, you fail as a curse energy user, he mocked. Qui-Gon nodded thoughtfully. So, it's a matter of discipline and intent. Exactly, Gojo replied. With the right training and mindset, curse energy can be a powerful tool for good. But it requires a deep understanding of oneself and a willingness to confront one's darkest emotions. Obi-Wan, still curious, asked, what are curse techniques? Wait, does that mean every user's technique is different? Gojo grinned. Of course. Curse techniques are unique to each individual. They are personal manifestations of how they channel and control their curse energy. No two curse techniques are exactly alike because they are born from each person's unique experiences and emotions. A person can only have one curse technique. Normal people, that is, he added with a smug face. Wonder of you, his presence still ominous, added, it's a reminder that power comes with responsibility. Those who misuse it invite their own downfall. Gojo suddenly interjected with a laugh, wonder of you, we want to provoke, technically, the god of this galaxy. From my perspective, this journey is 90% similar to a JRPG where you end up killing a god. There is no responsibility in our journey, this journey will bring chaos and destruction. Wonder of you tilted its head, its eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and admiration. Your ambition surpasses even that of my previous master. Perhaps you will achieve what others have only dreamed of. You speak of chaos and destruction as if they are merely tools, but can you truly grasp their full potential? Gojo smirked, his confidence unwavering. Chaos and destruction are necessary for progress. In my world, change doesn't come from order and stability, it comes from breaking the mold, challenging the norm, and pushing boundaries. Wonder of you's voice took on a more contemplative tone. Your philosophy intrigues me. You embrace calamity not as a consequence, but as a catalyst for growth. It is a rare perspective, one that could reshape the very fabric of this universe. Gojo nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination. Exactly. Power isn't just about maintaining balance or enforcing order. It's about evolving, transcending limits, and redefining what is possible. The Jedi cling to their traditions, afraid to adapt. But we're not afraid to tear down the old to build something new. Wonder of you chuckled softly. Your vision is bold, Master Satoru. It aligns with the very essence of calamity, unpredictable, unstoppable, and ever-changing. Together, we will create ripples that will echo through the cosmos. Gojo's grin widened. That's the spirit. We're not here to play by the rules. We're here to rewrite them. The galaxy will learn to embrace the chaos, or it will be consumed by it. Wonder of you, still impressed, added, and in doing so, you may find that your journey is not just about provoking a god, but becoming one yourself. The path you walk is fraught with peril, but it is also paved with limitless potential. Gojo's eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and resolve. Then let's see just how far we can go. The Jedi, the Sith, the Force itself, they haven't seen anything yet. The two shared a moment of silent understanding, their bond solidified by a shared ambition that transcended mere power. They were harbingers of change, ready to unleash a storm that would challenge the very. The Jedi stood in contemplation, realizing the gravity of the situation. Gojo and Wonder of you were not merely powerful beings, they were forces of nature, embodying unpredictability and change. Their presence heralded a shift in the balance of the galaxy, one that would challenge the established order and test the resilience of all who stood in their path. As the forest around them settled into a tense quiet, the galaxy itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see what the future would bring with Gojo Satoru and Wonder of you now in play. Allies and enemies alike would have to adapt to the formidable presence of this new force, as the boundaries of power and destiny were pushed to their very limits. Chapter 7, Unveiling Truths. As the conversation continued, Obi-Wan's eyes narrowed in suspicion. They must be joking, he thought, unable to believe the audacity of Gojo and Wonder of you. Qui-Gon, however, knew better. He recognized the seriousness and capability behind their words. They are not joking, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon said quietly. I believe they are very capable. Gojo could potentially challenge the Force itself. Obi-Wan looked skeptical. Challenge the Force? That's impossible. The Force is everywhere and within everyone. No one can stand against it. Qui-Gon shook his head. You underestimate them. We have witnessed Gojo's power firsthand. It's unlike anything we've encountered. His potential to disrupt the balance is real. Obi-Wan sighed, his frustration evident. I just can't wrap my head around it. If what they say is true, then we are dealing with a threat that could shake the very foundations of the Jedi Order. The Jedi Order can wait, Obi-Wan. But this Force, even we don't fully understand it, Qui-Gon replied, his voice filled with a mix of awe and concern. Obi-Wan let out a small laugh, trying to lighten the mood. So, what you're saying is we might have to rethink everything we know about the Force because of these two. Qui-Gon gave a faint smile. Precisely. It's a humbling thought, isn't it? Obi-Wan chuckled, shaking his head. Humbling? It's downright terrifying. I guess we'll just have to be on our toes. Qui-Gon nodded, his expression serious once more. Indeed. We must be prepared for anything. Jar Jar Binks, who had been listening in, finally spoke up. Mesa no understand any of this. Mesa just a humble servant. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon exchanged amused glances, their tension easing slightly. Don't worry, Jar Jar, Qui-Gon said with a reassuring smile. We'll handle it. Obi-Wan added, just stick close to us and try not to get into trouble. Jar Jar nodded enthusiastically. Okie day, Mesa do dat. As the three continued their journey, the weight of the recent revelations hung over the Jedi Knights. They knew their path forward would be fraught with challenges, but they were determined to face whatever came their way with the strength and resolve of true Jedi. The debate. Gojo suddenly turned to Qui-Gon with a probing look. You know, Qui-Gon, you hide about one thing. Qui-Gon, taken aback, responded, what did I hide about? Wonder of you interjected, his voice dripping with taunt. The Jedi Order you spoke of is on the brink of destruction. You know there are many who have left the Jedi Order. Gojo nodded. What I want to say is, you have a disdain for the Jedi Order. Qui-Gon sighed, his expression turning somber. It's not that simple. I believe in the principles of the Jedi, but I see the flaws in our methods and leadership. The Council is too rigid, too blinded by tradition. It has lost its way, focusing more on politics than the true essence of the Force. Gojo listened intently, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. So, you don't agree with their decisions? Qui-Gon shook his head. No, I don't. The Jedi are supposed to be guardians of peace, not soldiers or politicians. We've become too entangled in the affairs of the Republic, losing sight of our true purpose. That's why I often find myself at odds with the Council. Wonder of you continued to taunt. You speak of peace, but you know deep down that the Order's downfall is inevitable. Qui-Gon clenched his fists, his voice firm. I know the Order has its faults, but I still believe in its potential to do good. That's why I stay to try and make a difference from within. Gojo leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. Interesting. So you're trying to change things from the inside? Yes, Qui-Gon replied. I believe that true change comes from understanding and adapting, not from strict adherence to outdated rules. Gojo smirked. Well, it's a noble goal, but you might find it more challenging than you think. Qui-Gon nodded. I am well aware of the challenges. But I believe in the Force, and I believe in the possibility of a better future. Obi-Wan, still persistent, asked, why not join us? Why not help the Jedi Order? Gojo shook his head. We have our reasons. The Jedi Order is too constraining for us. We're not ones to follow strict codes and doctrines. Wonder of you added, our path is not one of order and serenity. Calamity is our ally, and chaos our companion. We thrive in unpredictability and freedom. Joining the Jedi would stifle that. Qui-Gon frowned, still trying to grasp their perspective. But what do you hope to achieve with this path of chaos and calamity? Surely there must be some greater purpose. Gojo's expression softened slightly, his eyes reflecting a deeper resolve. The greater purpose is to challenge the status quo, to push the boundaries of what is possible. In a galaxy that clings to tradition and order, we seek to bring about true change and growth. Obi-Wan, still skeptical, countered, but isn't that dangerous? Unchecked power can lead to destruction and suffering. Gojo's eyes narrowed, his tone sharpening. Why do you think like that? From my perspective, you Jedi have grown stagnant and sloppy. So many people die unreasonably because you are too bound by your own rules. Obi-Wan's frustration flared. And what you propose is better. A path of chaos that could lead to even greater destruction. Gojo's voice was cold, a dangerous edge to it. Destruction is a part of change, Obi-Wan. Without it, there is no room for growth or improvement. Your precious order clings to outdated traditions while the galaxy suffers. Qui-Gon stepped in, his voice calm but firm. Balance is necessary, Gojo. Change is important, but so is stability. We must find a way to incorporate both. Wonder of You's taunt echoed again, more elegant and menacing. Balance? Perhaps. But remember, calamity always follows those who seek to upset the natural order. Are you prepared for the consequences? Here I see no true balance, only the descent of foolishness into sheer madness, growing ever worse. Obi-Wan shot back, we understand the risks. But we cannot support a path that leads to chaos for the sake of change. Gojo's smirk returned. Then perhaps you are not as wise as you think. The Force may guide you, but even it cannot foresee every possibility. Sometimes, the only way to truly grow is to break free from the chains that bind you. Gojo then asked, why did you want us to join the Order, although you know our personalities and raw power? Qui-Gon took a deep breath, his gaze steady. Because I believe that your power, if guided correctly, can bring about positive change. The Jedi Order needs to evolve, and perhaps your presence can be the catalyst for that evolution. Obi-Wan nodded in agreement, his earlier skepticism waning. Despite our differences, I see potential in your abilities. If we can work together, we might find a way to balance change with stability. Gojo's expression softened as he considered their words. Perhaps there is a middle ground we haven't explored yet. Wonder of You remained silent, its presence still ominous but contemplative, as if pondering the potential for cooperation. The Jedi and Gojo continued their debate, searching for a path that could harmonize their contrasting philosophies. As they spoke, the galaxy's future hung in the balance, the outcome of their conversation poised to shape the destiny of countless lives. The dark reinforcements. Meanwhile, in his shadowy chamber, Darth Sidious contacted Darth Maul via hologram. The flickering blue image of Sidious's hooded figure spoke in a cold, commanding whisper. I've sent additional agents to assist in our efforts, Darth Maul. Maul's eyes narrowed with a mix of curiosity and irritation. I thought you only relied on me, Master, and the bounty hunter you tasked to guard me. Sidious's smile was sinister, his eyes gleaming with hidden plans. This situation demands more than your unique talents alone. This is a special army, reserved for extraordinary situations such as this. Their skills complement yours. Maul's expression hardened, his pride slightly bruised. And who are these agents? Sidious's tone remained icy. They are my shadow operatives, trained for the most delicate and dangerous missions. They will act as a force multiplier. Greet them however you see fit, or not at all, Darth Maul. Their presence will be felt regardless. Maul clenched his jaw, understanding the gravity of his master's words. As you command, Master. But rest assured, I will prove that I alone am sufficient for any task. Sidious's image flickered as he nodded, his expression unreadable. I have no doubt of your abilities, Maul. Consider this an opportunity to show the full extent of your prowess. Use them as you see fit, or dispose of them if they prove unnecessary. With that, the hologram faded, leaving Maul standing in the dim light of his quarters. He seated with a mix of anger and determination, ready to prove his worth and supremacy, even among the elite agents of Sidious. Chapter 8, Diverging Paths. Jedi's Mission. As the group made their way through the dense forests of Naboo, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi engaged in a tense discussion about their next move, while Jar Jar Binks led them with a mix of clumsy determination and genuine eagerness. Jar Jar, we need to find your underwater city, Qui-Gon said with a sense of urgency. Jar Jar hesitated. On second thought, maybe you'sa not go in there. 'Tis embarrassing. But Gungans no like outsiders, so don't expect a warm welcome. Obi-Wan, with a hint of sarcasm, responded, don't worry, this hasn't been our day for warm welcomes. Qui-Gon, maintaining his focus, instructed, lead the way. Jar Jar nodded, albeit reluctantly. Okie day, follow me. As they prepared to depart, Gojo and Wonder of You remained behind, their senses heightened. We'll stay here, Gojo declared, his tone serious. Something doesn't feel right. Wonder of You nodded in agreement. We're being watched. It's best if we remain behind to deal with any threats. Qui-Gon turned to them, his expression one of concern. Are you sure? We could use your strength. Gojo shook his head. You focus on your mission. We'll handle whatever is lurking here. Obi-Wan, looking troubled, added, be careful. The force is strange here. Gojo smirked. We can handle ourselves. Go on. With a nod, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan and Jar Jar departed, leaving Gojo and Wonder of You behind to confront the unseen danger. A revealing conversation. Once the Jedi and Jar Jar were out of earshot, Gojo turned to Wonder of You with a mischievous grin. Haha, they just got bluffed, he said. Wonder of You, sharing the same thought, laughed as well. Indeed, they did. So, what do you want to discuss? Gojo's smile widened. The Lokakaka fruit. Do you still have the seeds? Wonder of You nodded slowly. Yes, I do. Why do you ask? Gojo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How long does it take for a Lokakaka tree to grow from a seed to a fully mature tree? Wonder of You considered the question for a moment before responding. It typically takes about 10 years for a Lokakaka tree to grow to maturity. However, with the right conditions and the proper use of cursed energy, it could potentially be accelerated. Gojo's mind raced with possibilities. Interesting. We could use the Lokakaka fruit to our advantage here, but we'll need to be strategic. If we can harness its power, we could potentially create an even greater force than what we already possess. Wonder of You nodded in agreement. Indeed. The Lokakaka fruit has immense potential, but it must be handled with care. Its power can be both a blessing and a curse. Gojo chuckled. I like those odds. Let's find a suitable place to plant the seeds and see what we can cultivate. Searching for the perfect spot. With their minds set on the task, Gojo and Wonder of You began their search for the perfect location to plant the Lokakaka seeds. They ventured through the dense forests of Naboo, their senses alert for any disturbances. After traversing through thick underbrush and crossing several streams, they found themselves at the base of the Gallo Mountains. The mountains stood tall and majestic, their peaks shrouded in mist. Gojo looked around, assessing the area. This place looks promising. It's remote enough to avoid detection, and the soil seems rich. Wonder of You nodded in agreement. Indeed. The natural barriers provided by the mountains and the fertility of the land make it an ideal location. They continued deeper into the mountains, eventually finding a hidden clearing surrounded by towering trees. A small stream flowed through the clearing, providing a natural water source. The ground was soft and fertile, perfect for planting. This is it, Gojo declared. Let's get to work. Preparing the ground. With a sense of purpose, Gojo and Wonder of You began to prepare the ground for planting. Gojo used his cursed energy to clear away debris and loosen the soil, creating a perfect environment for the seeds to take root. Wonder of You carefully produced the Lokakaka seeds, handling them with a reverence that belied their potential power. These seeds hold immense potential. We must ensure they are planted correctly. Gojo nodded, taking one of the seeds and placing it gently into the ground. With the right care and the use of our powers, we'll have a fully grown Lucrehulk tree in no time. As they worked together to plant the seeds, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath, sensing the significance of what was happening. The air was filled with a sense of anticipation, as if the very fabric of the universe was aware of the changes that were about to unfold. Cultivating the future. With the seeds planted, Gojo and Wonder of You stood back to admire their work. Now, we wait and nurture them, Gojo said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is just the beginning. Wonder of You nodded, its presence still ominous but now filled with a sense of purpose. Indeed. The Lucrehulk tree will be a powerful addition to our arsenal. Gojo noticed something unusual among the seeds. One of them had a strange color and was significantly larger than the others. Hey, Wonder of You, do you see this? Gojo pointed at the peculiar seed. This one looks different. It's bigger and has a strange color. Wonder of You examined the seed closely, its expression inscrutable. I see it, but I do not know why it appears this way. It's unlike any Lucrehulk seed I've encountered before. Gojo's curiosity deepened. Well, whatever it is, we'll find out soon enough. Let's keep a close eye on it. He turned to Wonder of You with a grin. In the meantime, I have an idea. Gojo raised his hands, channeling his cursed energy, and began to chant softly, Barrier of Blue, shield anew, protect and grow, let no harm through. As he finished, a shimmering barrier enveloped the planted seeds, its glow pulsating with his energy. There, this curtain should protect them from any external threats. Wonder of You observed the barrier with a sense of admiration. Impressive. If Toru, my previous master, had this barrier technique, he wouldn't have faced so much trouble. Gojo chuckled, a confident gleam in his eyes. Just wait till I perfect my domain expansion. Then you can really start praising me. Wonder of You's presence seemed to pulse with a newfound respect. Your ingenuity is commendable, Gojo. This collaboration might bring about more than I anticipated. As they walked away from the newly planted Lucrehulk seeds, the curtain of cursed energy shimmered in the light, a promise of the power and change that lay ahead. The seeds, now protected and nurtured, held the potential to reshape the very fabric of the galaxy. Gunray and Heiko moments. Meanwhile, on the Lucrehulk battleship, Newt Gunray and Rune Heiko were in a state of anxiety. The communication panel beeped urgently, and Gunray hesitated before answering. The holographic image of Darth Sidious appeared, looming ominously. Viceroy, Sidious began, his voice icy, you are to receive a guest. A Sith, along with several bounty hunters and my personal agents. Gunray's face paled. A Sith, my lord? And bounty hunters? And agents? Why so many? Sidious's expression remained stern. You are dealing with a significant threat. Ensure they are welcomed and cooperate fully. Gunray gulped and turned to Heiko, who was equally flustered. Did he say Sith, bounty hunters, and personal agents? What are we running here, a welcome committee for trouble? Heiko tried to compose himself but failed miserably. The current Lucrehulk still has a hole, and the life support system hasn't risen above 50%. How are we supposed to entertain all these dangerous guests? Just then, a loud clang echoed through the corridor. One of the battle droids, programmed for security, accidentally tripped over its own blaster and crashed into a wall. Gunray slapped his forehead. Perfect, just perfect. We can't even manage our droids, and now we have to impress a Sith and bounty hunters. Heiko attempted to regain some dignity. Maybe we should offer them refreshments? Tea, perhaps. Gunray's eyes widened in exasperation. Yes, because nothing says welcome, deadly assassins and dark lords like a cup of tea. As the Neimoidians scrambled to prepare, the looming arrival of their formidable guests turned the Lucrehulk into a chaotic flurry of nervous activity. Darth Maul's arrival. The atmosphere on the Lucrehulk was thick with tension as Newt Gunray and Rune Heiko awaited the arrival of their unwelcome guests. The ship's systems struggled to maintain stability, the damage from the recent battle evident in every flickering light and malfunctioning droid. The Neimoidians stood stiffly at attention as the doors to the docking bay hissed open. Darth Maul stepped through, his dark robes billowing around him, followed by a group of intimidating bounty hunters. Their presence exuded menace, and the Neimoidians couldn't help but feel a cold sweat trickle down their spines. Welcome, Lord Maul, Gunray stammered, attempting a bow. We are honored by your presence. Maul remained silent, his yellow eyes scanning the damaged surroundings. He raised a hand in a dismissive gesture, signaling that no formalities were needed. His gaze fixed on the large, gaping hole that marred the ship's structure. He wondered silently, what kind of power could create such devastation? Rune Heiko, misinterpreting Maul's silence, nervously offered, our facilities are at your disposal. We have tea. Maul's sharp glance silenced him instantly. The Sith Lord's thoughts continued to churn, intrigued and unsettled by the raw power that had scarred the Lucrehulk. As the bounty hunters fanned out, assessing the area with professional scrutiny, Maul's mind remained focused on the mysterious force they were about to confront. Without uttering a word, Maul turned and began walking down the corridor, his bounty hunters falling into step behind him. The Neimoidians watched them go, a mixture of relief and dread swirling in their minds. The real challenge was just beginning, and the presence of Darth Maul and his lethal entourage was a stark reminder of the dangerous game they were playing. Arrival of the Sith agents. As the atmosphere aboard the Lucrehulk grew tenser, the docking bay doors slid open once more, admitting a new group of figures cloaked in darkness. The Neimoidians watched with wide eyes as Sidious's elite agents strode in, each exuding an aura of menace and lethal efficiency. Agent Voss. Leading the group was Agent Voss, a former elite commando turned mercenary. His cybernetic enhancements glinted ominously in the low light, promising enhanced strength and reflexes. Known for his ruthlessness and efficiency, Voss was Sidius's enforcer, deployed for high-risk operations and elimination missions. He surveyed the damaged hangar with a cold, calculating gaze, noting the gaping hole that marred the ship's structure. Maravel. Beside him was Maravel, once a high-ranking intelligence officer, now a master of espionage, sabotage, and interrogation. After a personal tragedy, she had turned to the dark side, honing her skills to uncover secrets and disrupt enemy plans. Her eyes flickered with interest as she took in the state of the Lucrehulk, already formulating strategies to gather the intelligence they needed. Jarek Thul. Jarek Thul, a rogue pilot and master tactician, followed closely. His presence was commanding, and his reputation as an exceptional pilot and strategist preceded him. Tasked with leading space operations and ensuring tactical supremacy, Thul's mind was already racing with maneuvers and strategies, analyzing how the recent attack had compromised their position. Nalave. Nalave, a former scientist now proficient in dark side alchemy and biological enhancements, moved with a quiet, almost eerie grace. Her experiments had given her a unique understanding of the dark side's power, and she served as Sidius's chief scientist, developing new technologies and weapons. She glanced at the destruction around her, calculating how to turn the damage to their advantage. Rincor. Lastly, Rincor, a bounty hunter renowned for his unerring ability to track and capture targets, brought up the rear. Equipped with advanced tracking devices and stealth gear, Cor's mission was clear: locate and eliminate any high-value targets. His eyes scanned the hangar, already planning his next move. Sith Agent's introduction. Agent Voss stepped forward, breaking the silence. "We are here on Lord Sidious's orders," he announced, his voice devoid of warmth. "This ship's defenses will be strengthened. Ensure your cooperation." Maravel added, her voice smooth yet icy, "We will be conducting our operations independently. Your compliance is expected." Jarek Thul, with a dismissive glance at the Neimoidians, spoke next. "Our fleet maneuvers must be coordinated. Expect changes to your protocols." Nalave's eyes gleamed with dark curiosity as she said, "I will need access to your laboratories and resources. There are experiments to conduct." Rincor remained silent, his presence alone a reminder of the deadly efficiency they all embodied. The Neimoidians, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of these formidable agents, nodded in agreement, their earlier panic now replaced by a palpable fear. As the Sith agents moved to take control, the Lucrehulk's crew braced for the changes that were about to come, uncertain of what the future would hold under the scrutiny of Sidious's elite force. Chapter 9, Convergence of Darkness. As the massive Lucrehulk continued its orbit around Naboo, the atmosphere inside was tense. The Sith agents had arrived, and their presence was palpable. Darth Maul stood silently, observing the damage inflicted on the battleship. His piercing gaze swept over the scene, assessing the extent of the destruction. Sith agents arrive. Agent Voss stepped forward, his cybernetic enhancements gleaming under the harsh lights. Known for his ruthlessness and efficiency, he scanned the surroundings with a cold, calculating gaze. Maravel, the former intelligence officer turned dark side spy, moved with a predatory grace. Her eyes missed nothing as she took in the extent of the damage, her mind already plotting the next move. Jarek Thul, the rogue pilot and fleet commander, stood with his arms crossed. His tactical mind was already considering the strategic implications of the attack that had damaged the Lucrehulk. Nalave, the dark side alchemist, examined the wreckage with a scientific curiosity. Her knowledge of dark side biology and alchemy could potentially turn the tide in their favor. Rincor, the master tracker, adjusted his advanced tracking devices. His mission was clear: locate and capture or eliminate high-value targets on Naboo. The Neimoidians, already on edge from the arrival of these fearsome figures, were further unsettled by Darth Maul's silence. He hadn't uttered a word since their arrival, but his presence spoke volumes. Maul's command. Maul finally raised his hand, a simple gesture that spoke volumes. It was a signal to the agents, allowing them to proceed. The Sith agents nodded in understanding and began to make their way toward their assigned tasks. Newt Gunray, still shaking from the earlier encounter with Gojo, found his voice. "Our targets are on Naboo. There's been a significant energy spike." Rune Heiko, equally jittery, added, "The readings are unlike anything we've seen before. We believe they're connected to the disturbance caused by that mysterious young man." Maul's eyes narrowed, and he considered the information. Though he remained silent, his mind was racing with thoughts of the power that could cause such devastation. "Proceed with caution," Maul finally said, his voice a low growl. "This power is not to be underestimated." The Sith agents exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. They knew their mission would be perilous, but failure was not an option. As they departed, Maul lingered for a moment, staring out into the void of space. His thoughts were focused on the mysterious force they were about to confront on Naboo. Whatever it was, he would ensure that it either served the Sith or was destroyed. The hunt was on, and the galaxy would soon feel the full force of the Sith's wrath. A new plan. As Gojo and Wonder of You stood in the dense forests of Naboo, they sensed a new disturbance. An interesting presence was approaching, and they knew something significant was about to happen. Wonder of You turned to Gojo, his voice filled with a mix of anticipation and calm. "How about we capture the enemy that's about to ambush us?" Gojo chuckled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Capture? My attacks tend to kill when I get too excited." Wonder of you considered this and then shared his plan. We'll use my ability to create a controlled calamity. We can trap them without causing fatal damage. I'll ensure the calamity incapacitates rather than kills. Gojo's curiosity was piqued. A controlled calamity? I like the sound of that. What do you need me to do? Wonder of you explained, you need to create a barrier to contain them. Once they're trapped, I'll manipulate the calamity to weaken them. We can then extract information without any lethal force. Gojo nodded, his excitement evident. Alright, let's do this. I'll set up the barrier. You handle the rest. They moved swiftly, finding an open area that provided the perfect spot for their ambush. Gojo channeled his cursed energy, creating a shimmering barrier around the designated area. Wonder of you stood at the ready, his presence dark and foreboding. Now, we wait for them to walk into our trap. As they prepared, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the imminent confrontation. Gojo and Wonder of you were ready to face the approaching threat, their combined powers creating a formidable defense. The Sith agents' arrival. The Sith agents had gathered in the dense forests of Naboo, discussing the mysterious power spikes and the enigmatic young man responsible. Agent Voss, his cybernetic enhancements gleaming in the Naboo sunlight, spoke first. The energy readings are off the charts. What do we know about this target? Maravel, the skilled spy, responded. The Neimoidians described a young man with powers they've never seen before. His abilities seem to defy our understanding of the Force. Jarek Thul, the fleet commander, pondered aloud, could this power rival that of the Jedi? Or even surpass it? Nalave, the dark side alchemist, added, if his abilities are rooted in something other than the Force, it could mean an entirely new threat. We must approach with caution. Rincor, the tracker, leaned in. From what I've gathered, this young man can manipulate energy in ways that can cause immense destruction. Our usual tactics might not suffice. Voss nodded, his mechanical eye scanning the surroundings. And this Toru the Neimoidians mentioned? What kind of power does he have? Maravel, tapping into her network of intelligence, explained, the reports are vague, but it seems Toru can manipulate reality or perception. It could be a form of advanced mental manipulation or something more sinister. Jarek Thul, strategizing, added, a power like that could disrupt entire battle strategies. We need to be on high alert. Nalave, with her knowledge of dark side alchemy, suggested, we should consider that Toru might have abilities similar to Sith sorcery. If we can identify his weaknesses, we can exploit them. Rincor, the tracker, mentioned, I've set up monitoring devices around the perimeter. If Toru or this young man makes a move, we'll know. Agent Voss, taking command, summarized, our target is highly unpredictable and dangerous. We need to proceed with utmost caution and be prepared for anything. Maravel, nodding, added, agreed. We should also consider the possibility of other unknown factors at play. Jarek Thul concluded, let's stay sharp and work together. This mission could determine the balance of power in the galaxy. The agents nodded in agreement, their focus sharpening as they prepared to face an unknown and potentially deadly adversary. The confrontation begins. Gojo and Wonder of you had sensed the Sith agents' presence long before they arrived. As the agents moved through the forest, closing in on their position, Gojo's lips curled into a taunting smile. Looks like our guests are finally here, Gojo said, his voice dripping with mockery. Wonder of you nodded. Indeed. It's time to welcome them properly. The Sith agents, unaware of the trap awaiting them, continued their approach. Agent Voss, Maravel, Jarek Thul, Nalave and Rincor moved cautiously, their senses alert. Gojo's voice suddenly echoed through the trees, amplified by his cursed energy. Welcome to Purgatory, third-rate trash. I hope you enjoyed your journey. Now, let's see if you can handle what's coming next. Agent Voss scanned the area, his cybernetic eye enhancing his vision. Show yourself, coward. Gojo laughed, a sound that sent shivers down the agent's spines. Coward? You must be mistaken. I'm right here. With a sudden burst of energy, Gojo materialized in front of them, his presence overwhelming. The agents instinctively took defensive stances. You're the one causing all this disturbance? Maravel asked, her voice steady despite the tension. Gojo tilted his head, a playful glint in his eyes. Disturbance? I prefer to call it fun. Before the agents could react, Wonder of you appeared beside Gojo, its form imposing and menacing. Calamity awaits those who dare to challenge us, it intoned, its voice echoing ominously. Nalave, her eyes narrowed, assessed the situation. We should proceed with caution. This power, it's unlike anything we've encountered. Rincor activated his tracking devices, his gaze fixed on Gojo. Whatever you are, we will capture you. Gojo's smile widened. Capture me? I'd like to see you try. Wonder of you interjected, taunting them, this galaxy is governed by universal laws. If anyone tries to pursue me, calamity turns to harm them. If you hadn't tried to follow me, you would be living a happy life. Wonder of you, the flow of calamity is coming for you. The Sith agents exchanged uneasy glances, each realizing the gravity of the situation. They had underestimated their target, and now they faced a power beyond their comprehension. Agent Voss took a step forward, his cybernetic enhancements humming with energy. We will complete our mission no matter the cost. Gojo's expression turned serious, his eyes glinting with dangerous intent. Then come at me with everything you have. Let's see if you can survive this purgatory. With that, the confrontation erupted into chaos as Gojo and Wonder of You unleashed their overwhelming power against the Sith agents, each side testing the limits of their abilities in a battle that would determine the fate of Naboo. The taunt and the calamity. As the confrontation erupted into chaos, Gojo and Wonder of You ignored the Sith agents, speaking among themselves. Gojo, seemingly unconcerned by the danger, asked, "After we have extracted information, should we kill them?" Wonder of You responded, a sly smile on its face, "No, there's no need to make them hostages anyway, but I have my surprises." The Sith agents, infuriated by being ignored, felt their anger boiling over. Agent Voss, unable to contain his rage, attacked first, charging towards Gojo. Just as he lunged forward, a massive tree, struck by the flow of calamity, suddenly fell and pinned him to the ground. The agents froze, shock and fear evident in their expressions. Gojo smirked. "I warned you, didn't I?" Wonder of You's voice was menacingly calm. Calamity has a way of finding those who seek it. The remaining agents, now fully aware of the power they faced, braced themselves for the battle ahead. Detailed breakdown of the Sith agents, their species and battle style, for later chapter. Agent Voss. Species, human. Background, a former elite commando turned mercenary, known for his ruthlessness and efficiency. Abilities, expert in hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship, with cybernetic enhancements for increased strength and reflexes. Role, Sidious as Enforcer, deployed for high-risk operations and elimination missions. Mara-Vel. Species, human. Background, once a high-ranking intelligence officer, Vel turned to the dark side after a personal tragedy. Abilities, skilled in espionage, sabotage, and interrogation, with a knack for uncovering secrets. Role, Sidious as top spy, tasked with gathering intelligence and disrupting enemy plans from within. Jarek Thul. Species, human. Background, a rogue pilot and master tactician who joined Sidious for the promise of power. Abilities, exceptional pilot and strategist, capable of leading fleets and executing complex maneuvers. Role, Sidious as fleet commander, leading space operations and ensuring tactical supremacy. Nalave. Species, Twi'lek. Background, a former scientist whose experiments with the dark side have given her a unique understanding of its power. Abilities, proficient in dark side alchemy and biological enhancements, creating powerful abominations. Role, Sidious as chief scientist, developing new technologies and weapons for the Sith. Rincor. Species, Trandos Han. Background, a bounty hunter with a reputation for never failing to capture his target. Abilities, master tracker and hunter, equipped with advanced tracking devices and stealth gear. Role, Sidious as tracker, tasked with locating and capturing or eliminating high-value targets. Chapter 10, Unleashed Chaos. Gojo's impulsiveness. Suddenly, Gojo changed plans. With a grin, he dashed towards the Sith agents, eager for direct combat. His sudden move caught them off guard. Change of plans. Let's have some fun. Gojo yelled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Wonder of You, visibly annoyed by Gojo's impulsiveness, taunted, "Gojo, must you always complicate things? Very well, I'll handle this in my own way." The battle begins. Agent Vel, quick to react, shouted, "Regroup. Stay together." Jarek Thul, the strategist, tried to coordinate. "Form a perimeter. Don't let him isolate us." Nalave attempted to reinforce their position with dark side alchemy, creating barriers and defensive measures. Gojo, however, was relentless. His attacks were swift and precise, overwhelming their defenses. "You think these tricks will save you?" he taunted. Wonder of You, continuing his strategy in the background, set traps and manipulated the flow of calamity to incapacitate the agents. Gojo's techniques unleashed. Gojo raised his hand, channeling his cursed energy. Curse technique, blue. A powerful blast of energy erupted from his palm, sending Agent Vel flying and crashing into a tree. She groaned in pain, struggling to get back on her feet. Jarek Thul, seeing an opening, attempted to flank Gojo. "You're not invincible," he shouted, launching a series of blaster shots. Gojo deftly dodged, a playful smile on his face. "Is that the best you've got?" In an instant, Gojo activated his limitless technique, creating an invisible barrier that stopped Thul's attacks in their tracks. "You can't touch me," Gojo taunted, before flicking his finger. Curse technique, blue. A surge of gravitational force pulled Thul towards Gojo, who delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Nalave, desperate, summoned a dark alchemical beast to attack Gojo. "Let's see how you handle this," she hissed. The beast lunged at Gojo, its claws outstretched. Gojo stood his ground, his eyes flashing. Curse technique, blue. A powerful blast of energy erupted from his palm, disintegrating the beast mid-air. Nalave watched in horror as her creation was effortlessly destroyed. With a sudden intensity, Gojo prepared another attack. Black Flash, chain 25% output. His fists glowed with dark energy as he moved with blinding speed, striking Nalave with precision. The blow delivered a potent mix of physical and cursed energy, leaving her incapacitated but alive. Desperate, Jarek Thul summoned a squad of vulture droids, their engines roaring as they approached. "Destroy him!" Thul commanded. However, as the droids descended, they encountered Gojo's invisible barrier. Unable to perceive the barrier, the droids crashed into it, exploding spectacularly in the sky. Gojo glanced up at the sky, watching the fiery debris rain down. Nice try, he said with a smirk, but you can't break through my defenses. Finally, turning his attention back to Jarek Thul, Gojo's expression hardened. Black Flash, chain 25% output, he declared, his fist enveloped in dark energy. He struck Thul with a devastating blow, the force of the attack leaving him incapacitated on the ground, unable to move. Desperate measures. Rin Kor, realizing the futility of their situation, attempted to flee. We need to retreat, he shouted. However, as he ran, he found himself unable to leave the area. What's going on? He panicked, looking around frantically. Gojo chuckled. Did you really think you could escape? My barrier ensures that none of you can leave. The agents, now fully aware of their dire situation, fought with renewed desperation. Vel, using her espionage skills, tried to find a weakness in the barrier. Rin Kor, utilizing his tracker skill, coordinated a combined assault on Gojo. Focus your attacks on him. We can break through. Vel commanded. Gojo, enjoying the challenge, deftly countered their attacks. You really don't understand, do you? This is my barrier. Wonder of you, observing the chaos, commented, your persistence is admirable but ultimately futile. Calamity is inevitable. The final stand. As the battle reached its climax, the agents, exhausted and injured, made one last stand. Gojo, impressed by their tenacity, decided to end it decisively. With a final surge of energy, Gojo unleashed his most powerful curse technique, Blue, creating a massive gravitational force that pulled all the agents towards him, rendering them immobile. Wonder of you stepped forward, its presence menacing. Calamity has claimed you. Your efforts were in vain. The agents, now incapacitated and defeated, lay on the ground, unable to move. Gojo and Wonder of you prepared to extract the necessary information, knowing that their plan had succeeded beyond expectations. The Sith agents were gathered, but something was wrong with Agent Voss. He had used a pre-programmed droid to replace him, acting like a doppelganger. Gojo noticed and his expression darkened. He's not here. It's a fake. Wonder of you remained calm. Let's extract the information from these agents first, then we'll deal with the rest of these third-rate trash. Gojo smirked. Fine. Let's get what we need from them. They turned their attention to the captured agents, ready to begin their interrogation. Interrogation begins. Gojo stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Agent Vel. You're going to tell us everything you know. Who sent you and why are you here? Agent Vel, trying to maintain her composure, spat back. You'll get nothing from me. Wonder of you moved closer, his presence looming and ominous. I have ways to make you talk, he said, his voice dripping with malice. Let's start with something invasive. With a flick of his hand, Wonder of you summoned a swarm of parasitic insects, their bodies glowing with dark energy. They buzzed around Agent Vel, who struggled against her restraints. What are those? Vel stammered, fear creeping into her voice. Oblé da, Wonder of you chanted softly. These creatures will burrow into your mind, extracting every piece of knowledge you possess. The process is excruciatingly painful. Gojo, always eager to test his limits, silently enhanced Wonder of you's abilities. The parasitic insects began to glow brighter, their power amplified. They became capable not only of extracting knowledge but also of implanting a deep obedience to Wonder of you's will. Wonder of you glanced at Gojo, a smile forming on his lips. On second thought, I'll let the insects do their work. The insects swarmed over Agent Vel, their dark energy piercing her mind. She screamed in agony as they delved deep into her consciousness. Within moments, her resistance crumbled, and her eyes glazed over with submission. Who sent you? Wonder of you demanded, his voice cold. Darth Sidius, Vel replied mechanically. We were sent to investigate and neutralize the threat here. Wonder of you's gaze intensified. Why are you invading this planet? And how many of those giant ships do you have? Vel's voice was strained but obedient. We are here to secure the planet and eliminate any threats. There are several Lucrehulk-class battleships in our fleet, each carrying thousands of battle droids. Gojo, intrigued, leaned in closer. Does this Sidious have any apprentices or allies that we should know about? Vel's eyes flickered with fear. Yes, he has an apprentice, Darth Maul. He is powerful and ruthless, a formidable opponent. Gojo smirked, satisfied with the answers. Good. Now we know what we're up against. Gojo pondered for a moment, his expression darkening. Let's kill them. They've served their purpose. Wonder of you interjected, his tone calm yet firm. Gojo, let me remind you. Instead of killing them, we could use them as our eyes and ears. These third-rate trash might still be useful for future surprises. A well-placed pawn can be far more valuable than a discarded piece and for future surprises that might have come. Gojo raised an eyebrow, considering the suggestion. You think they can be turned? Wonder of you nodded. With the right persuasion, yes. They can serve us, providing valuable information and support. Gojo's smirk returned. All right. We'll keep them alive, for now. But the moment they outlive their usefulness. Wonder of you finished the sentence with a chilling finality. They will meet their end. The Sith agents, now broken and submissive, were left to ponder their fate as Gojo and Wonder of you solidified their plans. Agent Voss's strategic moves. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Naboo, Agent Voss had already detected the failure of his droid and sensed that his companions were likely dead or captured. Determined to be fully prepared for any confrontation, he began organizing the Neimoidians and their droid army. Bring in the heavy weapons, Voss ordered, his voice firm and commanding. We need to be ready for anything. The Neimoidians, visibly nervous, scrambled to comply. Battle droids, tanks, and other heavy artillery were mobilized, creating an imposing defensive perimeter around the capital. One Neimoidian, trembling, whispered to another, "Did he say heavy weapons? We're going to need a bigger budget for this." Another Neimoidian, equally nervous, added, "I just fixed the last set of droids. Why does it feel like they're going to be scrap metal by the end of the day?" A third chimed in, "Forget the droids, who's going to explain this to the Trade Federation? We're going to need a miracle." Their nervous banter continued as they rushed to execute Voss's orders, trying to hide their fear with humor. Voss's resolve hardened. "We will crush them," he vowed. "Whatever it takes." Third POV. Queen Amidala, Co Bibble, and her 5 handmaidens Irdi, Yuni, Padme, Rabi, and Sach were surrounded by 20 droids. Captain Panika and 4 Naboo guards were also held at gunpoint. Nute Gunray and Rune Heiko stood in the middle of the room, overseeing the situation via hologram. Co Bibble broke the tense silence. "How will you explain this invasion to the Senate?" Nute Gunray responded with calm confidence. "The Naboo and the Federation will forge a treaty that will legitimize our occupation here. I've been assured it will be ratified by the Senate." Queen Amidala, with unwavering determination, declared, "I will not cooperate." Nute's demeanor turned slightly more menacing. Now, Your Highness. You are not going to like what we have in store for your people. In time, their suffering will persuade you to see our point of view." He then addressed the droid commander. "Commander." 9 stepped forward, acknowledging the order. "Yes, sir." He turned to his sergeant. "Take them to Camp 4. Amidala, noticing the hologram flickering, seized the moment to question, "Viceroy, why do you hide behind a hologram? Are you too afraid to face us in person?" Nute's hologram flickered, showing a hint of his embarrassment. "I have pressing matters to attend to. Rest assured, you are in capable hands." Rune Heiko's voice could be heard off-screen, adding, "Yes, very pressing. Can't afford to be, distracted." The hologram flickered again as if Nute was hastily cutting the connection. Queen Amidala couldn't help but smirk at the Viceroy's evident cowardice, even as they were led out by the droids. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a powerful energy surge rippled through the city. The sky above the capital darkened, and a loud explosion echoed through the air. The guards and droids looked around in confusion and panic. In the midst of the chaos, Gojo Satoru appeared, his aura radiating overwhelming power. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important," he said with a smirk, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The droids immediately aimed their blasters at him, but Gojo effortlessly deflected the shots with a flick of his wrist. His presence commanded attention, and even the hologram of Nute Gunray flickered with visible fear. Queen Amidala and her entourage watched in awe as Gojo's power unleashed a whirlwind of destruction upon the droids, dismantling them with ease. The entire city seemed to be in uproar as Gojo demonstrated the true extent of his abilities. As the dust settled, Gojo turned his attention back to the captives and the hologram. "Now, where were we? Ah yes, the treaty. I think it's safe to say negotiations have failed." Chapter 11, Gojo's arrival at Naboo's capital city. Gojo Satoru strolled through the outskirts of Naboo, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar landscape. The path ahead led him to a bustling city, which he quickly realized was the capital. With his usual carefree attitude, he walked towards it, intrigued by the commotion he could sense within. As he entered the city, Gojo couldn't help but admire the architecture and the droids patrolling the streets. His curiosity piqued, he decided to test their reactions. "Hey there, metalheads!" Gojo called out, waving his hand mockingly. The droids turned their mechanical heads towards him, their sensors locking onto his position. Without warning, they raised their blasters, ready to engage. "Well, that's not very friendly," Gojo remarked, smirking. "Guess I'll have to teach you some manners." The droids fired, but Gojo easily evaded the shots, his movements almost a blur. He countered with a swift punch, his cursed energy amplifying the force and sending the nearest droid flying into a building. The impact left a sizable dent, and the droid crumpled to the ground, sparks flying. The remaining droids quickly adapted, calling for reinforcements. Heavy artillery, including tanks and mounted blasters, began converging on Gojo's location, all part of Agent Voss's preemptive strategy. Gojo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he faced the onslaught. "This is more like it," he said, his voice filled with anticipation. As the first tank fired, Gojo effortlessly deflected the shell with a barrier of cursed energy, sending it spiraling back towards another group of droids, which exploded on impact. The heavy weapons continued their barrage, but Gojo weaved through the chaos, his movements fluid and precise. "Is that all you've got?" Gojo taunted, sending out a surge of cursed energy that obliterated another wave of droids. Throughout the chaos, Agent Voss watched from a hidden vantage point, coordinating the attacks but keeping his distance. He knew better than to engage directly with such a powerful adversary. Gojo's battle with the droids and heavy artillery intensified. With each wave of enemies, his grin widened, his power seemed limitless. The city's structures shook from the force of the explosions and impacts, but Gojo remained unfazed. In the midst of the battle, Gojo decided to push his limits further. Summoning more cursed energy, he unleashed a series of devastating attacks, each more powerful than the last. The ground beneath him cracked, and buildings around him began to crumble under the sheer force of his power. "All right, Let's see how you handle this. Gojo shouted. He used blue at 100% output. A massive explosion of cursed energy erupted from his position, sweeping through the city and decimating the remaining droids and artillery. The shockwave sent debris flying in all directions, and the once bustling capital city was now a scene of utter destruction. As the dust settled, Gojo stood amidst the rubble, his expression one of satisfaction. That was fun, he said, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Now, let's see who else wants to play. With the city now in ruins and the heavy weapons silenced, Gojo turned his attention towards the central palace, where he sensed the presence of more enemies. His adventure on Naples was far from over, and he was ready for whatever came next. Continue from previous part. As the dust settled, Gojo turned his attention back to the captives and the hologram. Now, where were we? Ah yes, the treaty. I think it's safe to say negotiations have failed. The Viceroy's hologram flickered, showing a face twisted in confusion and fear. What happened to the droid guards outside the castle? He demanded. Gojo smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. I blew them off. The Viceroy's expression shifted from confusion to sheer panic as he realized who he was dealing with. Gojo continued, his voice boastful and playful, you're the one Toru threatened, right? Newt Gunray and Rune Heiko exchanged nervous glances, their fear evident. You know Toru? Newt stammered. Gojo's grin widened. He's right beside me now. Suddenly, Toru materialized next to Gojo, his presence dark and menacing. Greetings, he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. I see my reputation precedes me. Newt Gunray and Rune Heiko's reactions were a mix of terror and disbelief. In his panic, Newt tripped over his own feet and fell to the ground. Heiko tried to hide behind a smaller droid, only to realize it offered no protection. Why you can't be serious, Newt stuttered. This is a nightmare. Suddenly, the Neimoidians seemed to find a glimmer of hope. Toru is in Naples, right? He won't be able to travel from Naples to space in mere seconds, Newt said, trying to reassure himself. Gojo mocked them, his voice full of amusement. Oh, really? Realizing the gravity of their situation, the Neimoidians abruptly terminated the communication, their holograms flickering out in an instant. Queen Amidala's reaction. As Gojo and Toru's formidable presence dominated the room, the fake Queen Amidala, Sabe, composed herself and stepped forward. Her eyes, initially wide with shock, now gleamed with gratitude and a rekindled sense of purpose. We owe you our deepest thanks, Sabe said, her voice steady despite the recent chaos. Your intervention has saved us from a dire fate. However, we need to get to the hangar. Can you help us? Gojo, as usual, shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I have no problem with that. Before they could proceed, Gojo turned his attention to a hidden corner of the room. The ones hiding, 3 of you, come out, he said calmly. Reunion with the monks. From the shadows, Jedi Knights Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Jar Jar Binks emerged, their expressions a mix of relief and admiration. Gojo's eyes lit up with recognition and amusement. Monks with hair. Long time no see, he greeted, a playful smirk on his face. Qui-Gon stepped forward, nodding appreciatively. Your timing was impeccable, Gojo. You've saved us from a difficult situation. Obi-Wan added, with a nod of respect, we've come to expect nothing less from you. Your abilities continue to impress. Jar Jar, though less eloquent, managed to convey his awe. Yusa did a bombad job. Mesa impressed. Gojo smiled, appreciating the compliments. Thanks. Now, let's get to that hangar and see what other surprises this place has in store. Before moving, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan noticed Queen Amidala standing nearby. They bowed respectfully. Qui-Gon introduced himself, Your Highness, I am Qui-Gon Jinn, and this is my apprentice, Obi-Wan Kenobi. We are Jedi Knights sent by the Republic to assist you. Amidala, still in her guise, nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Master Jedi. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. Sabe, still maintaining her composure as the fake Queen Amidala, approached the group. We owe you our deepest thanks. Gojo interjected, less talk, more move. As they prepared to leave, Qui-Gon noticed something peculiar. Gojo had materialized Toru in human form, visible to everyone. A thought crossed Qui-Gon's mind, his curiosity piqued. Why has Gojo made Toru visible to all of us? What is his true plan? This move must have a deeper purpose, he pondered, carefully observing the pair's interaction. The group, united in their purpose, readied themselves to head toward the hangar. The air was thick with anticipation, each member aware that the challenges ahead would test their resolve and strength. Arrival at the hangar. As the group moved through the palace towards the main hangar, Captain Panika turned to the group. We need to free those P. Before he could finish his sentence, Gojo suddenly jumped ahead. Hey guys, wonderful day, he exclaimed. In an instant, he moved at hypersonic speed, a blur of energy that darted through the hangar. The droids didn't stand a chance. In a matter of seconds, Gojo had decapitated all of the droids in the hangar, their metallic heads clattering to the floor in a chaotic symphony. Queen Amidala and Captain Panika stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock. How did he? Amidala began, but words failed her. Panika shook his head in disbelief. I've never seen anything like it. Qui-Gon Jinn stepped forward, a hint of amusement in his eyes. You'll get used to him, he said. Gojo is by far the most arrogant, yet the most powerful person I have ever met. Gojo, hearing the compliment, turned back to the group with a wide grin. Arrogant? I prefer confident. Now, let's get those pilots free and get moving. The group, still in awe of Gojo's display of power, quickly regrouped and continued their mission, their resolve strengthened by the presence of such a formidable ally. The surprise in the hangar. Suddenly, a woman in a pilot's uniform came running towards them, tears streaming down her face. She stumbled and fell in front of Gojo and Toru, her fear palpable. Please don't hurt me, she begged, her voice trembling. Toru stepped forward, his presence still menacing yet attempting to be reassuring. Don't worry, we are friends, he said, his tone almost soothing. The pilot looked up, eyes filled with hope and confusion. Are you really friends? Gojo nodded, his expression calm. Indeed, we are friends. Suddenly, his demeanor changed. With a swift movement, he punched the pilot with reinforced cursed energy. But we are friends of justice. Toru, smirking, added, that's right. We are friends that will deliver you to hell. The impact of Gojo's punch was felt through the hangar, the force of it rippling outward. The scene shifted, the background filled with dramatic lines and shadows, emphasizing the intensity of the moment. The pilot's disguise fell away, revealing the true identity of Agent Voss. Gojo chuckled, the dramatic flair of his movements reminiscent of a certain anime style. You need to get an Oscar award after this. Agent Voss, now exposed and cornered, realized the ruse was up. He clenched his teeth, the dramatic close-up of his face showing his frustration and desperation. Toru's eyes glinted with amusement. You thought you could deceive us? How naive. The Jedi, witnessing this sudden act of violence, were shocked. Qui-Gon stepped forward, his voice stern. Gojo, what are you doing? Gojo turned, the dramatic wind seemingly blowing his hair. Taking out the trash. Qui-Gon's face was a mix of disapproval and concern, but there was no denying the efficiency of Gojo's methods. The tension in the hangar grew as the reality of the situation settled in, and the group prepared for the next phase of their confrontation. The revelation. Gojo, noticing the Jedi's shock, took a step back and gestured towards Agent Voss. It's the third-rate trash trying to assassinate me, he explained, his tone matter-of-fact. Toru, with a smirk, added, to be precise, agents were sent to capture us. They underestimated who they were dealing with. The Jedi exchanged glances, realization dawning on their faces. Qui-Gon nodded, understanding the situation. Your eyes can see through lies and plans, Gojo. It seems your abilities are even more impressive than we remembered. Obi-Wan, still slightly taken aback, commented, indeed. Your power to see the truth is a valuable asset. Gojo shrugged, a hint of pride in his expression. It's all in a day's work. Now, shall we proceed? The final confrontation. As Agent Voss lay on the ground, beaten but not entirely broken, he suddenly pulled out a detonator, a desperate glint in his eyes. If you all don't come with me, I'll detonate this entire hangar, he threatened, his finger hovering over the button. Panic erupted among the group. Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Queen Amidala, and Captain Panica's eyes widened in fear. The thought of the entire hangar exploding sent chills down their spines. Obi-Wan whispered urgently, we can't let him do that. We need to disarm him. Qui-Gon, trying to maintain his calm, said, we have to think this through. Any sudden move could trigger the detonator. Queen Amidala's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, is there no way to stop him? We can't risk everyone's lives. Captain Panica's hand tightened on his blaster. We need to act fast. We can't let him control the situation. Gojo, however, merely laughed. His expression shifted to one of menace as he took a menacing stance. You should pick your words carefully since it will be your last, he taunted, his voice low and dangerous. Turning to Toru, Gojo commanded, we've got what we needed. His tone was decisive, showing no fear of the threat before him. Toru chuckled darkly. Sayonara day, goodbye, he said, his voice dripping with malice. Agent Voss, confusion crossing his face, tried to comprehend the situation. Hey? You think I'm bluff, he began, but his words were cut short. Suddenly, a fatal wave of calamity struck him. A yellow Naboo starfighter, previously dormant, roared to life. It shot forward, crashing into Voss with such force that his body was reduced to a puddle of blood and broken machinery. The room fell silent, the only sound being the fading hum of the starfighter's engines. The Jedi, Queen Amidala, and Captain Panica stared in shock at the scene before them. In her thoughts, Queen Amidala was both horrified and relieved. This man, Gojo, he's a force of nature. But without him, we might all be dead. What kind of power does he wield? Qui-Gon Jinn's mind raced with concern and intrigue. We already knew Gojo and Toru were powerful, but I never imagined they could be so cruel. Yet, his intervention just saved countless lives. Obi-Wan Kenobi, though young and brash, felt a deep unease. We've seen their power before, but this level of cruelty is new. We must tread carefully. Captain Panica, ever the practical soldier, was focused on the immediate implications. We're out of immediate danger, but what's the cost? These two could turn against us at any moment. Gojo broke the silence, his voice calm and unperturbed. Well, that's taken care of. Shall we proceed again? The group, still reeling from the display of power and violence, nodded numbly. They had seen firsthand the terrifying capabilities of Gojo and Toru. Chapter 12, Boarding the Royal Starship. As the group moved towards the Naboo Royal Starship, Gojo, satisfied with the chaos he had wrought, seemed ready to depart. His stride was casual, as if he hadn't just turned a battlefield into his playground. Suddenly, he halted, turned to the group, and with a mischievous grin, declared, "All right folks, it's been fun, but I'm liaising." Queen Amidala's voice rang out, firm and resolute. "Your name is Gojo, right? Please wait. Come with us. We still need your help." Captain Panika, ever the cautious protector, immediately interjected, "Your Majesty, this man is dangerous." Amidala turned to him, her expression unwavering. "This man's power has proven to be more valuable than we could have imagined. He has enough fighting power to stand against the Separatists." She then directed her gaze back to Gojo, her eyes filled with determination. "I will reward you later for your assistance." At that moment, Toru's telepathic voice echoed in Gojo's mind. "We still need labs to increase our Lokakaka fruit production and potentially create new variants if we have the proper facilities." Gojo paused, considering the proposition. A grin slowly spread across his face as he realized the potential benefits. "All right," he replied, his voice filled with a newfound excitement. "I'll help." The group boarded the royal starship, the tension from the previous battle still lingering in the air. As they settled into the ship, the realization of their next steps began to set in. Inside the ship, Amidala turned to her companions. "We need to regroup and plan our next move. The Separatists won't stop, and neither can we." Gojo leaned against a wall, his demeanor relaxed yet alert. "So, what's the plan?" he asked, looking around at the group. Qui-Gon stepped forward, his expression serious. "We need to reach Coruscant and present our case to the Senate. It's crucial that they understand the gravity of the situation here on Naboo." Obi-Wan nodded in agreement. "And we must be prepared for any further attacks. The Separatists are likely to respond aggressively once they realize we have escaped." Amidala, her resolve unshaken, added, "We will also need to find a way to free our people and end this occupation. The suffering of Naboo must end." Gojo listened, his eyes flicking to Toru for a moment. "Looks like things are about to get interesting," he said with a smirk. "And I do love a good challenge." Toru, standing beside him, shared the sentiment. "Indeed. The opportunities for us are limitless. We must seize every advantage." As the ship lifted off, the group settled in for the journey ahead. The path was fraught with danger, but with Gojo and Toru on their side, they felt a renewed sense of hope and determination. The fate of Naboo and perhaps the galaxy hung in the balance. Droid hold. Inside the Naboo royal starship, Obi-Wan Kenobi led Jar Jar Binks into a low, cramped doorway. The small room was filled with a long row of 5 short, dome-topped astro droids, known as R2 units. Each droid looked identical, except for their paint color, and they all appeared to be shut down. "Now stay here, and keep out of trouble," Obi-Wan instructed Jar Jar firmly as he closed the door behind him. Jar Jar looked around the confined space, his eyes settling on the silent droids. "Hello, boyos," he greeted them, but received no response. "Dissa want a longo trip, hey?" Curiosity getting the better of him, Jar Jar tapped a bright red R2 unit on the head. To his surprise, its head popped up slightly. He gasped as he lifted the head further, revealing many springs and components inside. "'Tis opens?" "Oops!" Jar Jar exclaimed, quickly closing the droid's head again, clearly embarrassed by his blunder. "Yoi! Just yoken!" Outer space. The Naboo royal starship was under heavy bombardment from the Trade Federation's Lucrehulk class battleships. Blaster fire from the Federation's ship streaked through space, striking the Naboo vessel repeatedly. Inside the cockpit, Ricoli and his crew worked frantically to keep the ship from being destroyed. "Shields are down. We need to get them back online, now." Rick shouted over the chaos. The droids in the hold were all active, each working on a different task to repair the ship's systems. Among them, a lone blue R2 unit, R2-D2, maneuvered swiftly and efficiently. As blaster bolts rocked the ship, R2-D2 extended his repair arm and began bypassing the main power drive. Sparks flew, and the ship trembled as R2-D2 worked against the clock. Cockpit. In the cockpit, the lights flickered and then stabilized as the power systems came back online. Ricoli glanced at the control panel, relief washing over him. "Power's back. That little droid did it." He bypassed the main power drive. "Deflector shield up, at maximum. Droid hold." As the ship steadied, Jar Jar looked around in amazement. "Yusa did a bombad job." "Mesa impressed," he said to the droids, though he had no idea which one was responsible. R2-D2, having finished its repairs, returned inside the ship. With its systems restored, the Naboo spacecraft raced away from the Federation battleship, leaving their pursuers behind. Cockpit. Ricoli focused on the instruments as the ship accelerated away from the Lucrehulk class battleships. "Hold on, everyone. We're getting out of here," he announced. Queen Amidala, standing behind the pilots, watched the stars blur into streaks as they entered hyperspace. "Good work, everyone," she said, her voice steady. "We've made it through the worst. For now." New encounter. Suddenly, the ship's sensors blared warnings as 50 vulture droids appeared on their tail. "Vulture droids are chasing us!" Ricoli exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. Gojo, sensing the threat, spoke up with a calm determination. "You guys go ahead. I will deal with the cloistered iron on the outside." Obi-Wan, puzzled, asked, "We're in one ship. How can you?" Before he could finish, Gojo suddenly disappeared. An explosion erupted outside the ship, causing everyone to react. Did he just vanish? Captain Panica said, his eyes wide with disbelief. Queen Amidala, equally astonished, commented, I've never seen anything like this. His power is incredible. Riccoli, focused on piloting, added, if he can handle those droids, we might just make it. Qui-Gon, Jinn and Obi-Wan exchanged a look of realization. I know Gojo can breathe in space, but I never knew he could disappear and reappear to deal with threats this swiftly, Qui-Gon thought aloud. Obi-Wan nodded, his abilities are beyond anything we've encountered. Let's hope the Jedi Council doesn't provoke this man, or at least we don't need to make an enemy of him. Outside, Gojo was a whirlwind of energy and power, dismantling the vulture droids with precision and ease, ensuring the safety of the Naboo Royal starship as it sped away through the vastness of space. The fight in space. Gojo, floating effortlessly in the vacuum of space, surveyed the field of battle. His eyes gleamed as he punched through one of the vulture droids, sending it spiraling into a fiery explosion. As the debris cleared, Gojo suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon, an ethereal glow surrounding the remnants of the droid, pulsating with what appeared to be cursed energy and souls. Interesting, Gojo mused, his mind racing. He focused on the energy, his 6 eyes revealing the intricate details. So many souls, so much cursed energy. Gojo smirked to himself, his thoughts racing. The Jedi think they're one with the Force, but they have no idea about the power of cursed energy. Every ounce of malevolence, every twisted soul, it all adds to my strength. With renewed vigor, Gojo launched himself towards the swarm of vulture droids. Each movement was precise, a blur of motion and power. He weaved through the blaster fire, dodging with ease, his hands glowing with cursed energy. Curse technique, blue, he intoned, pulling several droids towards him with an irresistible force. As they converged, Gojo's fist met them in a devastating explosion, tearing through their metallic frames. The remaining vulture droids attempted to regroup, their AI systems calculating new attack patterns. But Gojo was relentless. He summoned a sphere of compressed energy, launching it into the heart of the swarm. Maximum output, blue, Gojo declared. The sphere detonated, a shockwave of cursed energy radiating outward, disintegrating droids in its wake. As the last of the vulture droids were destroyed, Gojo paused, floating amidst the wreckage. The cursed energy from the fallen enemies swirled around him, drawn to his presence like moths to a flame. He could feel the power amplifying, the souls adding to his already immense strength. All this power, and it just keeps growing, Gojo thought, a sense of awe and satisfaction washing over him. As Gojo hovered amidst the wreckage, basking in the aftermath of his victory, he suddenly felt a prickle at the back of his mind, a sensation that told him he was being watched. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the surrounding space and noticed a distant figure observing him through binoculars. Darth Maul, positioned at the edge of a hangar on the Lucrehulk battleship, intently watched Gojo's every move. The Sith Lord's yellow eyes gleamed with curiosity and malice as he took in the display of power that had just obliterated an entire swarm of vulture droids. Sensing the scrutiny, Gojo turned slowly, locking eyes with the distant Maul. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he casually raised his hand and extended his middle finger in a mocking salute. Darth Maul's eyes widened in fury. His grip on the binoculars tightened, and he nearly crushed them in his rage. He seethed silently, his thoughts a maelstrom of anger and disbelief. How dare this stranger mock him, a Sith Lord, with such blatant disrespect? From his vantage point, Gojo chuckled, enjoying the reaction he had provoked. Just as Maul's anger reached its peak, Gojo suddenly vanished, disappearing into thin air. Maul was left in stunned silence, his mind racing with confusion. How could someone with such immense power appear out of nowhere, destroy an entire swarm of vulture droids, and then disappear instantly? His fury was now mixed with an unsettling sense of bewilderment as he grappled with the reality of Gojo's incredible abilities. Author thought. I guess 50 power stones still hard to gain, but I'm glad that the collection increased very significantly, therefore I still reward with double chapter thanks. Also give me a review so I can make this story awesome. Chapter 13, Maul's Investigation. As Maul examined the wreckage of the starfighter that had obliterated Agent Voss, his thoughts turned with a mixture of anger and confusion. The level of destruction was unlike anything he'd seen before, clearly not the work of the Jedi but of the mysterious space silver guy. Maul's mind flashed back to the moment he received the middle finger from Gojo, a gesture that only fueled his anger. Maul contacted Sidius, his master's hologram flickering to life. Master, I have examined the site. Agent Voss was obliterated by a Naboo starfighter that suddenly activated and crashed into him. This is not the work of the Jedi. Sidious's eyes narrowed. And the rest of the agents? Their signals have gone dark in the forest, Maul reported, his tone cold and factual. Sidious paused, considering the implications. Return to the droid control Lucrehulk, he ordered. Maul allowed himself a rare moment of dark humor. The one with the big hole, Master. Sidious, his patience clearly wearing thin, sighed. Yes, the one with the big hole. Maul's expression turned serious. Is the Lucrehulk still functional? Sidious's gaze hardened. That you must ask the Viceroy. Maul's thoughts continued to churn as he ended the communication. The game had changed, and he knew he would need to adapt quickly to confront this new challenge. The memory of Gojo's mocking gesture remained fresh in his mind, a constant reminder of the battle yet to come. Chaos on the Lucrehulk. Back on the Lucrehulk, the situation had devolved into a state of near-comical chaos. Viceroy Nute Gunray and Rune Heiko were barking orders frantically, trying to maintain control over their increasingly dysfunctional droid army. All droids, continue patrol 24 hours straight. Viceroy Gunray commanded, his voice tinged with desperation. Normally, the droids would have shifts to allow for repairs and maintenance, but the fear of the silver-haired guy and his threat through Toru had thrown all sense of protocol out the window. Runheiko glanced nervously at the screens displaying the patrol routes. But, Viceroy, the droids are showing signs of wear and tear. They're moving slower and becoming less responsive. Gunray waved a dismissive hand, his eyes wide with fear. I don't care. Keep them patrolling. We cannot afford to let our guard down for even a moment. In the control room, a few droids, visibly limping and sparking from overuse, tried to execute their patrol routes. One droid, attempting to turn a corner, simply keeled over, its circuits fried from the non-stop activity. Great, Heiko muttered under his breath, now we're just patrolling with broken toys. As if things couldn't get worse, an alarm blared, indicating a critical systems failure. A technician droid reported, life support system has decreased to 49%. Gunray's face turned an interesting shade of green. What do you mean 49%? We need at least 50 to breathe properly. Heiko smirked, unable to hide his amusement. Well, Viceroy, it seems even the life support system is overworked. Maybe it needs a shift break too. Gunray glared at him. This is no time for jokes, Rune. We need to fix this before. Another alarm blared, louder this time, as another droid clattered to the floor in pieces. The Viceroy threw his hands up in exasperation. I swear, if that silver-haired guy shows up again, I'll personally hand over the keys to the Lucrehulk. Heiko chuckled. Keys to a ship with a big hole and no functioning droids? I'm sure he'll be thrilled. The scene on the Lucrehulk was a far cry from the imposing control they once had, now reduced to a comedy of errors, with both leaders anxiously waiting for the next calamity to strike. Maul's arrival on the Lucrehulk. Darth Maul, his presence imposing and intimidating, made his way through the corridors of the Lucrehulk. The droids and crew members scurried out of his path, their anxiety palpable. Maul's silence was more terrifying than any words he could have spoken. He reached the main bridge where Viceroy Nute Gunray and Rune Heiko were overseeing the chaotic operations. Maul, with his usual few words, asked, is the Lucrehulk still operational? Viceroy Gunray, visibly flustered, stepped forward. Lord Maul, we are experiencing severe difficulties. The droids have been overused due to constant patrols, and many are malfunctioning. The life support system has also dropped to 49%. We're doing everything we can to maintain control. Rune Heiko added nervously, we've had to keep the droids on patrol non-stop because of the silver-haired guy and his accomplice, Toru. We fear they might strike again. Maul's expression remained stoic, but his presence seemed to darken the room further. Enough. Prepare to move to the capital city of Naboo. The Viceroy and Heiko exchanged a worried glance. To the capital, Lord Maul. Gunray stammered. But Toru was last seen in Naboo. His appearance has caused significant damage, and our men haven't slept well since. They're terrified of what he might do next. Maul's eyes narrowed. We confront them. The Neimoidians nodded reluctantly, their fear of Maul outweighing their terror of Toru. As they scrambled to comply with Maul's orders, the Viceroy couldn't help but mutter to Heiko, I just hope we survive this. Between Maul, the silver-haired guy, and Toru, we're caught between a rock and a hard place. Heiko, trying to remain optimistic, replied, let's just hope our luck holds out. Maybe this time, we'll get through it without losing more than we already have. With the orders given, the Lucrehulk's remaining operational systems were directed towards preparing for their move to the capital city of Naboo. The bridge buzzed with a mix of fear and determination as everyone braced for the next phase of their struggle against the formidable threats they faced. In the depths of Coruscant. Deep within the shadowy underbelly of Coruscant, in a concealed and heavily fortified chamber, Darth Plagueis awoke from his Bacta tank. The dim lighting barely illuminated the room, casting eerie shadows on the walls. As the dark liquid drained from the tank, Plagueis' eyes snapped open, a feeling of disturbance rippling through the force. Darth Sidius, already present and intending to wake his master, watched as Plagueis emerged from the tank, his expression one of grim determination. Plagueis spoke first, his voice resonating with both power and curiosity. What has happened with the Force? Why does it feel as though a third power has just emerged? Sidious bowed his head slightly before responding, his tone deferential. Master, a disturbance has indeed occurred. There are reports of a mysterious young man with immense power and another figure known as Toru, who together have wreaked havoc. Plagueis' eyes narrowed, his mind processing the information. And the Sith agents? Sidious's expression remained composed as he delivered the unsettling news. 4 of them have lost contact. One was found dead in a particularly gruesome manner. Plagueis, ever the calm and calculated Sith Lord, showed little outward emotion. They were among our finest. It is a shame they perished. His tone, though calm, held an undercurrent of disappointment and curiosity about these new powers that had emerged. Sidious continued, his voice carrying a hint of concern. Master, I felt something strange, not the Force but death itself, suddenly chasing you just as you felt, but only for a moment. I think I understand why carrying that sickness made you want to chase immortality. Plagueis' eyes gleamed with cunning as he absorbed this information. So, this Toru suddenly appears and then disappears, correct? Sidious nodded. Yes, Master. For a brief moment, he even turned into a droid. A sinister smile crept across Plagueis' face. Interesting. We must learn more about these new players and their abilities. They could either become valuable assets or formidable foes. For now, we will watch and wait, ready to strike when the time is right. The 2 Sith Lords stood in the dimly lit chamber, their minds already turning towards how to confront and possibly harness this new, formidable power that had appeared in the galaxy. Plague Ace then commanded, "Send Maul to Naboo and wait for further instruction." Sidious responded, "I have already sent the control Lucrehulk to Naboo. It has a big hole, and it seems the systems in the Lucrehulk are failing." Plague Ace, surprised, asked, "Did Toru cause the big hole?" Sidious shook his head. "It was caused by the mysterious young man." Plague Ace's expression turned thoughtful. "Then we have two unknown variables. This will require careful planning and observation. We must be prepared for anything." Plague Ace then gave another order, "When they arrive at Coruscant, inform me. I need a place close but not detectable. I want to learn what power they wield, as the current dark side of the Force is not ready to unleash that magnitude of power." Sidious's eyes gleamed with hidden ambition as he responded, "Of course, Master. I will make the necessary arrangements." Chapter 14, Yes. Gojo Satoru the Strongest. Int. Naboo Spacecraft, Queen's Chambers. In the elegantly appointed chambers of the Naboo spacecraft, Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Captain Panaka, and a small blue droid stood before Queen Amidala and her three handmaidens, Padme, Irti, and Rabi. The tension in the room was palpable, a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. Captain Panaka stepped forward, his voice filled with a mix of pride and gratitude. "An extremely well put together little droid. Without a doubt, it saved the ship, as well as our lives." Queen Amidala, her regal demeanor unwavering, acknowledged the captain's words. "It is to be commended. What is its number?" The little blue droid emitted a series of cheerful bleeps. Captain Panaka leaned over, scraping some dirt off the side of the droid to reveal its designation. "R2-D2, Your Highness," he read aloud. Amidala's expression softened slightly as she addressed the droid. "Thank you, R2-D2. She then turned her attention to Toru. "Your friend Gojo, when will he arrive?" Toru began to respond, "He'll arrive just." Suddenly, Gojo appeared in the room, a wide grin on his face. "Now," he announced cheerfully. Gojo being Gojo, greeted them with a playful and confident demeanor, "Missed me already?" Qui-Gon, used to Gojo's antics, merely sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. "Gojo, your timing is impeccable as always." Captain Panaka, startled by Gojo's sudden appearance, instinctively reached for his weapon. However, Queen Amidala interjected calmly, "It's fine, Captain Panaka." Panaka hesitated, then holstered his blaster, still wary but trusting the Queen's judgment. The room, now buzzing with a mix of curiosity and relief, settled into a cautious anticipation of what lay ahead. Gojo looked around and asked, "So, where is our journey going to start?" Qui-Gon answered, "We are going to travel to a remote planet called Tatooine. It is a system far beyond the reach of the Trade Federation. There we will be able to make needed repairs, then travel on to Coruscant." Captain Panaka interjected, his concern evident. "Your Highness, Tatooine is very dangerous. It's controlled by an alliance of gangs called the Hutts. I do not agree with the Jedi on this." Gojo smirked and said, "Well, more thugs to kill." Queen Amidala then addressed the group, "Captain, Master Jedi please leave us, except for you, Gojo and Toru. It seems you know something." She looked directly at Gojo. Qui-Gon advised, "Although I have known Gojo for only a few days, I am familiar with his personality. I suggest you keep me here." Queen Amidala insisted, "Please leave, Master Jedi, since this secret has been known by Gojo himself." With a reluctant nod, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Captain Panaka exited the chamber, leaving Queen Amidala, Padme, Gojo, and Toru alone. In the elegantly appointed chambers of the Naboo spacecraft, Queen Amidala, Padme, Gojo, and Toru stood facing each other. The air was thick with tension, the weight of recent revelations hanging heavily between them. Sabe, disguised as Queen Amidala, fixed her gaze on Gojo. "It seems you know about it, Gojo." Gojo nodded, a playful grin on his face. "Yup, that you are fake and the real one is that handmaiden," he said, pointing casually toward Padme. "Nice try, though." Padme stepped forward, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. "How did you know?" she asked, her voice steady. Gojo shrugged nonchalantly, his usual carefree demeanor shining through. "Didn't you hear? When in the hangar, from the monks with hair, my eyes can see deception and lies," he explained, taking off his glasses to reveal his piercing, discerning gaze. "It's kind of my thing." Padme, now sitting on the throne, assumed her rightful position with an air of authority. Gojo turned his attention to Sabe, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "For a doppelganger, you act very well. If I had an Oscar, I would give it to you," he said, clapping his hands mockingly. Sabe, despite her internal annoyance, maintained a composed exterior. Her thoughts, however, betrayed her irritation. "This guy." Padme, looking at Gojo with a mix of admiration and frustration, remarked, "You are the most arrogant person I've ever met." Gojo's grin widened, his confidence unshaken. "Because I'm the strongest," he declared, the conviction in his voice unmistakable. "And I always know what I'm talking about." Toru, standing by with his usual enigmatic smile, added, "It's true. Gojo does have a knack for these things." Padme sighed, realizing the necessity of their presence despite Gojo's overwhelming arrogance. "Fine. You may be insufferable, but we need your strength. Let's move forward." Padme then looked at Gojo curiously. "Tell me about yourself." Gojo, ever the showman, began with a smirk. "I was born in Japan, I'm single, I love chocolate and mochi, and I really enjoy annoying people. Padme, clearly irritated, cut him off. Alright, stop. What I mean is, how did you disappear and reappear? Gojo's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, that. I can manipulate space. What they call teleportation. There's no range I can't reach, although I need precise coordinates. Padme and Sabe exchanged glances, clearly impressed by Gojo's skill. That's incredible, Padme admitted, a hint of awe in her voice. Gojo shrugged, his demeanor casual. It's all in a day's work. Just another trick up my sleeve. In his thoughts, Gojo reflected on how his 6 eyes and unlimited cursed energy allowed him to teleport with such precision, keeping that detail to himself. The room fell silent, the gravity of Gojo's abilities sinking in as they prepared for the journey ahead. Padme, curiosity piqued, turned to Toru. What are you, really? Toru's eyes glinted with a knowing look. It seems you know me more than just by my looks, he said, referring to his youthful appearance. Padme continued, her voice tinged with suspicion. That presence. I felt misfortune inside my castle. It was from you, wasn't it? With a slight smirk, Toru dropped his disguise, transforming into wonder of you. That's correct. Sabe, unable to see Toru's true form, suddenly went on guard. What's happening? I can't see anything. Padme reassured her, it's all right, Sabe. I can still see him. But now I understand, this man is terrifying. She turned her gaze back to Gojo and Toru. Gojo's overwhelming power is palpable, but Toru, you represent the terrifying inevitability of death chasing you. Gojo, ever the showman, responded with a grin. That's why we're such a good team. Now, let's focus on the task at hand. Sabe, still on edge, glanced at Padme for reassurance. Padme nodded, her eyes resolute. We move forward, knowing what we are up against. Let's ensure we are prepared for whatever lies ahead. Padme looked directly at Gojo and Toru, her curiosity not yet satisfied. What did you do that made the Trade Federation so scared? Gojo chuckled, pointing to Toru. Ask him yourself. Toru's expression remained calm. I only visited them and gave them a fair warning. Gojo, unable to resist, added with a grin, and haunted them 24 hours a day. Padme, impressed and satisfied with the answers, realized that for now, they had formidable allies who had already given the Trade Federation what they deserved. For a while, at least, they could focus on their mission with a renewed sense of confidence. These two, they may be insufferable, but they are exactly what we need right now. She then turned to Gojo with a serious expression. Can you keep us safe on Tatooine? I will uphold my end of the bargain and reward you. Gojo interrupted, his interest piqued. We'll discuss the reward later. Right now, I'm more interested in what this planet full of thugs has to offer us. Padme nodded, recognizing Gojo's unique blend of arrogance and reliability. For now, she was confident they had the right people on their side. Int. Naboo spacecraft, cockpit. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Captain Panaka stood behind Ricoli, watching intently as he piloted the ship. The large yellow planet of Tatooine loomed ahead, its sandy surface glinting in the starlight. Ricoli scanned his scopes, searching for a suitable landing spot. That's it. Tatooine, Obi-Wan remarked, his eyes fixed on the planet. Ricoli nodded, his gaze focused on the instruments. There's a settlement, a spaceport, looks like. Qui-Gon, ever cautious, instructed, land near the outskirts. We don't want to attract any attention. The ship adjusted its course, heading towards the designated landing area. The crew remained silent, each lost in their thoughts as they prepared for the challenges that awaited them on this remote desert planet. Suddenly, Captain Panaka received a message on his communicator. His expression shifted to one of urgency. Excuse me, Jedi Knights, but Queen Amidala requires your immediate presence in her chambers. It's urgent. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged a quick glance, understanding the gravity of the situation. They nodded to Panaka, who led them out of the cockpit and towards the Queen's chambers, their minds already racing with concern over what new development could have arisen. Int. Naboo spacecraft, Queen's chambers. Amidala, Irti, Rabi, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Padme, Gojo, and Toru watched the flickering, poor-quality hologram of Co. Bibble. Bibble, cut off all food supplies until you return, the death toll is catastrophic, we must bow to their wishes, Your Highness. Please tell us what to do. If you can hear us, Your Highness, you must contact me. Amidala looked upset, her composed facade showing cracks of genuine worry. Obi-Wan, sensing the trick, spoke firmly, it's a trick. Send no reply. Send no transmission of any kind. Gojo, visibly annoyed, sighed. This is starting to get annoying, he muttered. Then, turning to Toru, he spoke telepathically, make a show they will never forget. Create leverage against them. But don't stray far from the plan. Qui-Gon, noticing Gojo's intent, asked, what are you planning, Gojo? Gojo, his trademark smirk appearing, replied, none of your business, but it will be a surprise. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon exchanged worried glances, unsure of what Gojo had in mind but certain it would be something extraordinary. In the heart of Naboo Castle. Back in the opulent chambers of Naboo Castle, Lyri Boma and Verotan, two prominent Neimoidian figures, were deeply engrossed in their plans for the castle once the invasion succeeded. The room was filled with an air of anticipation, mixed with a tinge of anxiety given the recent events. Lyri Boma, ever the diplomat, began the discussion with a sense of optimism. Once we secure the castle, we can turn it into a central hub for our operations on Naboo. The architectural beauty of this place will serve as a perfect facade for our strategic activities. Vero Tan, always the meticulous planner, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the castle's strategic position will allow us to control trade routes effectively. We should also consider fortifying the lower levels to store supplies and ensure we have a secure base of operations. Their conversation was momentarily interrupted by the distant sound of footsteps echoing through the hallways. Nute Gunray and Rune Heiko entered the room, their expressions still haunted by recent encounters. Leary Boma, sensing their unease, attempted to lift their spirits. Viceroy, Heiko, we must remain focused on our objectives. The success of this invasion will solidify our control and bring immense benefits to the Trade Federation. Vero Tan added, we understand your concerns, but remember the greater good that will come from this. Our plans are meticulous, and our strategies sound. Despite the encouraging words, Gunray and Heiko couldn't shake their fear. They exchanged wary glances, their minds plagued by thoughts of Toru and the mysterious young man who had caused so much havoc. Gunray, his voice trembling slightly, spoke up, it's not just the invasion that worries us. Walking around Naboo, knowing those two are out there, it's unnerving. Heiko nodded in agreement, every shadow seems to hold a threat. We've seen what they're capable of, and it's terrifying. Leary Boma, maintaining her diplomatic composure, responded, we must not let fear cloud our judgment. Focus on the task at hand. Once we have complete control, we can deal with any remaining threats. Vero Tan concluded, let's concentrate on the castle's potential. Think of the power and influence we will wield from here. This is our opportunity to reshape Naboo and the Trade Federation's image. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room. A silver-haired man stood before them, exuding an aura of menace. Leary Boma and Vero Tan instantly recognized the intruder and shouted, intruder! Intruder! Nute Gunray and Rune Heiko's faces turned ashen as they realized who it was. The silver-haired man. Gunray whispered in horror. Before anyone could react, the silver-haired man pointed a finger towards Vero Tan. Instantly, Vero clutched his chest and fell to the ground, dead from a heart attack. Leary Boma screamed, ah! Vero is dead. The silver-haired man, actually Toru in disguise, smirked. That's not the response I wanted, he said, his voice chillingly calm. He pointed at Leary Boma, who then also fell dead from a heart attack. Gunray and Heiko, knowing what to do, dropped to their knees and bowed deeply. Have mercy, silver-haired man, they pleaded. Toru, still disguised, replied with a menacing tone, make this broadcast exclusive. Only senators, the Trade Federation, Jedi and Darth, and key representatives of the Republic's planetary nations should see this. Gunray, his voice trembling, urged the others, do what he says. As the exclusive broadcast began, Toru's image filled the screen. My name is Gojo Satoru, the strongest. I don't want to hear dud messages like that again. Also, gather your army. I'll give you time. Show me everything you've got when I return. The Neimoidians, fear evident in their voices, responded in unison, yes, Gojo Satoru, the strongest. The broadcast ended, leaving the Neimoidians in a state of sheer terror and the galaxy's most influential figures aware of the powerful force opposing the Trade Federation. Original Neimoidian characters for the story. Character 1, Vero Tan. Role, Logistics Overseer of the Trade Federation. Appearance. Height, 1.9 meters. Skin color, greenish-gray eye color, yellow distinguishing marks, a scar running down the left side of his face from a skirmish with pirates. Personality. Vero Tan is known for his meticulous nature and strategic mind. He is highly detail-oriented, ensuring that every shipment and movement of goods is accounted for. Unlike many of his peers, Vero is not driven by greed but by a genuine desire for order and efficiency. He believes that a well-run operation benefits everyone. Despite his calm and collected demeanor, Vero is deeply distrustful of outsiders and is always on guard for potential threats to the Federation's interests. Background. Vero has been with the Trade Federation for over 2 decades, rising through the ranks due to his exceptional organizational skills. He played a key role in securing vital trade routes and negotiating beneficial deals with other star systems. His scar is a constant reminder of a pirate raid on a Federation convoy, an incident that solidified his resolve to protect the Federation's assets at all costs. Character 2, Leary Boma. Role, Diplomatic Envoy of the Trade Federation. Appearance. Height, 1.8 meters. Skin color, light gray with a hint of blue eye color, orange distinguishing marks, wears a distinctive headdress that signifies her rank and diplomatic status. Personality. Leary Boma is charming and persuasive, with a knack for negotiation and diplomacy. She is known for her ability to smooth over conflicts and broker deals. She is ambitious and cunning, always looking for ways to advance her position within the Trade Federation. While she presents a friendly and approachable exterior, she is always calculating and planning her next move. Background. Leary comes from a prominent Neimoidian family with a long history in trade and politics. Her upbringing was filled with lessons in diplomacy and negotiation. She has successfully negotiated several key treaties and trade agreements, earning her a reputation as one of the Federation's top envoys. Despite her success, she is always aware of the cutthroat nature of Neimoidian politics and keeps a close eye on her rivals. Chapter 15, Reactions of the Most Powerful Figures. Int. Naboo spacecraft, Queen's Chambers. The exclusive broadcast had just ended, sending shockwaves through the room. The Jedi Knights, Captain Panika, Queen Amidala, Padme, disguised as a handmaiden, and Sabe were all reacting to the shocking display of power and authority from Gojo and Toru. Captain Panica was the first to break the silence, his voice filled with a mix of disbelief and awe. What just happened? Did that really just go live to the galaxy's most powerful figures? Are we now allied with them? Qui-Gon Jinn, attempting to maintain his composure, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It appears so, Captain. We must adapt to the situation and use it to our advantage. Obi-Wan Kenobi, clearly taken aback, muttered, I've seen a lot of things, but this is something else entirely. Sabe, still in her guise as Queen Amidala, couldn't hide her shock. That man, Gojo, he's not just powerful. He's unpredictable. Padme, stepping forward slightly, tried to gather her thoughts while maintaining her disguise. We should be grateful they're on our side, for now at least. Their power is beyond anything we've encountered. Queen Amidala, Sabe, emerging from her shock, attempted to regain control of the situation. We must focus on the task at hand. Our mission is to reach Coruscant and gain support. This unexpected alliance might just give us the leverage we need. Amid the chaos, Gojo, leaning nonchalantly against the wall, simply smiled and said, You're welcome. The simple statement, delivered with his usual confidence, seemed to diffuse some of the tension in the room. The group, still processing the events, couldn't help but feel a mix of gratitude and exasperation towards their new ally. Captain Panica shook his head, a reluctant smile forming on his lips. Well, at least we know he's on our side. Qui-Gon nodded, his expression serious but calm. For now, let's use this to our advantage. We have powerful allies. Let's ensure we use them wisely. Obi-Wan couldn't suppress a chuckle, shaking his head. Leave it to Gojo to turn a dire situation into a spectacle. Padme and Sabe exchanged glances, their initial shock giving way to determination. We need to stay focused. The fate of Nabor rests on our shoulders, Padme said, her voice steady. The room gradually settled into a more composed atmosphere, the chaos and gratitude intertwining as they prepared for the challenges ahead, knowing they had powerful allies by their side. Plagueis and Sidius's reaction. Int. Coruscant. In the shadowy depths of Coruscant, Darth Plagueis and Darth Sidious watched the exclusive broadcast with growing frustration and disbelief. The image of Gojo dominating the Neimoidians filled them with a mix of rage and envy. Plagueis, his face a mask of controlled anger, spoke first. This was supposed to be our declaration of power. Not some crazed young man's spectacle. Sidious, equally furious but trying to maintain his composure, replied, Indeed, Master. The Viceroy has failed us miserably. We need to address this immediately. Plagueis's eyes narrowed as he continued to watch the broadcast. Jealousy is a petty emotion, but seeing such power wielded by someone so unpredictable, it's infuriating. This was meant for the Sith, not for him. Sidious nodded, his mind racing with possible solutions. We need to understand their motives and their methods. I will contact them and get an explanation. We must know what we are dealing with. Plagueis's expression softened slightly, turning more contemplative. Yes. And when they arrive at Coruscant, inform me immediately. We need a plainclothes but not detectable. I want to learn what power they wield since the current dark side of the Force is not ready to unleash that magnitude of power. Sidious, with a cunning smile, responded, As you wish, Master. I will ensure everything is prepared. Are you experiencing memory loss, Master? You already said that. Plagueis, taken aback, let out a rare chuckle. Ah, Sidious. Even Sith Lords have their moments. Perhaps this entire ordeal is getting to me. Sidious smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. No worries, Master. I'll take care of everything. The Viceroy will face our wrath soon enough. Plagueis's mood lightened slightly at the banter. Indeed. Let's see how they handle this unexpected turn of events. We must remain vigilant and ready to exploit any weakness. Sidious, with a final nod, turned to make the necessary preparations. The two Sith Lords, despite their frustration, found a moment of dark humor in the situation, strengthening their resolve to confront and control the new variables in their grand plan. Int. Jedi Temple, Council Chamber. In the hallowed halls of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, Mace Windu and Yoda sat in the Council Chamber, their expressions grave as they reviewed the recent exclusive broadcast from Naboo. Mace Windu, his voice steady but firm, began, The broadcast from Naboo was troubling. This Gojo possesses power unlike any we've encountered. His methods are unorthodox and dangerous. Yoda, his wise eyes narrowing in contemplation, responded, Powerful he is. Unpredictable, too. An ally now, but for how long, uncertain it is. Windu nodded, his brow furrowed. We must be cautious. His intervention saved many lives, but his true intentions remain unclear. We cannot afford to let our guard down. Yoda's voice was calm but resolute. Watch him closely, we must. Learn what we can. Prepared, we must be, for any eventuality. Qui-Gon Mundi, his expression skeptical, added, This Gojo could be a disruptor. His unpredictability might bring unforeseen challenges. Plo-kun, always a voice of reason, interjected, Indeed. While he fights against the Trade Federation now, his allegiance is uncertain. We must approach this delicately. Yoda nodded, his expression thoughtful. Unpredictable, the future has become. Many variables in play, there are. Mace Windu leaned back in his chair, his mind already formulating a plan. We'll keep our eyes on Gojo. Gather intelligence. and, if necessary, intervene. Yoda closed his eyes briefly, as if seeking guidance from the Force. Yes, Master Windu. Balance, we must maintain. Vigilant, we must remain. The two Jedi Masters shared a moment of silent understanding, their minds aligned in the need for vigilance and preparedness. The Force had brought new players into the galaxy, and it was their duty to ensure that peace and balance were maintained, no matter the cost. Int. Naboo Castle, Throne Room. The atmosphere in the throne room of Naboo Castle was thick with tension and fear. The Viceroy and Rune Heiko stood trembling as the holographic image of Darth Sidious flickered to life before them. His malevolent presence was palpable even through the transmission, and the rage in his eyes was unmistakable. What is going on? Sidious's voice boomed, filled with fury and impatience. The Viceroy and Heiko, still visibly shaken from the earlier confrontation with Gojo Satoru, struggled to maintain their composure. Tears welled in their eyes, and their voices trembled as they began to explain. My lord, the Viceroy stammered, we have encountered a powerful adversary. This man, Gojo Satoru, he is unlike anything we've ever seen. He can disappear and reappear at will. We lost some of our best men. Rune Heiko nodded vigorously, his voice barely above a whisper. He killed Verotan and Leary Boma right in front of us. We are terrified, my lord. Sidious's face contorted with a mix of anger and impatience. His piercing gaze seemed to bore into them through the hologram. Incompetence. How could you let this happen? This isn't just a problem, this is a catastrophe. The Viceroy, shaking even more, attempted to explain further. We tried to defend ourselves, my lord, but his power is overwhelming. He mocked us, killed without hesitation, and made a spectacle of it. Sidious, seething with rage, retorted, you were entrusted with this mission, and now it's in jeopardy because of your failure. This Gojo Satoru, you say he can teleport? Heiko quickly responded, yes, my lord. He vanished and reappeared, taking us completely by surprise. We don't know how to counter him. Sidious's expression turned colder, more calculated. Fear not, I am Lord Sidious. I shall grant you protection from this unknown force, he said, his tone shifting to one of charismatic, albeit menacing, assurance. Right now, my lord, the Viceroy asked, his desperation evident in his eyes. Sidious's eyes narrowed further. Not now. Later. I still need to clean up the mess that this man, Gojo Satoru, has created. You must hold your ground until then. Prepare your defenses and do not fail me again. Or there will be consequences far worse than what you've experienced. The hologram flickered and vanished, leaving the Viceroy and Heiko in the throne room, their relief only marginally easing their ongoing fear of Gojo's potential return. The two Neimoidians exchanged a glance, knowing that their immediate survival hinged on keeping their composure and preparing for whatever came next. Ext Tatooine, Desert, Spaceship, Day. Under the scorching Tatooine sun, Qui-Gon Jinn, Jar Jar Binks, and their small group began their trek across the endless desert towards the distant city of Mos Espa. The heat was relentless, and the sun beat down mercilessly, making every step a challenge. Dis sun don't murder Tadaskin, Jar Jar complained, his discomfort evident. From the spaceship, Captain Panika and Padme hurriedly ran to catch up with them. Padme was dressed in rough peasant's garb, blending in with the local attire. Wait! Captain Panika called out, his voice urgent. Qui-Gon stopped, turning to face them as they reached him. Captain Panika caught his breath and continued, Her Highness commands you to take her handmaiden with you. She wishes for her to observe the local customs and practices. Qui-Gon's expression hardened. No more commands from Her Highness today, Captain. This spaceport is not going to be pleasant. Captain Panika insisted, the Queen wishes it. She is curious about this planet. Padme stepped forward, her stance firm. I've been trained in defense. I can take care of myself. Captain Panika added, his tone leaving no room for argument, don't make me go back and tell her you refuse. Qui-Gon, clearly frustrated but resigned, sighed. I don't have time to argue. But this is not a good idea. Stay close to me, he instructed, giving Padme a stern look. Suddenly, Gojo and Toru, who had been standing off to the side, decided to wander in their own direction. Qui-Gon, Padme, and Captain Panika exchanged worried glances, recalling the broadcast and the chaos in the hangar, as well as the massive hole in the Lucrehulk caused by these two. Thoughts dialogue. Qui-Gon, these two are unpredictable. I hope they don't attract unnecessary attention. Padme, I still can't believe what they did back there. We need to keep an eye on them. Captain Panika, great, just what we need. More trouble. Padme called out, wait up, where are you going, Gojo? Gojo shrugged nonchalantly. I'm bored. I'm looking for something more interesting. Qui-Gon sighed, clearly exasperated. Gojo, this is not the time for your antics. Captain Panika, holstering his weapon, added with a hint of sarcasm, because your kind of interesting usually involves explosions. Gojo grinned, unfazed by their concern. Well, you never know what kind of fun things you might find in a place like this. Qui-Gon, trying a different approach, took a deep breath and softened his tone. Gojo, this world has many wonders. If you come with us, I can show you things you might find interesting. More than just explosions. Padme quickly chimed in, yeah, Qui-Gon's right. There's more to see here than you might think. Captain Panika shook his head, realizing the futility of arguing. Don't look at me. asked Qui-Gon. Toru, with his usual enigmatic smile, said, well, not that we know anything about this place anyway. Gojo looked thoughtful for a moment, then nodded. All right, you convinced me. Lead the way, Qui-Gon. With a resigned nod, Gojo decided to join them, and the group continued their journey towards Mos Espa, ready to face the challenges ahead with their unpredictable allies in tow. Suddenly, Gojo said, wait, I want to create something. Qui-Gon, Padme, and Captain Panika exchanged worried glances, their thoughts immediately turning to the chaos Gojo had previously caused. Thoughts dialogue. Qui-Gon, what now, Gojo? Padme, this can't be good. Captain Panika, here we go again. Gojo then chanted, emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. A camouflage and barrier surrounded the ship, rendering it invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by any technology in the galaxy. Padme, Panika, and Qui-Gon were left in awe and impressed. Incredible, it's like the ship vanished from the world, Padme marveled, her eyes wide with wonder. This will definitely give us the upper hand. Unbelievable, Captain Panika remarked, unable to hide his astonishment. Qui-Gon nodded appreciatively. Impressive, Gojo. Let's hope this doesn't attract more trouble. Gojo, noticing their reactions, grinned. Relax, it's just a little trick. Now we can move around without drawing too much attention. Toru added, it's always handy to have a few tricks up our sleeves. Keeps things interesting. Padme, still impressed, said, you really have a knack for surprises, Gojo. But we need to stay focused. Mos Espa awaits. Captain Panika, shaking his head slightly, muttered, I just hope we don't end up needing another one of those tricks to get out of here. Qui-Gon, ever the diplomat, reassured them, let's proceed carefully. Gojo's abilities may just give us the edge we need. Ext Tatooine, Desert, Day. The group trekked through the scorching desert, the city of Mos Espa growing larger in the distance. Gojo, walking slightly ahead, glanced back at Qui-Gon with a curious look. So, what exactly are we looking for here? Gojo asked, his tone light and playful. Qui-Gon, maintaining his focus on the path ahead, replied, we need to find a T-14 hyperdrive generator for our ship. Padme, walking beside Gojo, shook her head with a slight smile. You're not paying attention, are you? Gojo grinned. I can fly. No need for a ship, he said, spreading his arms wide and pretending to soar like a bird, adding a touch of humor to the tense situation. Padme rolled her eyes, though a smile tugged at her lips. Not everyone is like you, Gojo. Toru, observing the exchange with amusement, added, I think you broke them, Gojo. As they continued towards Mos Espa, the atmosphere lightened slightly, though the weight of their mission still loomed large. The city awaited them, full of unknown dangers and potential allies, and they would need to be prepared for whatever came next. Chapter 16, arriving on Tatooine already meet an enemy. Ext Mos Espa, Street, Day. The little group walked down the bustling main street of Mos Espa. The air was thick with the mingled scents of exotic spices and unwashed bodies, and the cacophony of alien languages created a constant din. Dangerous-looking citizens of all types moved through the crowded streets, their eyes wary and suspicious. Padme, dressed in her rough peasant's garb, looked around in awe at the exotic environment. She had never seen anything quite like this. Qui-Gon, ever the guide, explained, Mos Espa is made up of moisture farms for the most part, but also a few indigenous tribes and scavengers. The few spaceports like this one are havens for those who do not wish to be found. Padme, catching on quickly, added, like us. Jar Jar Binks, meanwhile, was in a constant state of panic. His eyes darted nervously around, and his long ears drooped with worry. R2-D2, whistling confidently, rolled along beside them, unfazed by the chaotic surroundings. This place is very, very bad, Jar Jar muttered, his anxiety reaching new heights. Just then, he stepped in something unpleasant and sticky. Ooh, icky, goo, he groaned, lifting his foot and shaking it in disgust. Gojo and Toru walked alongside the group, their expressions a mix of curiosity and mild amusement. Gojo's eyes sparkled as he took in the bustling activity around them, while Toru remained impassive, his gaze assessing the various individuals they passed. Interesting place, Gojo remarked, his tone light. Lots of character. Toru nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Indeed. Let's try not to cause any trouble, though. Gojo chuckled. For now, anyway. The group continued their trek through the spaceport, aware of the dangers lurking around every corner but determined to find the parts they needed to repair their ship and continue their journey. The streets of Mos Espa held many secrets, and they were just beginning to uncover them. Int. Mos Espa, Junk Shop, Day. Qui-Gon Jinn, Jar Jar Binks, Padme, Gojo, Toru, and R2 entered the dingy junk shop. They were greeted by Watto, a pudgy blue alien who flew on short little wings like a hummingbird. Hi Chuba Naga. Watto asked in Hutus, his beady eyes assessing the newcomers. I need parts for a J-Type 327 Nubian, Qui-Gon replied, his voice steady and authoritative. Watto's eyes lit up with recognition. Ah yes. Nubian. We have lots of that. What kinda junk? He turned and called out, Peduncle. Nabadi Unko. A disheveled boy, Anakin Skywalker, ran in from the junkyard. Around 9 years old, he was dirty and dressed in rags. At the sight of Watto's raised hand, Anakin flinched instinctively. Gojo, noticing the boy's reaction, stepped forward and patted Anakin on the head. Hey kid, you look like you could use a break, he teased. Anakin, annoyed, shrugged off Gojo's hand. Stop that, he said, glaring at Gojo. Watto, noticing the interaction, interjected, he's not for sale, yet. He's expensive. Gojo smirked and mockingly replied, oh, a fat drake with a big nose like you wouldn't know quality if it hit you in the face. Watto's wings fluttered faster in agitation, his expression turning sour. I'm a businessman, not a charity. What do you want? Qui-Gon, sensing the rising tension, stepped in to diffuse the situation. Let's focus on what we discussed, he said to Watto, steering the conversation back to the needed parts. R2-D2 and Qui-Gon followed Watto toward the junkyard, leaving Jar Jar with Padme, Gojo, Toru, and Anakin. Jar Jar picked up a gizmo, trying to figure out its purpose. Don't touch anything, Qui-Gon instructed as he walked away. Jar Jar made a rude face at Qui-Gon's back and stuck out his long tongue. Anakin sat on the counter, pretending to clean a part, but his eyes were glued to Padme, clearly captivated by her presence. Finally, summoning his courage, Anakin spoke. Are you an angel? Padme blinked, taken aback. What? An angel? I've heard the deep space pilots talk about them. They live on the moons of Ego, I think. They are the most beautiful creatures in the universe. They are good and kind, and so pretty they make even the most hardened spice pirate cry. Padme looked at him, not knowing what to say. I've never heard of angels. You must be one, maybe you just don't know it, Anakin insisted, his voice filled with conviction. Padme chuckled softly. You're a funny little boy. How do you know so much? Anakin's face grew serious. Since I was very little, 3, I think. My mom and I were sold to Gardulla the Hutt, but she lost us, betting on the pod races, to Watto, who's a lot better master than Gardulla, I think. You're a slave? Padme asked, her voice tinged with sorrow. Anakin looked at her defiantly. I am a person. My name is Anakin. The scene was bathed in the soft, dusty light filtering through the junk shop's grimy windows. Anakin, though young and rough around the edges, exuded a determination that caught Padme off guard. His innocent question about angels juxtaposed against his harsh reality as a slave tugged at her heart. Gojo's playful antics added an unexpected layer of humor to the moment. Pretending to snap a photo, he teased, look, we have a couple here. Anakin's face flushed red with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Hey, stop that, he snapped, swinging a fist at Gojo. The punch never landed, of course, stopped short by Gojo's invisible barrier. Why can't I hit you? Anakin demanded, frustration evident in his voice as he kept trying to breach the barrier. Gojo chuckled, unfazed. Maybe your love towards someone isn't big enough, he teased further. Padme's soft laugh broke the tension. All right, Gojo, that's enough teasing, she said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Anakin, though still annoyed, found himself calming down. He continued to glare at Gojo, who simply smirked in response. Padme, observing the interaction, felt a strange sense of camaraderie beginning to form, despite the chaotic circumstances. This moment, filled with innocence, humor, and an underlying depth of emotions, was one she would remember for a long time. Int. Watto's Junk Shop, Day. The shop was a cluttered maze of spare parts and gadgets, each piled haphazardly on shelves and tables. The air was thick with the scent of oil and metal. Jar Jar, with his innate clumsiness, reached for a part, causing an entire stack to come crashing down. He frantically tried to catch the falling pieces, only to knock over more items, creating a symphony of clanks and clatters. Meanwhile, Anakin and Padme were deep in conversation, completely unaware of Jar Jar's antics. Anakin's eyes shone with enthusiasm as he spoke, his voice filled with a blend of pride and excitement. I wouldn't have lasted long if I weren't so good at fixing things. I'm making my own droid. Qui-Gon entered the shop briskly, his long robe swishing with each step. R2 rolled in behind him, his domed head whirring softly. We're leaving, Qui-Gon announced, his tone firm yet calm. Jar Jar, still in a state of chaos, scrambled to follow Qui-Gon, his long ears flopping about comically. Padme, however, lingered for a moment, giving Anakin a warm, lingering look that seemed to hold a promise of something more. Padme's voice was gentle as she spoke, I'm glad I met you, ah. Anakin, sensing the need to respond, quickly interjected, Anakin. Anakin, she repeated, the name rolling off her tongue with a certain fondness. Anakin Skywalker, he clarified, as if the full name carried more weight. Padme Naberry, she replied, her smile radiant. At that moment, Gojo, ever the showman, interjected with a flourish, and I am Gojo Satoru. Anakin, his face showing a mix of irritation and curiosity, retorted, nobody asked. Gojo, feigning a deep sadness, exaggerated his expression into a comical pout. Padme, catching on to the playful banter, gently patted Gojo's shoulder, trying to cheer him up. Oh, don't be sad, Gojo. We all know who you are. Anakin watched the exchange, his frustration momentarily forgotten as he observed the strange group. The corner of his mouth twitched in what might have been the beginning of a smile. Padme turned to leave, her steps measured and graceful, but she glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes locking with Anakin's. I'm glad I met you too, she said softly. Just then, Watto floated into the junkyard, shaking his head in exasperation. His wings buzzed like an irritated insect as he surveyed the mess left in Jar Jar's wake. Outlanders. They think because we live so far from the center, we don't know anything. And I hate that silver guy, Watto muttered, his voice dripping with disdain. Anakin, trying to keep his spirits high, responded, they seemed nice to me, but I don't like that silver-haired guy. Watto's annoyance was palpable. Clean the racks, then you can go home. Anakin let out a joyful yippee, and dashed out the back, leaving the cluttered shop behind and not giving another thought to the mess or the enigmatic newcomers. Padme chuckled softly at the scene, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Gojo, ever the center of attention, gave a mock salute as they exited the shop. Onward to more adventures, he declared, his voice filled with theatrical bravado. Qui-Gon, trying to maintain order and focus, sighed deeply. Let's hope the next stop is less eventful. As the group left the shop, the bustling streets of Mos Espa stretched out before them, a world full of unknown challenges and unexpected encounters. The heat of the twin suns beat down on them, but their spirits were undeterred, ready to face whatever came next. Ext Mos Espa, Street, Alcove, Day. Qui-Gon, R2-D2, Jar Jar, Padme, Gojo, and Toru had found a quiet spot between two buildings. The bustling street beyond was filled with dangerous-looking creatures, each appearing more menacing than the last. Qui-Gon was intently speaking into his comlink, while Jar Jar kept a nervous watch on the street, his eyes darting around in apprehension. Padme stood by, observing the scene with a mix of curiosity and caution. Gojo and Toru, both alert and observant, scanned their surroundings, ready to respond to any threat. In the main hold of the Naboo craft, Obi-Wan's voice crackled through the comlink. Obi-Wan, you're sure there isn't anything of value left on board? Qui-Gon asked, his tone tinged with concern. Obi-Wan's voice responded, a few containers of supplies, the Queen's wardrobe, maybe. Not enough for you to barter with. Not in the amounts you're talking about. Qui-Gon sighed, running a hand through his hair. All right. Another solution will present itself. I'll check back. With that, he put his comlink away and prepared to step back into the chaotic main street. Just as he was about to move, Jar Jar grabbed his arm, his eyes wide with fear. No again, da beings hereabouts Kawazi. We'sa be robbed uncrunched, he pleaded, his voice trembling. Qui-Gon, maintaining his calm demeanor, gently reassured him. Not likely. We have nothing of value, that's our problem. Glancing at Gojo, he added, even if we are, they wouldn't dare to try. Gojo, with a smirk, interjected, I already kicked their asses. Qui-Gon, shaking his head in a mix of amusement and exasperation, responded, of course you did. Toru, observing the surroundings with his usual enigmatic smile, commented, it's surprisingly lively for such a dangerous place. Jar Jar, slightly comforted by the exchange, nodded nervously but stayed close to the group. Padme chuckled softly at Gojo's bravado, her own nerves slightly eased by the humor. The group stepped back into the main street, navigating the crowded and treacherous paths of Mos Espa with a newfound sense of determination. Despite the potential dangers, the presence of Gojo and Qui-Gon's unwavering confidence provided a sense of security amidst the chaos. Ext Mos Espa, Street, Market, Day. The bustling market of Mos Espa was filled with the chatter of traders and the diverse array of creatures that inhabited the desert planet. Qui-Gon, Padme, Jar Jar, and R2-D2 moved through the crowded street, their eyes scanning for any useful supplies. Jar Jar, walking a bit behind the others, found himself distracted by the myriad of stalls and the strange items they offered. As they passed an outdoor cafe filled with a rough gang of aliens, Jar Jar's eyes landed on a stall selling dead frogs hanging on a wire. His mouth watered at the sight. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he stuck out his tongue and managed to get hold of one, pulling it into his mouth. Unfortunately for Jar Jar, the frog was tied tightly to the wire. Hey, that will be 7 true guts, the vendor suddenly shouted, appearing out of nowhere. Jar Jar opened his mouth in surprise, and the frog snapped away, ricocheting around the market. It flew through the air, ultimately landing in the soup of an especially ugly, spider-like creature named Sebulba, splashing him. The bustling market seemed to pause as Sebulba's enraged eyes locked onto Jar Jar. Sebulba jumped up on the table, his voice a growl. Chuba. You. Jar Jar, now in full panic mode, stammered, who, Mesa. Sebulba held the frog up menacingly. Ni Chuba Na? Is this yours? Just as Sebulba was about to get even angrier, Gojo intervened, striding over with a confident swagger. With a swift, exaggerated kick, he knocked Sebulba back. The world seemed to slow down, JoJo-style lines radiating from Gojo as he posed dramatically. Enemy alert! Gojo declared, striking a flamboyant pose, his fingers pointing menacingly at Sebulba. Jar Jar, catching on to Gojo's act, echoed, Mesa enemy, and mimicked Gojo's pose, albeit awkwardly. The two began to kick Sebulba in perfect synchronization, their movements overly dramatic and accompanied by intense sound effects, as if from an anime. Each kick was punctuated by shouts of enemy, and take this. From a distance, Toru and Anakin, watching the commotion, exchanged glances. Unable to resist the infectious energy, they rushed over and joined in. Toru mimicked Gojo's pose perfectly, while Anakin, with youthful enthusiasm, tried his best to keep up. The four of them created a whirlwind of exaggerated kicks and punches, Sebulba's confusion growing with each hit. Ora 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 ora! Gojo shouted, channeling his inner JoJo protagonist. As the scene grew more chaotic, Toru suddenly stopped and, with a mock-serious tone, called out, Wait, Master Satoru. He is not the enemy, he is just a poor civilian and already passed out. Anakin, still catching his breath, thanked Gojo but added, thanks, old man. I always wanted to kick this guy but never got the chance. Gojo, pretending to be deeply hurt by the old man comment, exaggeratedly clutched his chest. Old man. I'm in the prime of my life. Padme and Qui-Gon arrived, bewildered by the scene. The four Gojo, Anakin, Toru, and Jar Jar stood in unison, striking one final pose, and declared proudly, we just beat up an enemy. Qui-Gon sighed, shaking his head, while Padme couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of the situation. The strange camaraderie between them was clear, despite the unconventional bonding activity. Qui-Gon stepped forward, his voice laced with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Gojo, you can't just go around kicking people. Padme, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes, added, at least you didn't cause any serious trouble, this time. Gojo grinned, crossing his arms. See? No harm done. Just a little fun. Anakin looked up at Gojo with newfound admiration. You really are something else, old man. Gojo ruffled Anakin's hair. And you're not too bad yourself, kid. The group, now in better spirits, continued their way through the market, ready to face whatever other surprises Mos Espa had in store for them. Chapter 17, Tatooine, Calm Before the Storm. EXT Tatooine, Desert, Spaceship, Day. The vast expanse of the Tatooine Desert stretched endlessly in every direction, the twin suns casting long, harsh shadows across the barren landscape. Standing resolutely in front of the Naboo spacecraft, Obi-Wan Kenobi felt the first stirrings of the desert wind picking up, tugging insistently at his robes. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, concern etched into his features. Captain Panika exited the ship and moved to stand beside Obi-Wan. He scanned the horizon, his experienced eyes taking in the signs of an impending storm. This storm's going to slow them down, Obi-Wan remarked, his voice carrying a note of worry. The wind had started to whip more fiercely, causing his robes to billow around him. Captain Panika nodded, his expression grim. It looks pretty bad. We'd better seal the ship, he replied, his tone pragmatic and urgent. As if to punctuate his point, Captain Panika's comlink crackled to life. He raised it to his ear, listening intently to the voice on the other end. Yes, he responded, his voice steady despite the rising wind. There was a brief pause as he listened to the message, his expression shifting to one of immediate concern. We'll be right there, he said, ending the transmission with a decisive nod. He turned back to Obi-Wan, his face set with determination. We need to seal the ship and prepare for the worst, he stated, his voice resolute. The two men moved quickly, their actions synchronized by the urgency of the situation. Suddenly, the sky above them darkened unnaturally. Obi-Wan looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. What's happening? Why did the sky suddenly darken? Captain Panika glanced at the sky and then at the ship, a knowing look in his eyes. It's Gojo's curtain. He put it up earlier for protection and camouflage. It blocks anything from the outside, including the storm. Obi-Wan's expression shifted from surprise to understanding, mixed with a hint of awe. Remarkable. I didn't realize his powers could create such a powerful barrier. Panika nodded. It's effective, I'll give him that. We should be safe from the storm now. Obi-Wan took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Let's hope this curtain holds. We need to stay focused on our mission. With the storm approaching but the curtain in place, the two men returned to their preparations, now more confident in their chances of weathering the harsh Tatooine environment. EXT Mos Espa, Street, Fruit Stand, Day. The bustling market of Mos Espa was abuzz with activity. Stalls lined the streets, their owners hawking an array of exotic goods. Anakin, leading the group, made his way to a fruit stand run by a jolly, albeit very poor, old lady named Jira. Her wrinkled face lit up with a warm smile as she saw him approach. How are you feeling today, Jira? Anakin asked, his voice filled with genuine concern. The heat's never been kind to me, you know, Annie. Jira replied, her voice tinged with the weariness of the day. Guess what? I found that cooling unit I've been searching for. It's pretty beat up, but I'll have it fixed up for you in no time, I promise, Anakin said, his eyes sparkling with determination. Jira's smile widened. You're a fine boy, Annie. I'll take 4 pallies today, Anakin said, turning to Padme. You'll like these. Reaching into his pocket, Anakin came up with 3 coins. As he counted them, one slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Qui-Gon bent down and picked it up, his movement momentarily revealing the hilt of his lightsaber. Whoops, I thought I had more, Anakin said, his face showing a hint of disappointment. Make that 3, I'm not hungry. As the wind began to pick up, the shop owners started closing up their stalls. The market atmosphere shifted from bustling to hurried as everyone prepared for the impending storm. Jira handed Anakin the pallies with a concerned look. Gracious, my bones are aching, storm's coming on, Annie. You'd better get home quick, she warned, her voice filled with urgency. Anakin turned to Qui-Gon, do you have shelter? We'll head back to our ship, Qui-Gon replied, his voice calm but firm. Is it far? Anakin asked, his concern deepening. It's on the outskirts, Padme answered. You'll never reach the outskirts in time, Anakin said, his voice rising with urgency. Sandstorms are very, very dangerous. Come with me. Hurry. Suddenly, Gojo said, be right back. Anakin, puzzled, asked, what is that old man trying to do? He was shocked when Gojo suddenly disappeared. Did that old man just vanish? Toru, Padme, and Qui-Gon, already accustomed to Gojo's antics, simply said, "You get used to it." Moments later, Gojo reappeared. "Well, I'm done," he announced with a casual grin. Anakin, still bewildered, asked, "Done? What do you mean, done?" Gojo replied, "The broadcast. The weather is clear now," he said in his usual confident manner. In reality, he had used his maximum output blue technique to clear the storm, but he kept that to himself. Padme and Qui-Gon exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of awe and admiration. "Incredible," Padme murmured, clearly impressed. Qui-Gon nodded appreciatively. "Remarkable," he added, his tone filled with genuine respect. Anakin, wide-eyed and filled with awe, blurted out, "Are you a wizard?" Gojo chuckled, patting Anakin on the head. "Let's discuss this at your home." With that, Anakin led the group down the now calmer street, his small frame moving quickly. The wind, no longer a howling menace, allowed them to continue their journey with renewed urgency and a bit more ease. The group followed Anakin, their pace quickening as they navigated through the bustling market. Anakin's excitement and admiration for Gojo were evident, and the others couldn't help but smile at the boy's enthusiasm. As they moved, they could see the storm clouds dissipating in the distance, a testament to Gojo's incredible power. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Padme found herself stealing glances at Gojo, marveling at his abilities. Qui-Gon, too, was deep in thought, contemplating the implications of having such a powerful ally. Anakin led them through a maze of narrow streets and alleys, finally arriving at a modest dwelling. He turned to the group, a proud smile on his face. "This is it. Welcome to my home." As they entered, the warm, welcoming atmosphere of Anakin's home contrasted sharply with the harsh desert outside. The group settled in, grateful for the shelter and the opportunity to rest before their next move. Int. Anakin's hovel, main room, day. Qui-Gon, Jar Jar, R2, Gojo, Toru, and Padme stepped into the small, cozy living space of Anakin's home. The room, though modest, exuded warmth and a sense of homeliness. "Mom. Mom. I'm home," Anakin called out excitedly. Jar Jar glanced around, taking in the surroundings. "Dis and cozy," he remarked with his characteristic Gungan accent. From her work area, Anakin's mother, Shmi Skywalker, a warm and friendly woman in her 40s, entered the room. Her eyes widened in surprise as she took in the unexpected guests filling the small space. "Oh, my. Annie, what's this?" Shmi exclaimed, her voice filled with both curiosity and concern. "These are my friends, Mom," Anakin explained eagerly. He pointed to Padme, then hesitated. "This is Padme, ANDG, I don't know any of your names." He then pointed to Gojo, adding with a grin, "Except you, old man. You will be called old man from now on." Gojo's face fell into a comically exaggerated look of sadness. "Old man? Really?" he muttered, though his eyes twinkled with amusement. Padme stifled a giggle, and Qui-Gon merely raised an eyebrow, maintaining his usual composed demeanor. Qui-Gon stepped forward, offering a polite bow. "I'm Qui-Gon Jinn, and this is Jar Jar Binks." R2 let out a cheerful beep. "And our droid, R2, Padme added with a warm smile. Toru, with his enigmatic grin, chimed in, "I am Toru." Anakin, beaming with pride, looked back at his mother. "I'm building a droid. You wanna see?" Shmi, still processing the sudden influx of visitors, turned to her son with a mix of affection and concern. "Anakin. Why are they here?" Qui-Gon stepped in to explain. "Your son was kind enough to offer us shelter, although it's not needed since Gojo just made the storm disappear." Anakin's enthusiasm reignited. "Come on. Let me show you Threepio," he said, leading Padme into the other room. R2 followed, beeping all the way. Qui-Gon took 5 small capsules from his utility belt and handed them to Shmi. "I have enough food for a meal." Shmi's eyes filled with gratitude. "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry if I was abrupt. I'll never get used to Anakin's surprises." Qui-Gon smiled warmly. "He's a very special boy." Shmi looked at him, her eyes reflecting a knowing glint. "Yes, I know. Did you really make the storm disappear? Are you a wizard?" Gojo, with a playful smile, responded, "Sorcerer, to be precise." He then struck a dramatic pose, his usual flamboyant style on full display. "And I am Gojo Satoru, the strongest sorcerer you'll ever meet." Shmi couldn't help but chuckle at Gojo's antics, her initial tension easing. "Well, Gojo Satoru, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic." Qui-Gon nodded, his expression more serious. "Indeed. And we are grateful for your assistance. It's not every day that someone can control the weather." Anakin, who had been watching from the doorway, grinned widely. "See, Mom? I told you they were special." Shmi smiled warmly at her son. "You always seem to find the most interesting friends, Anakin." As the group settled in, Anakin excitedly led Padme and R2 into the other room to show off his work on Threepio. The rest of the group gathered around the small table, where Shmi began to prepare a simple meal with the supplies Qui-Gon had provided. Gojo, ever the entertainer, continued to regale Shmi and Qui-Gon with exaggerated tales of his adventures, his animated gestures. Anakin's hovel, main room, night. Qui-Gon, Anakin, Shmi, Jar Jar, Padme, Gojo, and Toru were seated around a makeshift table, having dinner as the wind howled outside. The room was filled with the sounds of slurping and the occasional clatter of utensils. Jar Jar slurped his soup rather loudly. Everyone looked at him, and he turned a little brighter red with embarrassment. Shmai tried to maintain the conversation. All slaves have transmitters placed inside their bodies somewhere. Anakin, eager to explain, added, I've been working on a scanner to try and locate them, but no luck. Shmai nodded, her expression somber. Any attempt to escape? And they blow you up, poof. Anakin finished, making a small explosion gesture with his hands. Padme and Jar Jar were horrified. How would, Jar Jar muttered, shaking his head. I can't believe there is still slavery in the galaxy, Padme said, her voice filled with indignation. The Republic's anti-slavery laws. Shmai sighed, her eyes reflecting years of hardship. The Republic doesn't exist out here, we must survive on our own. Qui-Gon then turned to Toru, curiosity in his eyes. Why did Gojo ask you to show up in your human form, he asked. Toru laughed softly. So we control the aliens on that giant cloistered ship, he replied with a mischievous grin. Qui-Gon chuckled, appreciating the humor. I see, he said, amused by the playful nature of their new allies. Toru, having been enhanced by Gojo during their time on Naboo, began to showcase his unique abilities. With a wave of his hand, he materialized and manipulated organic matter, shaping it into an array of earth food, particularly Western dishes. With the enthusiasm of an excited Santa Claus, he declared, What are you waiting for? Dig in. Padme, Qui-Gon, and Shmai looked on in awe and gratitude. The sight of the beautifully crafted food left them momentarily speechless. Shmai was the first to find her voice. This is incredible. I've never seen anything like it. Padme nodded, her eyes wide with amazement. It's like magic. Thank you, Toru. Qui-Gon, ever composed, gave a nod of appreciation. We are grateful for this generosity. This will be a meal to remember. Anakin and Jar Jar, on the other hand, wasted no time. They eagerly began eating, their faces lighting up with delight as they savored the flavors. This is amazing. Anakin exclaimed between bites. Jar Jar, his mouth full, could only manage a muffled, This is very good. The room filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation, a stark contrast to the howling wind outside. The group, brought together by extraordinary circumstances, found a moment of peace and camaraderie in the humble surroundings of Anakin's home. Suddenly, Gojo's expression shifted, his senses alert. Looks like our trouble has finally chased its way here, he said, his tone serious. Toru, guard them. Then, telepathically, he added, however, split yourself and make the clone guard me since things will be interesting. Toru, with his usual enigmatic smile, responded in his distinct style, it will be done. Anakin, concerned, looked up. Should we help the old man? Qui-Gon and Padme exchanged glances, then replied sarcastically, it's not Gojo who needs aid. It's the person who picks a fight with him that needs aid. The group remained tense but slightly reassured, knowing that Gojo's presence meant they were in capable hands. Outside, the wind howled, but inside, there was a sense of anticipation for what was to come. Ext Mos Espa, Main Street, night. The main street of Mos Espa was dimly lit by flickering lanterns, casting long shadows that danced ominously across the sand. The wind had died down, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Gojo stood in the center of the street, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he faced the 5 enforcers. So, which one of you will die first? Gojo's voice cut through the stillness, a confident challenge hanging in the air. The enforcers, middle-class elite guards, were equipped with expensive, high-tech weapons that gleamed menacingly in the dim light. Their blaster rifles were top of the line, adorned with intricate designs and modifications for maximum efficiency. They also carried vibroblades at their sides, the hilts inlaid with precious metals, indicating their high status and wealth. One of the enforcers, a tall man with a scar across his cheek, stepped forward. Are you the one who kicked Sebul? Before he could finish his sentence, Gojo moved with blinding speed. In an instant, one of the enforcer's heads was severed from his body, rolling to a stop in the sand. Blood sprayed into the air, glistening under the lantern light. Gojo, his smile never wavering, tilted his head slightly. Looks like I need to rephrase that. Who will run first? The remaining enforcers, now visibly shaken, raised their weapons, their eyes darting around nervously. One of them, trying to regain some semblance of control, barked, fire. Blaster bolts erupted from their rifles, streaking towards Gojo. With effortless grace, Gojo activated his limitless technique. The bolts halted mid-air, suspended as if caught in an invisible net. The enforcer's eyes widened in disbelief. Gojo flicked his wrist, and the blaster bolts reversed direction, slamming back into the enforcers with deadly precision. 2 more enforcers fell, their bodies lifeless and riddled with their own shots. The remaining 2, realizing the hopelessness of their situation, tried to flee. Gojo's eyes narrowed, and he vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of them. Leaving so soon, he taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. He struck with a speed and force that left no room for defense. The first enforcer was sent flying with a powerful kick, his body crashing through a nearby stall. The second enforcer, trembling and desperate, swung his vibroblade wildly. Gojo caught the blade with his bare hand, the weapon shattering on impact. Nice try, Gojo said, almost bored. With a swift motion, he delivered a devastating punch, the force of which crumpled the enforcer to the ground, leaving him alive but barely conscious. The street fell silent once more, the battle over as quickly as it had begun. Gojo stood amidst the fallen enforcers, dusting off his hands as if he'd just completed a mundane task. He walked over to the barely conscious enforcer and crouched down beside him. Now, you're going to tell me everything I want to know, Gojo said, his tone deadly serious, or I'll make sure you regret being the last one standing. The enforcer, gasping for breath and shivering in fear, nodded weakly. The interrogation was about to begin. The enforcer, gasping for breath and clearly terrified, began to speak. We work for Lady Valerian. She owns the Lucky Despot. She said Sebulba was being bullied, so we were sent to enforce the law and protect our racer. Gojo's eyes narrowed with interest. So, does this Lady Valerian have a lot of wealth and connections? The enforcer nodded weakly, his voice trembling. Yes, she's one of the richest and most influential beings on Tatooine. She owns the Lucky Despot, one of the most popular and lucrative establishments in Mos Espa. It's a casino and hotel, frequented by all sorts of high-profile clients, crime lords, wealthy merchants, and even some off-world dignitaries. Gojo leaned in closer, his interest piqued. Tell me more about her connections and what she owns. The enforcer swallowed hard, his fear evident. Lady Valerian has connections with various criminal syndicates across the galaxy. She's involved in spice trading, smuggling, and even has ties with the Hutt cartel. Her wealth comes from multiple revenue streams, including the casino, a fleet of smuggling ships, and several black market operations. She can pull strings in high places, making her a dangerous and powerful figure. Gojo's smile widened, clearly intrigued by the information. Interesting. So, taking her down would cause quite a stir, wouldn't it? The enforcer, realizing the gravity of his situation, nodded again. Yes, it would create a power vacuum and attract a lot of attention. Many would try to seize control of her operations. Gojo, his eyes still narrowed with interest, looked back at the trembling enforcer. Where is she now? He asked. The enforcer, his voice weak and trembling, replied, she always stays at the Lucky Despot. Gojo stood up, looking down at the enforcer with a smirk. Thank you for the information. You've been very helpful. Turning away, Gojo considered his next move. The mention of Lady Valerian and her vast resources presented an enticing opportunity. If he could take control of the Lucky Despot and her operations, it would give him significant leverage on Tatooine. As he walked back towards the main street, the enforcer lay on the ground, still trembling from the encounter. Gojo's mind was already racing with possibilities, each one more intriguing than the last. Gojo, still processing the valuable information, glanced back at the trembling enforcer. With a cold, calculated smile, he declared, no witnesses. Suddenly, Toru's clone, Wonder of You, appeared, its presence almost ethereal. Act and my flow of calamity shall happen, Toru muttered. As if on cue, a lamp that had been hanging above the enforcer began to wobble. With a sudden crash, it fell, striking the enforcer and instantly killing him. The enforcer lay lifeless, the unexpected calamity sealing his fate. Gojo watched the scene unfold with a satisfied nod. Perfect timing, he said, turning away and heading back towards the main street, leaving no trace of his interrogation behind. The combination of his own ruthless efficiency and Toru's eerie control over misfortune made for a deadly duo, ensuring that their secrets remained safe and their plans could proceed without interference. As he walked, Gojo's mind raced with the possibilities that lay ahead. The mention of Lady Valerian and her vast resources presented an enticing opportunity. If he could take control of the Lucky Despot and her operations, it would give him significant leverage on Tatooine. Before leaving the scene, Gojo took a moment to loot the enforcers' corpses. He discovered several fine blasters and a collection of precious metals. Among the loot, he found a significant amount of Beskar and other higher-grade materials like cord ossus, frick, and Zillo beast armor, adding to his growing arsenal and resources. Gojo, smirking, well, this is turning out to be quite the profitable venture. Toru, with a knowing smile, the more we gather, the stronger our position becomes. Gojo, nodding, let's head to the Lucky Despot. It's time to pay Lady Valerian a visit. With their newfound loot and a clear objective in mind, Gojo and Toru made their way towards the Lucky Despot. The night in Mos Espa was alive with activity, but none of the locals had any idea of the storm that was about to descend upon them. As they approached the grand establishment, Gojo's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The Lucky Despot's neon lights flickered, casting an inviting glow that masked the dark dealings within. Chapter 18, The Storming of Lucky Despot. Int. Lucky Despot, Night. The Lucky Despot, one of the most infamous and opulent establishments in Mos Espa, was bustling with activity. The casino floor was filled with a mix of smugglers, bounty hunters, wealthy merchants, and various other shady characters. The clinking of credits, the hum of conversations, and the occasional outburst of laughter created a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Gojo Satoru, with his distinctive silver hair and black glasses, walked through the grand entrance. His confident stride and the aura of power that surrounded him caused heads to turn and whispers to spread like wildfire. Unseen by everyone, Toru in his Wonder of You form, moved through the shadows, his presence felt only by Gojo. His ability to control calamity and misfortune made him an invisible but deadly ally. Gojo paused, a mischievous thought crossing his mind. How about I bring Obi-Wan here? I do love trolling someone, he muttered to himself. With a smirk, he turned on his heel and left the Lucky Despot, heading back to the Royal Naboo starship. Int. Royal Naboo starship, Queen's Chambers, Night. Queen Amidala, Sabe in disguise, sat with Obi-Wan Kenobi, discussing the day's events. The Queen's curiosity about their mysterious ally had grown. This Gojo Satoru, he's not a Jedi, is he? Queen Amidala, Sabe disguised, asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Obi-Wan shook his head. No, he is not a Jedi. He uses Force-like powers, but they are not derived from the Force. Queen Amidala leaned forward, intrigued. What kind of energy does he use, then? Obi-Wan was about to explain, it's called Curse Enter. Suddenly, Gojo appeared in the room with his usual flair, interrupting Obi-Wan mid-sentence. Hey, everyone! Did you miss me? The abrupt entrance startled both Obi-Wan and Queen Amidala. Gojo! Obi-Wan exclaimed, a mix of surprise and exasperation in his voice. What are you doing here? Gojo grinned, his playful demeanor ever present. I thought it would be fun to have you join me at the Lucky Despot. It's always more interesting with company. He then added with a mischievous smile, I'm going to kidnap this monk. Goodbye, princess. Obi-Wan, caught off guard, started to protest. Wait, I haven't agree. Before he could finish, Gojo and Obi-Wan vanished, leaving Queen Amidala, Sabe disguised, alone in the room. Sabe, still disguised as the Queen, watched them disappear, a mixture of frustration and amusement crossing her face. In her room, she spoke to herself, Gojo, you are starting to get very handful and annoying. It looks like it's my personal mission and goal to be able to slap you just once. What a troublesome ally, but undeniably useful. Just once, though, if I could teach him a lesson. Int. Lucky Despot, entrance, night. Obi-Wan, bewildered and slightly irritated, turned to Gojo. Why did you bring me here? He asked, his voice a mix of confusion and annoyance. Gojo smirked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. I just need some company, and who better than a Jedi, he replied, his playful tone accompanied by a dramatic wink, the background filling with intense, stylized lines radiating from him, reminiscent of a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure pose. Obi-Wan sighed, realizing that arguing was pointless. Fine, let's get this over with, he conceded, resignation in his voice. Gojo chuckled, patting Obi-Wan on the back with a grin. That's the spirit. Now, let's stir up some fun, he said, his excitement palpable. The two walked into the bustling casino, the vibrant atmosphere and eclectic patrons setting the stage for an evening filled with unexpected twists and turns. The energy of the Lucky Despot promised an adventure that would test their limits and bring out the best or worst in them. Int. Lucky Despot, Main Hall, Night. The main hall of the Lucky Despot was a dazzling display of wealth and decadence. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and luxurious furnishings adorned the room. At the center of the hall stood the owner, Lady Valerian, an imposing wiffed female with white fur and piercing blue eyes. Her tall, muscular frame was draped in an elegant, richly decorated robe that contrasted with her rugged appearance. She exuded an air of authority and menace, commanding respect and fear from those around her. Gojo approached her with his usual confidence. Lady Valerian, I presume? What a big slug you are, he mocked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lady Valerian's eyes narrowed with anger, but she kept her composure. You've got some guts coming here, especially after what you did to my enforcers. They could use more red color when they see you, Gojo continued, provoking her further. Her voice was a low growl, filled with menace. If you wanted to kill me, you'd have done it already. You're standing before the second most influential figure on Tatooine. What do you want? Gojo grinned. Correct. So how about we play a game? Not too complicated, but easy to guess. Lady Valerian saw an opportunity to turn the situation to her advantage. How about we play a dice game? Red or blue color? It's simple. Each time we want to see the color of the dice, we use a cup to raise the bets or fold. In her mind, she thought, this is the easiest game to cheat. He won't know what dice is inside, and I'll make sure to use my rigged dice. Gojo's grin widened. Sounds interesting. Let's play. Obi-Wan, who had been reluctantly dragged along by Gojo, was at the bar buying drinks. Noticing the commotion, he glanced over, his curiosity piqued. What is he up to now, he muttered to himself, shaking his head but unable to resist watching the unfolding spectacle. Int. Lucky Despot, gaming table, night. Gojo and Lady Valerian sat at a luxurious gaming table, with the droid bringing out the dice and cups. The onlookers gathered around, intrigued by the high-stakes game. Obi-Wan, drink in hand, watched from a distance, his interest growing. Lady Valerian started shaking the dice and then covered them with a cup. Gojo noticed something peculiar every time she closed the cup, she used one of her fingers to position the dice. Realizing her trick, Gojo moved with lightning speed, breaking one of her fingers with his enhanced reflexes. Lady Valerian shouted in pain, whyyyyyyyy. Obi-Wan, shocked by Gojo's brutality, nearly dropped his drink. That was unexpected, he murmured, his eyes wide with surprise. He began to understand that games like this were full of cheats and deceit, a far cry from the straightforward battles he was used to. Gojo leaned in, his voice low and dangerous. If you want to cheat, you better pick a better opponent. The crowd gasped, and Lady Valerian, seething with anger but trying to maintain her composure, nodded. Fine. We'll use a third party. How about that young bartender who served the drinks? She pointed to a young, nervous-looking bartender. Gojo smirked. Agreed. Lady Valerian, still nursing her broken finger, growled, very well. Let's see if you can handle this. The young bartender, wide-eyed and trembling, approached the table, ready to take on the role of impartial dice shaker. The tension in the room was palpable as the game resumed, with Gojo and Lady Valerian facing off in a battle of wits and will. Int. Lucky Despot, gaming table, night. As the bartender finished shaking the dice, Gojo noticed something curse energy emanating from a human-sized birdcage about to be auctioned not far from the gaming table. Intrigued, Gojo ordered Obi-Wan, look at the cup. Obi-Wan, bewildered, responded, hey, I'm not in any, but before he could finish, he realized Gojo had vanished. And he's gone. Typical, Obi-Wan muttered, giving up with a bemused shake of his head. Still in the main hall, the announcer began, and the twin slaves are about to be auctioned. Let's start from 1 million. Suddenly, Gojo appeared next to the birdcage. He scanned the twins inside and reviewed what he had learned since coming to this galaxy. I've got unlimited curse energy. There are lots of souls roaming in space, but this is the first time I have met another person, or should I say twins, with a decent amount of curse energy, he thought to himself. The announcer, startled but maintaining composure, said, my honorable guest, if you wish to bid, please. Gojo interrupted, I'll take them as part of the gambling bid. Lady Valerian, still in pain but recognizing an opportunity, replied, well, I suppose we can agree to that. Let's see if you can win them, stranger. The tension in the room grew even thicker as the high-stakes game continued, now with even more on the line. Lady Valerian eyed Gojo with a mixture of pain and curiosity. Now, what can you offer me, she asked, her voice dripping with disdain. Gojo placed several bags full of medals he had looted from one of the enforcers on the gambling table. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, bore into Lady Valerian's. Blue, he declared confidently, his voice resonating with an intensity that sent chills down the spine of everyone present. Lady Valerian smirked, but a hint of nervousness flickered in her eyes. Red, she countered, her voice trembling slightly despite her attempt to appear unfazed. The bartender revealed the dice. It was red. Gojo had lost the round, but his menacing gaze remained fixed on Lady Valerian, unyielding and fierce, as if daring her to underestimate him again. Sensing an opportunity to up the stakes, Lady Valerian said, I'll choose red for this round and add a rare kyber crystal, highly sought after here on Tatooine. But you'll need something to balance it if you want to keep playing the game, since the stash from the remaining 4 enforcers won't be enough. Obi-Wan, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted, he doesn't have anything left. Lady Valerian's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. Yes, he does. I want you, she pointed at Obi-Wan, as part of the deal. She anticipated seeing fear or panic in Gojo's eyes, but instead, Gojo's demeanor turned even more menacing, akin to Jotaro's unyielding stare. His eyes narrowed, and his voice was a low, dangerous growl. Fine. I choose blue and add Obi-Wan as part of the deal, he said, his voice steady and unwavering. Lady Valerian was taken aback, shocked by Gojo's willingness to stake a Jedi. The room buzzed with whispers as the high-stakes game took a dramatic turn. The tension was palpable, and all eyes were now on the two formidable opponents. Obi-Wan, feeling the pressure, commented, oh great, now I'm a property, he said humorously, trying to lighten the mood but clearly unsettled. Gojo, with a menacing aura, replied, what got you so panicked? All we need to do is win. Suddenly, Gojo had a cigarette in his mouth and smoked it in a manner reminiscent of Jotaro. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, charged with his sheer presence. Lady Valerian noticed and exclaimed, hey stranger, did you just suddenly have a smoke? Gojo grinned, his eyes never leaving hers. I didn't smoke. He opened his mouth to reveal a lollipop. It's because I licked it very, very fast, so the other end got smoked, he said menacingly, his voice dripping with a sinister playfulness. In her thoughts, Lady Valerian reassured herself, the bartender is actually my ally, and he is very expert at white card shuffle. There is no way he becomes an idiot when shaking the dice. That means there's no way I lose. Suddenly, Gojo had a milkshake beside his table. Lady Valerian, exasperated, asked, did you just suddenly start drinking in a tense position like this? All right stranger, let's open the CU, she said aloud, her voice betraying a hint of unease. Gojo shrugged, his grin widening. Hey, wait up, I have the right to raise the bet. Obi-Wan was shocked. He really doesn't have anything left, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Lady Valerian growled, raise? But you don't have anything left. Gojo then said, I add Queen Amidala herself as part of the gambling. Lady Valerian was very, very shocked. Ha. What? Chupa Dumpa, she swore in Hutus, her shock palpable. Even Obi-Wan was taken aback. This is insane. You can't just gamble the queen, he exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine disbelief and shock. Gojo continued, his voice calm but laced with an undeniable threat, I came here because I was tasked to guard the ruler of Naples herself. But fat slug, you've gotta add something equal. That would be your rights to this casino. The Lucky Despot was more than just a casino. It was the nerve center of Lady Valerian's criminal empire, a place where deals were made and broken, fortunes won and lost. The wealth generated from its gambling tables and illicit activities flowed through every corner of Tatooine, making it a hub for smugglers, bounty hunters, and merchants alike. Controlling the Lucky Despot meant having a hand in almost every underworld transaction on the planet. Obi-Wan's mind raced as he grasped the enormity of the stakes. The Lucky Despot isn't just a casino, it's the heart of Lady Valerian's empire. Every illegal deal, every shady transaction, they all go through here. If Gojo wins this, he won't just be taking over a building. He'll be taking control of the entire criminal network on Tatooine. Gojo, you can win this, right? You can win this, right, Gojo? Lady Valerian, now very tense and looking like she was going to faint, tried to keep her composure. Gojo then shouted, commanding the attention of everyone in the room, so, are you gonna call or gonna chicken out, Lady Valerian? The room fell silent, the air thick with anticipation as everyone waited for Lady Valerian's response, the tension almost tangible. Lady Valerian, now very tense and looking like she was going to faint, tried to keep her composure. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat. I will say it. CA. Call, CA call, she stammered, her voice trembling. Suddenly, she felt a shock run through her body. Her eyes widened as she realized she couldn't control her throat or mouth. I've gotten so shocked and nervous. I can't say anything right. I need to breathe. Lady Valerian's breathing became erratic, her eyes darting around in panic. Unable to cope with the stress, she gasped for air and then, with a final shudder, she passed out, collapsing onto the floor. The room fell silent, the air thick with the weight of what had just transpired. Gojo remained calm, his menacing gaze never wavering. He had won, and now the fate of the Lucky Despot was in his hands. G0T0's point of view bonus for later chapter. The Exchange Leader POV organization in Star Wars. Int. Lucky Despot, Main Hall, Night. The Lucky Despot was bustling with activity, its opulent interior filled with the murmur of conversations, the clinking of credits, and the occasional outburst of laughter. Amidst this cacophony, G0T0, the droid mastermind of the exchange, observed the proceedings with detached interest. His sensors were attuned to every detail, his processors analyzing the myriad interactions within the casino. As the stranger with distinctive white hair and a blindfold walked in, G0T0's sensors immediately registered the shift in the room's atmosphere. The white-haired human exuded an aura of power that piqued G0T0's curiosity. The droid's processors whirred as he assessed the newcomer, cross-referencing his appearance and demeanor with known individuals in the galaxy. Interesting, G0T0 thought. This one is not to be underestimated. G0T0's internal monologue. The stakes are high tonight. This stranger has already demonstrated an impressive level of confidence and skill. His presence here is an anomaly. I must understand his intentions and capabilities. As the stranger approached Lady Valerian, G0T0 increased the sensitivity of his auditory sensors to catch every word exchanged between them. Lady Valerian, now, what can you offer me? Stranger, blue. G0T0's thoughts. Blue? A confident choice. Let's see how this plays out. The bartender revealed the dice. It was red. G0T0's processors quickly calculated the odds and determined that the stranger had lost this round. Yet, the human's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Lady Valerian. He's not deterred by a single loss. There's more to him than meets the eye. Sensing the tension, Lady Valerian upped the stakes, adding a rare kyber crystal. G0T0 analyzed the value and potential uses of the crystal, noting its importance in both legal and illegal markets. An interesting gambit. But what will the stranger counter with? Lady Valerian, yes, he does. I want you, she pointed at Obi-Wan, as part of the deal. Stranger, fine. I add Obi-Wan as part of the deal and I choose blue. Bold move, stranger. Staking a Jedi? This human is either incredibly confident or recklessly bold. But confidence alone won't win this game. As the game progressed, G0T0's interest grew. The stranger's antics, smoking a cigarette that turned out to be a lollipop, the sudden appearance of a milkshake were distractions, but they also displayed a level of psychological manipulation that impressed G0T0. Psychological warfare. He's playing on Valerian's nerves. Clever. The stakes reached their peak when the stranger added Queen Amidala to the bet. G0T0's processors almost overheated from the sheer audacity of the move. Lady Valerian, ha ha ha. Wat. Chuba Dumpa. Obi-Wan, this is insane. You can't just gamble the Queen. Queen Amidala? This human's reach extends further than I anticipated. This changes the entire dynamic. Stranger, I came here because I was tasked by the ruler of Nabal herself. But fat slug, you've gotta add something equal. That would be your rights to this casino. G0T0 calculated the implications of such a wager. The Lucky Despot was the heart of Lady Valerian's empire, a central hub for countless illicit activities. Losing it would cripple her influence significantly. This is no longer just a game. This is a strategic play for control. G0T0's observations. Lady Valerian began to falter, her confidence eroding under the weight of the stakes. Her internal struggle was evident as she attempted to respond. Lady Valerian, I will say it. CA. Call, CA call. Suddenly, she experienced a shock attack, unable to control her throat and mouth. Panic set in as she realized the severity of her situation. Lady Valerian's internal monologue. I've gotten so shocked and nervous. I can't say anything right. I need to breathe. With a final gasp, Lady Valerian passed out, collapsing onto the floor. The room fell silent, the tension almost tangible. G0T0's conclusion. Fascinating. This stranger has effectively dismantled Lady Valerian's composure and secured a potentially game-changing victory. His methods are unconventional, but undeniably effective. I must keep an eye on him. G0T0's processors hummed with new data and strategies as he recalibrated his plans, now accounting for the unpredictable factor that was the stranger. Tiber Zan's point of view. The Zan Consortium leader POV for later chapter. Int. Lucky Despot, Main Hall, Night. The Lucky Despot was a hive of activity, its opulent interior thrumming with the energy of gamblers, smugglers, and bounty hunters. Tiber Zan, the calculating leader of the Zan Consortium, watched from a private booth, his sharp eyes taking in the scene below. His fingers drummed lightly on the table, a sign of his restless mind. As the stranger with white hair and a blindfold entered the hall, Zan's interest was immediately piqued. The stranger moved with a confidence that suggested power and competence, traits that Zan valued. Leaning forward slightly, Zan observed as the stranger made his way to Lady Valerian. Who is this bold newcomer? Zan wondered. He doesn't fit the profile of anyone I know. Interesting. Tiber Zan's internal monologue. The stakes tonight have just been raised. This stranger walks in like he owns the place. Let's see if he can back up that swagger. Lady Valerian, now, what can you offer me? Stranger, blue. Zan's thoughts. Bold move. Let's see how this unfolds. The bartender revealed the dice. It was red. The stranger had lost the round, but his unwavering gaze remained fixed on Lady Valerian. Zan admired the stranger's composure. Not bad. He doesn't flinch at a loss. There's more to him than meets the eye. As Lady Valerian upped the stakes, adding a rare kyber crystal, Zan's interest grew. He knew the value of such a crystal in various markets. High stakes indeed. How will the stranger counter this? Lady Valerian, yes, he does. I want you, she pointed at Obi-Wan, as part of the deal. Stranger, fine. I add Obi-Wan as part of the deal and I choose blue. Risky move, stranger. Staking a Jedi. Either he's very confident or very reckless. But that kind of confidence could be useful. The stranger's antics, smoking a cigarette that turned out to be a lollipop, the sudden appearance of a milkshake were distractions, but Zan saw through them. He recognized them as psychological tactics designed to unnerve Lady Valerian. He's playing mind games. Clever. Valerian won't handle this well. When the stranger added Queen Amidala to the bet, Zan's eyes widened slightly. He admired the sheer audacity of the move. Lady Valerian, ha ha ha. Wayot. Chuba Dumpa. Obi-Wan, this is insane. You can't just gamble the Queen. Queen Amidala? This changes everything. This stranger has connections. He's a player in a much bigger game. Stranger, I came here because I was tasked by the ruler of Naples herself. But fat slug, you've gotta add something equal. That would be your rights to this casino. Zan calculated the implications. The Lucky Despot was the linchpin of Lady Valerian's operations. Losing it would devastate her influence on Tatooine. This is a power play. He's not here just to gamble, he's here to take control. Tiber Zan's observations. Lady Valerian began to falter, her confidence crumbling. Zan watched with keen interest as she struggled to speak. Lady Valerian, I will say it. CA. Call, CA call. She experienced a shock attack, unable to control her throat and mouth. Panic set in as she realized the severity of her situation. Lady Valerian's internal monologue. I've gotten so shocked and nervous. I can't say anything right. I need to breathe. With a final gasp, Lady Valerian passed out, collapsing onto the floor. The room fell silent, the tension almost tangible. Tiber Zan's conclusion. Remarkable. This stranger has dismantled Valerian without lifting a finger. His methods are unorthodox, but effective. He's someone worth keeping an eye on. Zan's mind raced with new strategies and alliances, considering how this stranger could fit into his plans. The dynamics of Tatooine's underworld had shifted, and Tiber Zan intended to make the most of it. Chapter 19, Aftermath and New Allies. The room fell into stunned silence as Lady Valerian collapsed, unconscious, on the floor. The bartender, who had been loyally serving drinks and discreetly assisting his boss with her shady dealings, stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. The sight of the formidable Lady Valerian rendered helpless was enough to shake even the most hardened criminal in the Lucky Despot. Obi-Wan let out a sigh of relief and carefully lifted the cup, revealing the blue dice underneath. Remind me to never hang out with you again, he said to Gojo, his voice a mixture of relief and exasperation. The absurdity of the situation had finally caught up to him, and he couldn't help but find a touch of humor in it. Gojo laughed heartily at Obi-Wan's remark. Telepathically, he praised Wonder of You, his ally who had manipulated the dice to secure their victory. Well done, Wonder of You. Your ability to remain undetected, even by a Jedi, is truly impressive. As Gojo turned to claim his prize, he began to speak, so now I have the right to the casino. His words were abruptly cut off as a group of 50 enforcers, accompanied by the shady, greedy manager of the Lucky Despot, stormed into the room. The manager, a wiry man with slicked back hair and a predatory grin, sneered at Gojo. Do you know that the house always wins, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. And while we're at it, tell us the location of Queen Amidala. Obi-Wan, sensing the imminent danger, prepared to draw his lightsaber. Looks like you always bring trouble wherever you go, he muttered in his characteristic dry humor, his eyes fixed on the encroaching enforcers. Gojo, unfazed by the escalating tension, quickly created a teleportation circle around Obi-Wan's feet. Sorry, but your part is done, monk. This is where my fun starts, he said with a mischievous grin. Obi-Wan sighed, his shoulders slumping in resignation. Why am I not surprised, he muttered, just before the teleportation circle activated and whisked him away to safety. With Obi-Wan out of harm's way, Gojo turned to face the enforcers, his expression turning dark and menacing. Now, he said, his voice low and dangerous, who will die first? One of the enforcers, suddenly recognizing Gojo, gasped, isn't that Gojo Satoru? Silver hair, menacing aura, the one who made the viceroy of the Trade Federation bow to the ground. The manager scoffed, trying to regain control of the situation. There's no way that's Gojo Satoru. He probably... Before he could finish, Gojo launched a black flash straight at the manager, the devastating blow blowing apart part of his body into a bloody mess, organs spilling out grotesquely. Gojo's eyes glinted with a cold, deadly light. Whether I'm Gojo Satoru or not, I'm still going to kill all of you here, he declared, his voice dripping with menace. The enforcers, now fully realizing the terror they were facing, recoiled in fear. Their bravado shattered, and they exchanged terrified glances, each one understanding the grim reality of the situation. The fear in their eyes was palpable as they braced themselves for the impending carnage. One of the enforcers, his voice trembling, whispered, "Did you see what he did to the manager?" Another enforcer, gripping his blaster tightly, muttered, "We're dead, we're all dead." "He's a monster," a third enforcer gasped, backing away slowly. "Should we run?" another asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "We can't run, he'll kill us all," the first enforcer replied, his eyes wide with terror. Their leader, trying to muster some semblance of courage, barked, "Stand your ground. We can take him if we all attack at once." But the fear in their eyes betrayed their true feelings. They were not facing an ordinary opponent, and deep down, they all knew it. Gojo's eyes glinted with a cold, deadly light as he stepped forward. "Let's see who falls first," he said, his voice dripping with menace. With a speed that left the enforcers reeling, Gojo vanished from their sight, only to reappear in their midst. His movements were a blur, too fast for the enforcers to track. Before they could react, Gojo unleashed a black flash, the devastating energy tearing through one of the enforcers and reducing him to a bloody mess. "Black flash," Gojo announced, his voice calm and detached. The remaining enforcers opened fire, blaster bolts filling the air. But the shots never reached Gojo. His infinity barrier, an invisible wall of protection, deflected every shot. The enforcers watched in horror as their attacks were rendered useless. Gojo moved with lethal precision, closing the distance between him and his targets in an instant. Another black flash erupted, and another enforcer fell, his body torn apart by the raw power. "Black flash," Gojo repeated, almost as if it were a casual statement. "Fall back! Fall back!" one of the enforcers screamed, panic overtaking him. Gojo's grin widened as he teleported in front of the retreating enforcer, his hand outstretched. With a flick of his wrist, the enforcer was sent crashing into the wall, his bones shattering on impact. "You can't escape," Gojo said coldly, his voice carrying a chilling finality. He turned to the remaining enforcers, who were now trembling with fear. Two of the enforcers tried to rush him from either side, hoping to catch him off guard. But Gojo was faster. He sidestepped one, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. The other enforcer swung his blaster like a club, but Gojo effortlessly blocked it with his free hand. "Nice try," Gojo said, his grip tightening. The enforcer in his grasp gasped for air, his eyes bulging as he struggled. With a squeeze, Gojo crushed his throat, dropping the lifeless body to the floor. The last enforcer, realizing he had no chance, fell to his knees, pleading, "Please, don't kill me." Gojo's eyes softened for a moment, but only for a moment. "I'm afraid you were in the wrong place at the wrong time," he said, before delivering the final black flash. "Black flash," he declared, as the enforcer's body disintegrated under the force of the attack, leaving nothing but a bloody stain on the floor. With the enforcers dispatched, Gojo stood in the middle of the carnage, his expression unchanging. The room, once filled with the sounds of combat, was now silent, save for the faint hum of the casino's machinery. Gojo glanced around, ensuring there were no more threats. "Now," he said to himself, "let's see what other surprises the Lucky Despot has in store for me." Twins' point of view. The Lucky Despot was buzzing with activity, the air thick with the hum of conversation and the clinking of credits. In a large birdcage near the main hall, two young twins huddled together, their eyes darting nervously around the room. The boy, with his determined gaze and protective stance, kept a firm arm around his sister, who was visibly trembling. Male twins' thoughts. "I need to protect her. I can't let anything bad happen to her again." Female twins' thoughts. "I'm so scared. I wish we could just disappear." Their hearts pounded in their chests as they watched the proceedings unfold, their fate hanging in the balance. They had been through so much already, and the thought of what might come next was almost too much to bear. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a silver-haired man with a black glasses entered the hall. His presence was immediately felt, and whispers began to spread through the crowd. "Male twin. Who is that? Do you see him?" he whispered to his sister, his voice a mixture of curiosity and unease. The female twin clutched her brother's arm tighter, her eyes wide with fear. I don't know. He seems different." Gojo Satoru, I'll take them as part of the gambling bid. The twins' eyes widened in shock. The male twin's protective instincts kicked in, and he stepped slightly in front of his sister, shielding her with his body. Male twin. No way. They can't just do that, he muttered under his breath, his fists clenching in anger. The female twin looked up at her brother, tears welling up in her eyes. What's going to happen to us, she whispered, her voice quivering. Male twin. Don't worry. I'll protect you. I promise, he replied, his voice firm despite the fear gnawing at his heart. As the silver-haired man turned to leave, he glanced at the twins and gave them a reassuring smile. Despite their fear, there was something strangely comforting about his presence. Female twin. Do you think he'll help us? She asked softly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Male twin. I don't know, he admitted. But we have to stay strong. For each other. The female twin nodded, drawing strength from her brother's resolve. She leaned her head against his shoulder, her fear momentarily easing. As Gojo began bidding higher and expressed his intent to take over the casino, the twins' feelings were conflicted. The male twin admired his boldness, while the female twin couldn't help but feel a mix of fear and hope. Male twin. He's crazy, but in a good way, he muttered, half to himself. He's really going for it. If he wins, maybe things will change for us. The female twin looked up at her brother, her eyes wide with uncertainty. But what if he loses? What if things get worse? Male twin. Anything is better than staying under Lady Valerian's control. She's been nothing but cruel to us, he replied, his voice hardening with determination. We have to believe in him. He's our best shot at getting out of here. The female twin nodded, though her heart still pounded with anxiety. Okay. I trust you. The tension in the room grew palpable as Gojo continued to raise the stakes. The twins watched, their hearts pounding, as the silver-haired man's menacing aura seemed to grow with each bid. When Lady Valerian finally passed out from the shock, the twins exchanged a glance filled with a mix of disbelief and relief. Male twin. He did it. He really did it, he whispered, awe in his voice. Female twin. I can't believe it. Maybe things will change for us, she said, her voice filled with cautious hope. As the manager and enforcers confronted Gojo, the twins held their breath, watching the scene unfold with bated breath. The male twin's admiration for Gojo grew as he saw the silver-haired man stand his ground. Male twin. He's not backing down. He's really going to fight for this, he whispered, a hint of awe in his voice. Female twin. I hope he wins, she said softly, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and hope. When Gojo began to decimate the enforcers with his terrifying speed and power, the twins could hardly believe their eyes. Male twin. Is he really doing all this? He whispered, awestruck. Female twin. He's saving us, she said, a mix of fear and hope in her voice. With the enforcers dispatched, the silver-haired man stood in the middle of the carnage, his expression unchanging. He glanced around, ensuring there were no more threats, and his gaze fell on the twins once more. Male twin. Maybe he really will help us, he said, hope blooming in his chest. Female twin. Do you think we can trust him? She asked, her voice small and unsure. Male twin. I don't know. But right now, he's our best chance, he replied, squeezing her hand reassuringly. The twins watched in silence, their fate now seemingly intertwined with the mysterious silver-haired man who had appeared out of nowhere and changed everything. Third POV. The aftermath of the battle left the room in a stunned silence. Gojo stood amidst the wreckage, the bodies of the enforcers scattered around him. His expression was calm, almost serene, as he turned to the twins who had watched the entire scene unfold with wide eyes. Gojo Satoru, stay here for a while, he said, his voice carrying a hero's calm reassurance. His eyes softened as he looked at them, and for a moment, the twins felt an overwhelming sense of safety and admiration. The twins, feeling grateful and awed by Gojo's strength and kindness, nodded silently. They couldn't believe their luck rescued by someone so powerful and kind. Male twin, thank you, sir. We don't know how to repay you, he said, his voice filled with a newfound hope. Female twin, please, don't leave us, she whispered, her eyes shining with renewed confidence despite the fear still lurking within. Gojo then turned his attention to the crowd, his demeanor shifting back to his usual, more casual self. Shouldn't you all scram off or something, he said, waving his hand dismissively. The crowd, eager to avoid further conflict, quickly dispersed, leaving only a few stragglers and onlookers behind. Among those who remained was Zan, who had been observing the entire scene with keen interest. Recognizing Gojo for who he truly was, Zan approached, a calculated smile on his face. Zan, impressive display, he began, his voice smooth and confident. Gojo Satoru, isn't it? Your skills are quite remarkable. I think we could benefit from each other's talents. Gojo raised an eyebrow, curious. And what exactly are you proposing? Zan stepped closer, lowering his voice slightly. Join me. With your power and my resources, we could control more than just this casino. We could rule the entire underworld. Together, we'd be unstoppable. You can't refuse an offer like this. Gojo appeared to consider the offer, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Maybe I should take this. He mused aloud, letting the possibility hang in the air. Zan's eyes lit up with excitement, sensing victory. Excellent. Together, we will. But before he could finish, Gojo's demeanor shifted dramatically. He took a step back, his eyes narrowing, and his voice rose in a powerful, menacing shout. Gojo Satoru, Dagako Toru. But I refuse. Suddenly, Toru materialized in his human form beside Gojo. The two stood side by side, exuding an overwhelming presence. Toru, one of the things we, Gojo and Toru, like the most is to find someone who thinks they're some hot shit, and say no right to their faces. In perfect unison, Gojo and Toru struck a menacing JoJo-style pose, their voices resonating through the room as they declared together, Dagako Toru. But I refuse. The sheer intensity of their declaration echoed through the room, freezing everyone in place. Their presence was overwhelming, a declaration of their unyielding spirit and independence. Tiber-san, taken aback by the forceful rejection, stood speechless for a moment. He quickly masked his shock with a smirk, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of respect and perhaps fear. Tiber-san, very well. I respect your decision, Gojo Satoru. But know this, should you ever reconsider, my offer stands. Gojo simply nodded, his expression unchanged. We'll see, he said, his voice calm once more. The room remained silent, the tension slowly dissipating as everyone processed the turn of events. The twins, still watching from their cage, felt their admiration for Gojo grow even stronger. They had witnessed a true hero, someone who could not be swayed or intimidated, someone who stood by his principles no matter the cost. Male twin, he's incredible, the boy whispered, awe evident in his voice. Female twin, I've never seen anyone like him. He really is a hero, she added, her eyes filled with admiration and hope. The twins watched in silence, their fate now seemingly intertwined with the mysterious silver-haired man and his equally impressive companion who had appeared out of nowhere and changed everything. Chapter 20, The Showdown. From a distant vantage point within the Lucky Despot, G0T0 watched the events unfolding with growing unease. The destruction and chaos caused by Gojo Satoru were unlike anything he had ever witnessed. His mechanical mind raced as he processed the implications of Gojo's presence. G0T0's thoughts. Gojo Satoru is here. This is bad. This is very, very bad. The broadcast reputation of Gojo's previous exploits flashed in his memory banks: the man who made the Viceroy of the Trade Federation kneel, the unstoppable force who may be capable dismantled entire fleets with ease. Panic set in, and G0T0 knew he had to escape before he became another casualty. G0T0, I need to get out of here before it's too late, he muttered to himself, turning to leave. As he moved to flee, he suddenly found himself face to face with a clone of Wonder of You, who had materialized silently behind him. Wonder of You, clone caught an escaping rat, have I? He said, his voice dripping with calm menace. Before G0T0 could react, Wonder of You activated his stand, Obi-Lata, a rock insect that Gojo had upgraded in Chapter 10. The insect latched onto G0T0 and began hacking into his main processor. The droid's systems were quickly overwhelmed, and his escape plan was effectively thwarted. G0T0, no, this can't be happening, he whispered, his circuits flooding with fear. Wonder of You, clone, you've seen too much. Now, you'll serve another purpose, he said, continuing his hack with ruthless efficiency. Meanwhile, Gojo was about to engage in another fight when he was interrupted by the sound of shouting enforcers outside the casino. He stepped out, his casual demeanor unchanged as he surveyed the scene before him. Hundreds of enforcers surrounded the Lucky Despot, their numbers bolstered to a staggering 300. They were heavily armed with blaster rifles, repeating blasters, thermal detonators, and mounted E-Web heavy blaster cannons. The sight was intimidating, but Gojo remained unfazed. Lead enforcer, you're surrounded, Gojo Satoru. There's no escape this time. Gojo's lips curled into a confident smile. Escape? Why would I want to escape, he said, his voice carrying an almost playful tone. With an air of casual indifference, he walked outside, welcoming the open conflict. His presence alone seemed to make the air around him crackle with tension. Gojo Satoru, you are just a bunch of weaklings, he mocked, his tone dripping with disdain. The lead enforcer's face turned red with anger. Fire! All weapons, fire, he shouted. The group unleashed a relentless barrage of blaster fire, thermal detonators, and heavy blaster cannon shots. The air was filled with the deafening roar of their combined firepower. Gojo, however, stood there unfazed, watching the chaos unfold around him. His mind wandered as he thought, what JoJo pose should I make? Lead enforcer, cease fire. He's already dead by now, he commanded, his voice confident that Gojo had been obliterated. As the smoke cleared, Gojo emerged completely unharmed, standing tall and striking a menacing DIO pose. The sight of him, untouched and imposing, caused a wave of fear and disbelief to wash over the enforcers. The leader, now more pissed than ever, shouted, this is impossible. Gojo's expression shifted from playful to deadly serious. All right, playtime's over, he said. He began to chant, face. Twilight. Eyes of Wisdom Cursed Technique Lapse, Maximum Cursed Energy Output, Blue. A brilliant blue orb formed in front of him, pulsating with raw, immense power. The air crackled with energy as the orb expanded, its power amplified by Gojo's mastery and the momentum he had gained from multiple black flash attacks inside the casino. Enforcer 1, what is that? He screamed, his voice trembling with panic. Enforcer 2, this can't be real. We're doomed, he shouted, his eyes wide with terror. Enforcer 3, no wonder he was so confident. He's a monster, another enforcer cried, realizing the true reason behind Gojo's unwavering confidence. The enforcers, now fully understanding the gravity of the situation, were gripped by sheer panic. Their blasters felt useless against the overwhelming power they were about to face. The blue orb shot forward, decimating the enforcers in a gruesome display of sheer power. The ground shook violently as the energy tore through the ranks, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Buildings crumbled, and the very earth trembled. The shockwave felt across Tatooine. When the dust settled, the once formidable force of 300 enforcers was reduced to nothing but remnants and debris. The battlefield was eerily silent, the only sound being the settling of the rubble. Gojo stood amidst the devastation, his pose and expression conveying his unshakable confidence and dominance. The few remaining onlookers who had witnessed the spectacle knew they had seen something legendary, a display of power that would be remembered for ages. Gojo Satoru, who's next? He said, his voice echoing through the now quiet battlefield, daring anyone to challenge him. Tiber Zan's departure. Suddenly, Tiber Zan approached, but his demeanor was non-hostile. I have no intention of being hostile. I just want to get out of this casino. The casino is yours, he said in his characteristic smooth and confident tone. Gojo looked at him, a smirk forming on his lips. You're saying that the casino was about to be hijacked by you? He asked, his voice dripping with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Tiber Zan chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was, but I'm not foolish enough to pick a fight with a crazy person like you. So long, Gojo Satoru. I hope our paths cross again, he said, turning to leave the casino. As Tiber Zan exited the lucky despot, the tension in the air began to dissipate. Gojo watched him go, his expression calm and composed, knowing that he had made a lasting impression on one of the galaxy's most cunning strategists. Tiber Zan's thoughts. Usually, I would kill anyone who refuses my offer. But this man is a monster. I don't regret not picking a fight with Gojo Satoru. That man is the very essence of destruction itself. It's wise to avoid such a force. Gojo's offer. With the problem outside now resolved, Gojo returned to the casino. He reappeared before the human-sized birdcage that held the twins and, with his bare hands, broke the cage apart effortlessly. Gojo Satoru, now you're free to go wherever you want, he said, his voice calm and reassuring. The twins, however, looked up at him with determination in their eyes. Male twin, let us serve you. We don't mind being slaves or... Suddenly, Gojo cut him off with a gentle but firm voice. How about you both become my disciples instead? You both have some similar power curse energy that I have. The twins' faces lit up with joy and relief. Male twin, really? We can be your disciples. Female twin, thank you. We won't let you down. Gojo nodded, a warm smile on his face. Welcome aboard. Let's get started. After that, Gojo asked for their names. Gojo Satoru, what are your names? The twins looked at each other before the male twin replied, we don't have any names. Our mother sold us when we were little, and we've always been called male and female. Gojo's expression softened. How about I give you names instead? The black-haired one will be Suzunami, and the white-haired one will be Yukinami. The twins were very excited and grateful for the names they were given. Suzunami, thank you, Lord Gojo. I will wear this name with pride. Yukinami, yes, thank you. Yukinami. I love it. Gojo Satoru, actually, call me Gojo-sensei. It's much cooler and more awesome, he said with a grin. Gojo smiled warmly at them. I'm glad you like them. Now, let's see what you can do as my disciples. The twins, filled with excitement and gratitude, eagerly accepted their new names and roles, ready to begin their journey under Gojo's tutelage. Suddenly, Wonder of You, clone, materialized front of Gojo in his stand form. I've captured the rat, G0T0, Master Satoru, he said in a voice that dripped with calm menace. Suzunami was immediately alerted by Wonder of You's appearance. That thing, it looks like misfortune and death that will chase us to the ends of the galaxy, he said, his voice trembling slightly. Gojo chuckled softly. Relax, Suzunami. He's my companion. He's here to help, not harm, he said, reassuringly. Gojo then turned his gaze to the unconscious Lady Valerian. Suzunami, if I kill her, what shitstorm will chase after me, he asked, his tone casual but curious. Suzunami took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. Lady Valerian is a major crime lord on Tatooine. Killing her would definitely attract attention. Her death could lead to a power vacuum, triggering fights among other crime lords to take over her territory. This could draw the attention of the Hutts, especially Jabba. The Hutt cartel might see this as a threat to their control and could come after you. Additionally, it might bring unwanted attention from the Galactic Republic or even the Jedi, depending on how much chaos ensues, he explained, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. Gojo Satoru, I thought the enforcers were high when they described the fat slug, he laughed. Gojo walked over to Lady Valerian, who was still unconscious, and gave her a kick to the head to wake her up. Gojo Satoru, yo, fat slug, it seems you're more reputable than I predicted, he laughed and mocked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Lady Valerian, regaining consciousness, glared at Gojo with fury. You think you can come here and mock me? You're nothing. And those brats you saved will never amount to anything. Without a second thought, Gojo ripped one of her eyeballs out. Lady Valerian, she screamed, her hands flying to her face, blood pouring from the wound. You monster, she shrieked, writhing in pain and shock. Gojo Satoru, they have names now, he said coldly. Gojo Satoru, tell her your names, he commanded the twins. Suzunami and Yukinami, fueled by a mix of fear and newfound determination, shouted in unison. Suzunami, I am Suzunami. Yukinami, and I am Yukinami. Their voices echoed through the casino, a declaration of their newfound identity and strength. Gojo looked back at Lady Valerian, his expression unyielding. Gojo Satoru, show me where the treasure room is, and I'll let you live, he said coldly, his voice menacing and full of authority. Lady Valerian, you expect me to believe some cheap words, she spat back, her remaining eye filled with hatred. Gojo Satoru, no, but you can trust in a binding vow. Show me where the lucky despot's treasure is, and I'll let you live. No tricks, no thoughts of harming the Gojo group, myself and the twins for the rest of your life. This vow works both ways. If either of us breaks it, the one who breaks it will face a horrifying penalty, he declared, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Lady Valerian, seeing her dire situation, reluctantly nodded. I accept. Suddenly, ethereal chains materialized, binding their souls together in a mystical contract. Gojo felt the weight of the vow settle in. Gojo Satoru, now, show me where the treasure room is, he commanded. Lady Valerian, still in immense pain, began to lead them through the winding corridors of the Lucky Despot. They descended several levels, passing through security checkpoints and hidden passageways until they finally reached a heavily fortified door. Lady Valerian, this is it, she said, her voice a mix of defeat and bitterness. Gojo gestured for her to open the door. With a reluctant sigh, she keyed in the security code and the massive door slowly creaked open. Inside, the treasure room was a sight to behold. The room was vast, illuminated by the golden glow of countless treasures. Piles of credits, rare gemstones, and precious metals were stacked high. Exotic artifacts from across the galaxy adorned the shelves, each one with a history of its own. There were ancient Jedi holocrons, Sith relics, Mandalorian armor sets, and Republic artifacts, each one more valuable than the last. The air was thick with the scent of wealth and power, a treasure trove that could make even the most stoic Jedi envious, the most ambitious Sith hungry for more, and the most strategic Republic general plot a heist. The walls were lined with shelves filled with precious metals. There were stacks of orodium ingots, shining with a radiant luster that spoke of their immense value. Beskar, the nearly indestructible metal prized by Mandalorians, was present in large quantities, each piece more pristine than the last. The gleam of Frick, another rare and resilient metal, could be seen among the piles, its shimmering surface reflecting the room's golden light. For the Sith, there were ancient and powerful artifacts that resonated with dark energy. Sith holocrons, each containing the forbidden knowledge of long-dead Dark Lords, were arranged meticulously. Dark side amulets, exuding malevolent power, and ancient Sith swords forged in the fires of Korriban, their blades still humming with dark energy, were scattered among the treasures. Jedi treasures were equally abundant. Holocrons filled with the wisdom of the Jedi Order, lightsaber crystals of various colors and rare kyber crystals, each more perfect than the last, were carefully stored. Ancient texts and scrolls containing the teachings of the Jedi and rare artifacts, such as the kyber crystal, capable of amplifying force powers, were on display. Mandalorian artifacts included full sets of Beskar armor, each piece a testament to the warrior culture's craftsmanship. Jetpacks, blasters, and the famed second advanced darksaber, a symbol of Mandalorian leadership and a weapon of immense historical significance, were displayed prominently. This advanced darksaber was unique, capable of absorbing the light of other lightsabers during clashes, giving it a distinct edge in combat. There were also trophies from various battles, each with a story of honor and combat. The room also contained Republic artifacts, such as prototype weapons and armor, data disks containing top-secret information, and medals of honor awarded to the greatest heroes of the Republic. Advanced technology, including stealth field generators and high-grade shields, filled the room, showcasing the Republic's ingenuity and strength. This treasure room was not just a collection of wealth, it was a collection of the galaxy's most prized and powerful items, capable of inciting envy and ambition in even the most disciplined minds. Gojo Satoru, no wonder you were so desperate to protect this place, Gojo said, impressed. Suzunami, standing beside Gojo, was in awe. Gojo-sensei, you're awesome, he said, his eyes wide as he took in the sight of the immense treasure trove. All these artifacts and metals. I've never seen so much wealth and power in one place. Yukinami, equally impressed, gazed around the treasure room. Gojo-sensei, this is incredible, she said, her eyes wide with wonder. Holocrons, kyber crystals, Beskar armor. This room is a treasure trove of the galaxy's most valuable items. Suddenly, Lady Valerian, driven by desperation, attempted to betray them. Her hand reached for a hidden blaster under a pile of credits, but before she could pull the trigger, the binding vow took effect. Her face twisted in a mix of shock and horror as she realized her fate. She let out a horrifying scream as her body convulsed and twisted, ultimately succumbing to a gruesome death. Lady Valerian, no. I can't. She screamed, her body writhing in agony as the vow's penalty took its toll. Her eyes widened in terror, her mouth frothing as she convulsed violently. Blood poured from her nose and mouth, her body contorting in unnatural ways before finally collapsing into a lifeless heap. Gojo looked down at her, his expression unchanging. That's what you get for taking a binding vow lightly. Next time, choose your opponent wisely, he mocked. Suzunami, the binding vow, it's real. Gojo-sensei is incredible, he whispered, his admiration growing even deeper. Yukinami, I never imagined such power, she said, her eyes wide with amazement. Gojo turned to them with a reassuring smile. Let's get what we came for and move on. There's still much to do. Gojo Satoru, wonder of you, clone, materialize yourself, he commanded. Wonder of you appeared, bowing respectfully. As you wish, Master Satoru, he said in his characteristic calm and menacing tone. Gojo Satoru, amplify your abilities by using my curse energy and produce fun cloth from Hunter x Hunter. Clean this treasure vault, Gojo ordered, his tone authoritative and firm. Wonder of you smirked, obeying the command. He began producing the mystical cloth, which expanded to cover and transport the treasures efficiently. Wonder of you, clone, as you wish, Master Satoru, he said, his smirk growing as he set to work. The twins watched in awe as the treasure room was meticulously cleared, every valuable item safely stored away by Wonder of You's abilities. Suzunami, Gojo-sensei, this is amazing. The way he clears the room, it's like magic. Yukinami, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Gojo-sensei, you truly are incredible, she said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. They couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of hope and excitement for their future under Gojo's tutelage. Chapter 21, The Next Step. Int. Anakin's hovel, main room, night. The dimly lit room was filled with the quiet hum of makeshift machinery and the soft glow of flickering lights. Anakin Skywalker sat across from Qui-Gon Jinn, his eyes wide with curiosity. The mysterious visitor had sparked countless questions in his young mind, questions he could no longer keep to himself. Anakin, I was wondering, something. He began hesitantly, his voice barely above a whisper. Qui-Gon, what? Qui-Gon replied, leaning forward slightly, his expression patient and encouraging. Anakin took a deep breath, gathering his courage. Well, you're a Jedi Knight, aren't you? Qui-Gon's eyes twinkled with amusement as he leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. What makes you think that? I saw your laser sword. Only Jedi carry that kind of weapon, Anakin explained, his tone filled with a mixture of awe and certainty. Qui-Gon chuckled softly, contemplating the boy's observation. Perhaps I killed a Jedi and stole it from him, he suggested, a playful glint in his eye. Anakin shook his head vehemently. I don't think so. No one can kill a Jedi Knight. The smile faded from Qui-Gon's face, replaced by a look of solemnity. I wish that were so. He murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Undeterred, Anakin pressed on. I had a dream I was a Jedi. I came back here and freed all the slaves. Have you come to free us? Qui-Gon sighed, shaking his head. No, I'm afraid not. Anakin's eyes narrowed with determination. I think you have, why else would you be here? Qui-Gon studied the boy for a moment, recognizing the spark of potential and unyielding spirit within him. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I can see there's no fooling you. You mustn't let anyone know about us, we're on our way to Coruscant, the central system in the Republic, on a very important mission, and it must be kept secret. Anakin's eyes widened in wonder. Coruscant, wow, how did you end up here in the Outer Rim? Padme, who had been quietly observing the exchange, stepped forward. Our ship was damaged, and we're stranded here until we can repair it. Anakin's face lit up with excitement. I can help. I can fix anything, he exclaimed, his youthful enthusiasm shining through. Qui-Gon smiled at the boy's eagerness, recognizing the latent potential within him. I believe you can, but our first job is to acquire the parts we need. Suddenly, Obi-Wan reappeared by Gojo's teleportation. Qui-Gon instantly went on guard but then recognized his apprentice. Obi-Wan. How did you reappear here so suddenly? Obi-Wan, wearing his usual humorous and sarcastic expression, began to explain the situation. Well, Master, it appears our friend Gojo has a knack for unpredictable antics. One moment I was in the middle of, let's just say, things were getting interesting at the Lucky Despot. Gojo decided to start a crazy gambling spree. He bet and won an entire casino, causing chaos and forcing Lady Valerian to gamble away everything she had. Then, he declared himself the new owner of the Lucky Despot. But that's not all, he went so far as to bet me and the Queen in the game. Padme gasped, her eyes widening in shock. He what? Obi-Wan nodded, continuing. Yes, he actually put us up as part of his bet. Although he declared himself the winner, the house had other plans. They insisted that the house always wins. Before we could fight every guard in the casino, Gojo teleported me away without any warning. One moment I was preparing to defend myself, and the next I was here. Qui-Gon, Padme, and Shmi stared at Obi-Wan in shock and disbelief. Qui-Gon, gambling away an entire casino? And betting you and the Queen? That sounds unbelievable, he said, struggling to comprehend the situation. Padme, Gojo did what? That man is reckless beyond measure, she exclaimed, her voice filled with a mix of frustration and amazement. Shmi, I've never heard of such a thing. This Gojo seems to be as unpredictable as he is powerful, she added, shaking her head in astonishment. Toru, in his main body form, laughed heartily at Gojo's antics. Gojo never fails to surprise, does he? Padme sighed, her expression a mix of regret and frustration. I should have known better than to let Gojo wander around. Shmi, standing quietly in the corner, looked confused but intrigued by the sudden turn of events. This is quite a peculiar group you've brought into our home, she remarked gently. Qui-Gon, now more at ease, smiled at the unexpected reunion. It seems our mission continues to take unexpected turns. But we must stay focused. Anakin, let's talk about those parts you mentioned. Suddenly, they heard the unmistakable sound of blaster fire and heavy weapons not far from the hovel. The intensity of the noise made everyone tense up. Qui-Gon, stay alert, he commanded, his voice calm but firm. Be ready for anything, Toru. Padme and Shmi exchanged worried glances, their hearts racing with fear. The sound of blasters echoed through the room, followed by the unmistakable rumble of heavy weapons. Padme, what's happening out there? She asked, her voice trembling. Before anyone could respond, the ground beneath them shook violently. An earthquake-like tremor rippled through the hovel, causing tools and parts to clatter to the floor. Everyone grabbed onto something to steady themselves, eyes wide with shock. Jar Jar Binks, who had been quietly trying to stay out of trouble, yelped in panic, nearly knocking over a stack of tools. Mesa thinkin' we in big puddin' now, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. Qui-Gon, this must be Gojo, he said, a mixture of exasperation and realization in his voice. Obi-Wan, only he could cause this much chaos, he agreed, shaking his head in disbelief. Padme, he's going to bring the whole place down, she exclaimed, her voice filled with both frustration and amazement at Gojo's audacity. Shmi, we need to stay safe, she urged, pulling Anakin closer and trying to calm her son. Anakin looked at Qui-Gon, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and excitement. What do we do now? Qui-Gon, we wait and be ready, he said, his voice steady despite the chaos outside. Gojo will handle the situation outside. We must be prepared for whatever comes next. The sound of blaster fire continued, interspersed with the occasional explosion, shaking the walls of the hovel. The ground trembled again, more violently this time, as if the very fabric of Tatooine was reacting to the immense power being unleashed outside. Toru, Master Satoru does enjoy making an entrance, he said with a smirk, his eyes glinting with respect for Gojo's overwhelming presence. Everyone remained on high alert, their senses heightened as they awaited the outcome of the chaos outside. The air was thick with tension, and the sounds of battle only served to amplify the anxiety coursing through the small room. Suddenly, everything quieted down. The abrupt silence was almost deafening, and everyone looked around, confused and cautious. Just then, there was a knock at the front door. Anybody home? Hello, came Gojo's familiar voice, filled with playful nonchalance. Padme, no one home here. No one welcomes you, she shouted back in frustration, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Qui-Gon gave a small, amused smile. That certainly sounds like Gojo. Obi-Wan sighed, shaking his head with a resigned smile. Always making an entrance, isn't he? Shmi, he certainly knows how to make an impression, she added, her voice a mix of relief and bewilderment. Gojo then entered, bringing the twins with him. He introduced them to everyone in the room, except Toru, who already knew them through his clone. Gojo, everyone, meet Suzunami and Yukinami. They're my new disciples. Padme suddenly hugged the twins, saying, they are cute, but then she looked at Gojo and said with playful frustration, me and Anakin officially hate you. Anakin called you old man, and I'm going to call you a damn troublemaker. Suzunami and Yukinami, overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness, felt tears well up in their eyes. They had rarely experienced such warmth and affection. Suzunami tried to blink back the tears but failed, his voice shaky as he murmured, thank you. Yukinami, clinging to Padme, sobbed softly, we've never been hugged like this before. Padme held them tighter, her eyes softening with compassion. You're safe now, she whispered. We're going to take care of you. Gojo chuckled, taking it in stride. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Obi-Wan, curiosity piqued, asked, aren't those the twins you took as part of the bet? Qui-Gon raised an eyebrow but remained composed, observing the interaction. Gojo nodded with a confident grin. Yes, and I officially own the Lucky Despot now. Let's head over there and see what we can make of it. Padme, still holding the twins, couldn't help but smile at Gojo's audacity. Only you, Gojo, could turn a chaotic situation into a victory, she said, shaking her head in amusement. Qui-Gon, maintaining his calm demeanor, added, let's hope this victory leads to more positive outcomes. We have much to discuss and plan. Jar Jar, still jittery from the earlier chaos, piped up, Mesa not sure if this is good idea, but Mesa follow on you. Before they could leave, Gojo turned to Shmi and Anakin. You have transmitter implants in your bodies, correct? He asked. Anakin and Shmi both nodded, a hint of fear in their eyes. Gojo, Toru, remove the transmitters. Let's have some fun, he said confidently. Toru stepped forward, using his abilities to locate and remove the transmitters with ease. The process was quick and precise, leaving Anakin and Shmi free from their oppressive constraints. Anakin and Shmi looked at Gojo with astonishment and gratitude, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Thank you, Shmi said, her voice trembling. You've given us a new chance at freedom. Anakin, eyes wide with awe, added, I can't believe it. We're really free now. The room was filled with a sense of hope and anticipation as the group prepared to embark on their next adventure, the newly acquired Lucky Despot awaiting them. Gojo led the way, his confident stride reflecting his unshakable resolve. The twins stayed close to Padme, still basking in the warmth of her kindness. Anakin walked beside Qui-Gon, his eyes shining with hope and curiosity. Obi-Wan, Toru, how did you remove the transmitters? He asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Gojo suddenly had an idea, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ah, looks like we have a crazy show for a while, he said, glancing at the remaining corpses of the enforcers he and Tora had killed. Shmai, why were the enforcers after you? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. Gojo, because we four-kicked a crazy racer, Sebulba, until he passed out, he replied with a laugh. Tora then demonstrated his unique ability. He got inside one of the corpses, and it suddenly stood up, its arms and fingers glowing blue. The sight was both eerie and fascinating. Gojo, you can say he gets inside your body and removes the transmitters very, very fast, he said, laughing. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged resigned, yet amused, looks. Qui-Gon, I suppose we'll have to get used to these unusual methods, he said, shaking his head with a smile. Obi-Wan, at this point, nothing surprises me anymore, he added with a chuckle. Padme watched with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Gojo, you certainly know how to keep things interesting. Anakin, though confused, couldn't help but be impressed. That's so cool. Shmai, remind us to never get a doctor like you, she said, trying to hide her astonishment with humor. Jar Jar Binks, who had been nervously fidgeting, saw the corpse stand up and immediately jumped back, eyes wide with terror. Mesa no like and dis. Mesa think and dis is a bad mojo, he exclaimed, flailing his arms comically. The group couldn't help but laugh at Jar Jar's reaction, the tension easing slightly as they continued their journey, now more united and determined than ever, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead as they made their way to the newly acquired Lucky Despot. As they walked, Obi-Wan realized he hadn't properly introduced himself. He approached Anakin and Shmai, offering a warm smile. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi, Qui-Gon's apprentice. Anakin, nice to meet you, Obi-Wan, Anakin replied, his youthful enthusiasm shining through. Shmai, thank you for your help, Shmai added, her gratitude evident. Gojo, bohoo. Monks forget their manners now, do they? Gojo teased in his usual playful manner. At the entrance of the Lucky Despot, the group paused, taking in the grandeur of the luxurious casino ship. Anakin, eyes wide with wonder, turned to Gojo. Hey, old man, how did you get so strong if you're not a Jedi? Gojo, being Gojo, smirked. Hard work, a lot of practice, and a bit of talent, he replied nonchalantly. Padme, curiosity piqued, asked, what did you do to cause that earthquake? The magnitude was incredible. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, who were familiar with Gojo's abilities, nodded in agreement, interested in hearing more. Gojo, well, it's all thanks to my curse energy and my limitless technique, he explained. By manipulating the infinite energy within me, I can create powerful attacks and defend myself against almost anything. And I already chained multiple black flashes to amplify my curse energy. Padme and Anakin exchanged curious glances, clearly intrigued by Gojo's explanation. Padme, could you perhaps give us a demonstration, she asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Gojo grinned, pleased by their interest. Sure thing. But first, let me show you something interesting. Suzunami, Yukinami, come here and try to touch my hand. The twins approached hesitantly, reaching out to touch Gojo's hand. As their fingers neared his skin, they felt a strange, invisible barrier that prevented them from making contact. Gojo, what you're feeling is my infinity. It's like an invisible barrier that slows down anything trying to touch me to an infinite degree, so nothing can actually reach me. Anakin's eyes widened in amazement. That's incredible. Padme, so that's how you protect yourself, she asked, her voice filled with awe. Gojo nodded. Exactly. Now, let me show you a demonstration of my power. He stepped back and focused, his expression turning serious. The air around him crackled with energy as he summoned his curse energy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy that shot into the sky, creating a brilliant blue orb above them, a display of raw power and control. The group watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with amazement. Anakin, that's so cool. I want to learn how to do that. Padme, your abilities are truly extraordinary, Gojo. Gojo smiled, his usual playful demeanor returning. Stick with me, and you'll see plenty more. And maybe you'll learn a thing or two along the way. The twins, still feeling the invisible barrier, looked up at Gojo with admiration. Suzunami, Gojo-sensei, you're incredible. Yukinami, thank you for showing us. Qui-Gon, still puzzled by an earlier encounter, spoke up. Wait, what about those black lightning strikes when you fought against the droid tanks? It's not part of your technique, is it? Gojo nodded, his grin widening. Ah, those were black flashes. It's a skill where my physical strike and cursed energy hit at the exact same time, creating a massive boost in damage. Basically, black flash is a distortion in space that happens when cursed energy is applied within 0.000001 seconds of a hit. When done right, the cursed energy flashes black, and the impact is 2.5 times more powerful than a regular hit. Each time you chain black flashes, it boosts your cursed energy output even more. It's incredibly difficult to do consistently. It's not just a technique, it's a skill that requires pinpoint precision. But for someone like me, it's just another trick up my sleeve. After all, I'm Gojo Satoru. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan listened intently, their expressions a mix of awe and skepticism. Obi-Wan, lightning is often associated with the dark side of the Force, a tool of the Sith. But what you're describing is different. It's a fascinating skill, to say the least. Suzunami added, so anyone can learn black flashes and limitless like you. Gojo shook his head, smiling. Black flashes are incredibly hard to pull off. No one can make it as simple as I do. It's rare for them to occur at all, let alone consistently. Plus, everyone's technique is different. Usually, a person only has one technique, normal people, that is. Then Gojo turned to Obi-Wan, his expression more serious. I've noticed something interesting. When people die, their presence or energy seems to linger and float in space. Obi-Wan, drawing on his Jedi wisdom, considered this. The Force connects all living things, and it's not surprising that even in death, there are remnants of that energy. What you're describing sounds like a manifestation of lingering emotions and unresolved intentions within the Force. It's fascinating, and perhaps a bit troubling. Qui-Gon nodded in agreement. The Force is a complex and mysterious entity. What you're seeing could be echoes of the lives once lived, or perhaps something more. It's worth investigating further. Gojo, intrigued by their responses, realized the potential intersection between his cursed energy and the Force. Interesting. It seems there's more to this galaxy than meets the eye. Maybe we'll find some answers along the way. The group, now more united and informed, continued their journey towards the Lucky Despot, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 22, Entering the Lucky Despot and Break the Limit. 4,200 words. I need a break. The group approached the grand entrance of the Lucky Despot, their eyes widening in awe at the luxurious view before them. The entrance was adorned with intricate carvings and gold accents, reflecting the opulence within. The lights from the chandeliers above cast a warm, golden glow, illuminating the richly decorated hallway that stretched out before them. As they stepped inside, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of breathtaking. The main hall was vast, with high ceilings and walls lined with exquisite tapestries and artworks. The floor was made of polished marble, reflecting the grandeur of the space. A grand staircase led up to the upper levels, flanked by elegant statues and lush potted plants. The heart of the main lobby was dominated by a massive, circular bar, where droids and servants moved gracefully, serving an array of exotic drinks. The bar itself was made of polished wood with gold inlays, its countertop gleaming under the soft, ambient lighting. Around the bar, there were several round tables with plush seating arrangements, where patrons could enjoy their drinks and engage in conversation. To one side of the lobby, there was a large, inviting lounge area filled with comfortable sofas and armchairs. The walls were adorned with hollow screens displaying various forms of entertainment, from live performances to intergalactic news. On the other side, there was a high-stakes gambling area, with tables for Sabasi, JJK, and other popular games, each surrounded by eager players and onlookers. The atmosphere was vibrant and filled with a sense of excitement and luxury, making it clear that the Lucky Despot was a place for the elite and those seeking a taste of high society on Tatooine. Qui-Gon nodded, his expression thoughtful. Indeed. The level of opulence here is remarkable. It's hard to believe we're still on Tatooine. Anakin, eyes shining with excitement, could barely contain himself. This is amazing. I've never seen a place so fancy. Shmai, equally impressed, looked around in awe. I had no idea places like this existed on Tatooine. It's like a different world. Padme, admiring the decor, smiled. It's certainly a far cry from the streets of Mos Espa. Gojo, you've really outdone yourself. As they made their way further into the casino, a group of servants lined up to greet them, bowing respectfully. Welcome, Master Gojo, they said in unison, their voices tinged with a mix of respect and nervousness. Gojo, ever the playful one, grinned and teased them, you've done so much cleaning in here. I'm impressed. Despite their initial apprehension, the servants couldn't help but relax slightly in response to Gojo's light-hearted demeanor. One of the braver servants stepped forward, bowing deeply. Thank you, Master Gojo. We aim to keep the Lucky Despot in pristine condition for your pleasure. Gojo's mood lightened even more, his grin widening. Well, you're doing a great job. Keep it up. The atmosphere in the room became more relaxed, the servants feeling less intimidated by their new master. The group continued to explore the casino, admiring the luxurious decor and the intricate details that made the Lucky Despot one of the most opulent places on Tatooine. As they continued to explore, Obi-Wan couldn't help but comment, I remember this place from our last visit during the gambling spree. It's even more impressive now, knowing that you own it, Gojo. Gojo chuckled, recalling the chaotic events. Ah, yes, our little adventure here. Seems like ages ago, doesn't it? Obi-Wan nodded, smiling. It does. But it looks like things have settled down. For now, at least. The sense of awe and excitement filled the air as they realized that this was only the beginning of their new adventure together. The Lucky Despot, now under Gojo's control, held endless possibilities and challenges that they were eager to face. Suzunami and Yukinami, trailing slightly behind the group, exchanged silent glances. They couldn't forget how Gojo had enforced the binding vow, leading to Lady Valerian's gruesome end. It was a stark reminder of the power their new master wielded. Suzunami, his voice low, whispered to Yukinami, do you think we'll ever get used to this power struggle? Yukinami glanced at Gojo, then back at her brother. I don't know, but as long as we stay close to Gojo-sensei, we'll be safe. Gojo, noticing their hesitation, turned to them and gave a reassuring smile. Well, she didn't uphold the bargain, right? He said casually, as if discussing the weather. The twins nodded, their eyes wide with a mix of awe and admiration. Gojo's grin widened, his eyes twinkling with confidence. If another fat slug like Jabba tries anything, all I need to do is take them down. Don't forget, I'm Gojo Satoru. You two just focus on learning and growing stronger. Leave the rest to me. And by the way, I didn't kill the fat slug that owned this casino, the binding vow did. She reaped what she was about to sow, that's the way it works. The twins' eyes sparkled with admiration, their fear replaced with a deep respect for Gojo's strength and resolve. They knew they were in the presence of someone truly extraordinary. Gojo turned to the servants and said, let's serve them the finest food in all of Tatooine. The servants nodded and quickly went to prepare the meal. Soon, the group was seated at the main table in the grand dining hall. The table was covered with a variety of dishes, each one more delectable than the last. There were roasted bantha steaks, seasoned with exotic spices, fresh fruits from distant planets, a selection of fine cheeses, and delicate pastries filled with sweet creams and fruits. The aromas wafting from the table were mouth-watering. Qui-Gon took a bite of the roasted bantha steak and nodded appreciatively. This is exquisite. I've never tasted anything quite like it. Obi-Wan sampled the fine cheeses and smiled. I must agree, the food here is remarkable. Anakin, his eyes wide with excitement, eagerly tried everything on his plate. This is the best food I've ever had. Shmai, savoring a piece of fruit, looked around with a smile. This is a feast fit for royalty. Thank you, Gojo. Padme, enjoying a delicate pastry, added, you've truly outdone yourself, Gojo. This is a meal to remember. Jar Jar Binks, his mouth full, managed to exclaim, dis food is de bombad. Mason never had anything like dis. Suzunami and Yukinami, experiencing such luxury for the first time, were equally impressed. Suzunami tried the exotic fruits and whispered to his sister, this is incredible. I've never tasted anything like it. Yukinami nodded, her eyes wide as she savored a piece of the delicate pastry. It's like a dream. Gojo-sensei really knows how to treat his guests. Gojo watched them with satisfaction, pleased that his new friends were enjoying the meal. The atmosphere was warm and filled with laughter, the group feeling more united than ever as they dined together in the opulent surroundings of the lucky despot. After they ate, Qui-Gon leaned forward, his tone turning serious. Now, to continue with what we came here for, we need to acquire the parts for our ship. Jar Jar, ever the pessimist, chimed in, with no nut and mula to trade. Padme, always practical, added, these junk dealers must have a weakness of some kind. Shmai, who had seen the darker side of Tatooine, offered, gambling. Everything here revolves around betting on those awful races. Qui-Gon's eyes lit up with an idea. Pod racing. Greed can be a powerful ally if it's used properly. Anakin, unable to contain his excitement, blurted out, I've built a racer. It's the fastest ever. There's a big race tomorrow, on Bunta Eve. You could enter my pod. It's all but finished. Shmai, concern etched on her face, interjected, Anakin, settle down. Watto won't let you. She paused, then her expression softened with newfound hope. But we're already free. Gojo freed us by removing the transmitter from our bodies. Anakin's eyes widened in realization, a broad smile spreading across his face. That's right. We're free now, thanks to Gojo. Padme looked at Shmai with empathy and admiration. You're free now. You can decide what you want to do. Shmai nodded, a grateful smile forming. Yes, and if entering this race can help us get the parts that your group need, then I believe Ani should do it. Gojo leaned back with a grin, clearly enjoying the lively conversation. Don't worry, lover boy, he teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. This sugar daddy will be your sponsor. Also, your racing car needs to be more awesome. I'll upgrade it to the point where you're guaranteed to win. Anakin's face turned red with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. I don't need you calling me lover boy, and it's not fair if you do all the heavy lifting, old man. Gojo chuckled, his grin widening. Oh, come on, kid. Besides, I still need to troll the fat Drake, Watto. Can't let him think he's got a chance. Padme, watching the exchange, sighed with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Why do I always smell trouble from you, Gojo? Gojo shrugged, his expression turning playful. Without trouble, there wouldn't be anything interesting. Don't you agree? The group couldn't help but laugh, the tension easing as they prepared for the challenges ahead. With Gojo's confident and mischievous demeanor leading the way, they felt ready to take on whatever came next. Shmai looked at her son, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and concern. Anakin, if this is truly what you want, then I support you. But be careful. Anakin nodded, his determination evident. I will, Mom. I promise. With their plan in place, the group prepared for the upcoming race, knowing that with Gojo's help, they stood a much better chance of success. Jabba's reaction int. Jabba's palace, throne room, night. Jabba the Hutt lounged on his elevated throne, surrounded by sycophants and servants attending to his every whim. The air was thick with the scent of exotic spices, and the sound of raucous laughter echoed through the grand hall. A dancing girl performed in front of Jabba, attempting to amuse the Hutt crime lord. Suddenly, a commotion at the entrance drew his attention. Jabba, in Huttus, with English subtitles, cancel all my relaxation and entertainment plans for tonight. I want to reclaim the lucky despot myself. Bib Fortuna hurriedly approached Jabba, bowing low before speaking. Bib Fortuna, in Huttus, with English subtitles, my lord, Lady Valerian's fall was not by any ordinary rival. It was Gojo Satoru. Jabba's eyes narrowed, his attention now fully focused. He recognized the name instantly. Jabba, in Huttus, with English subtitles, Gojo Satoru, the one who made the Viceroy of the Trade Federation kneel before him on that exclusive broadcast. The hall fell silent, the weight of Jabba's words sinking in. The mention of Gojo Satoru sent ripples of unease through the room. Jabba's reputation for dealing with threats was well known, but even he knew that Gojo was a formidable opponent. Jabba, in Hutus, with English subtitles, prepare my ship. I will personally deal with this Gojo Satoru and reclaim the lucky despot. Bib Fortuna bowed again and hurried off to carry out Jabba's orders. The dancers and musicians quickly exited the throne room, sensing the change in atmosphere. Jabba's eyes gleamed with determination and a hint of malice as he contemplated his next move. Jabba, in Hutus, with English subtitles, let's see if this Gojo Satoru is as powerful as they say. However, Jabba made a silent gesture to a nearby dancer. Prepare my biggest tribute, just in case this Gojo Satoru is as crazy as they say. The scene shifted back to Gojo and the group at the Lucky Despot, unaware of the brewing storm heading their way. The gathering storm. Back at the Lucky Despot, Gojo sensed numerous enemies approaching from miles away. His excitement grew, and he couldn't help but smile at the thought of an impending battle. He turned to Anakin, a playful glint in his eye. Hey, lover boy, take care of my glasses, Gojo said, tossing them to Anakin. Anakin, annoyed, caught the glasses but then looked up and saw Gojo's eyes for the first time. He was stunned by their beauty. Wow, your eyes, they're the most beautiful I've ever seen. Shmai, overhearing her son's remark, added softly, he's right. Your eyes are truly mesmerizing, Gojo. Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Padme, who had seen Gojo's eyes before, still couldn't help but be captivated. They never lose their wonder, do they? Qui-Gon mused, his tone thoughtful. No matter how many times I see them, they always amaze me, Obi-Wan admitted, shaking his head slightly. There's something truly unique about them, Padme added, her voice tinged with admiration. Gojo chuckled, enjoying their reactions. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon stepped forward, determination in their eyes. We'll accompany you, Gojo. I want to see those black flashes again. You said they're rare, but if they're as simple as a jab for you, I'd like to see you prove it, Obi-Wan stated, his voice firm. Qui-Gon nodded in agreement. Indeed. We need to see the extent of your abilities. Sensing an opportunity to provoke Gojo, Padme smirked. Prove your worth, Gojo. Show us what you can really do. Ever the confident one, Gojo grinned. All right, you can accompany me. And as for proving my worth, just watch. Hey, twins, I want to show you something cooler outside. Suzunami and Yukinami nodded eagerly, following Gojo, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Padme outside the Lucky Despot. The anticipation hung in the air as they prepared to witness Gojo's incredible power in action. The twins, trailing slightly behind the group, finally caught a glimpse of Gojo's eyes as he turned to speak to Anakin. They were instantly captivated by the mesmerizing sight. Suzunami's eyes widened in awe. Gojo-sensei, your eyes, they're amazing. I've never seen anything like them. Yukinami, equally entranced, whispered, they're like stars, so beautiful and powerful. Gojo smiled at their reactions, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Glad you like them. Now, come on. I have something even cooler to show you. The twins nodded eagerly, their admiration for Gojo growing even more profound as they followed him and the rest of the group outside the Lucky Despot. The night air was cool, and the stars above seemed to shine brighter, as if reflecting the anticipation of the moment. Gojo's confident stride led them to a clearing, the perfect stage for the display of his immense power. Just then, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the air was filled with the distant sound of engines. Jabba the Hutt had arrived with his entourage, a formidable display of power and influence. From Jabba's point of view, the sight of Gojo Satoru standing confidently in the clearing was both impressive and intimidating. Jabba's eyes narrowed as he observed the man who had taken down Lady Valerian and now stood between him and the Lucky Despot. In his mind, Jabba thought, this man, Gojo Satoru, and his eyes. He is a truly horrifying individual. I need to calm myself and not provoke him. With a deep breath, Jabba spoke through his translator droid. Welcome, Gojo Satoru, to Tatooine, the droid translated, the mechanical voice echoing through the clearing. I am here to offer my welcome GI. Before the droid could finish, Gojo interrupted with a shout, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and menace. Oi! Bring out the third-rate fighters capable of facing me. Then we can discuss more, metal. He laughed, the sound both sinister and thrilling. Jabba's eyes flickered with a mix of anger and wariness. He knew that the treasure from the Lucky Despot was worth more than almost anything, and the challenge laid out by Gojo was not one to be taken lightly. The Hutt crime lord motioned for his guards to step back, contemplating his next move. Gojo's grin widened as he prepared for the battle ahead, his eyes reflecting the thrill of the challenge. Let's see what you've got, Jabba. This is going to be fun. Suddenly, Gojo sensed Anakin and Shmai trying to watch the confrontation from a hidden spot. For the first time, he called out, Anakin Skywalker, no need to hide. I'll show you why I'm called the strongest. Anakin was amazed at Gojo's confidence and the fact that he knew they were there. His eyes widened with admiration as he whispered to his mother, how did he know we were here? Shmai, equally impressed, replied, he truly is something else. Jabba, now slightly more composed, addressed Gojo again through his translator droid. Is 600 men enough? He asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. Gojo chuckled, his excitement palpable. More than enough for me, he replied. All right, time to chain black flashes. The fight commenced with Gojo opening with a powerful black flash. The distortion in space created by the move amplified his physical strike, causing a massive, thunderous impact that reverberated through the night. The sheer force of the attack, outputting 125% power, sent shockwaves through the ground and air, demonstrating Gojo's unmatched strength. Jabba's forces, equipped with an array of formidable weaponry, hesitated for a moment, stunned by the incredible display of power. They had blaster rifles, heavy repeating blasters, thermal detonators, and mounted E-web heavy blaster cannons. Additionally, there were several heavily armored speeder bikes and land speeders outfitted with mounted blaster cannons, giving them a significant mobile advantage. Alongside these vehicles, there were hulking guard droids and heavily armed gay marine guards, their axes and vibroblades glinting menacingly in the moonlight. The loud sound and the immense impact of the black flash left them momentarily paralyzed, fear and awe mingling in their expressions. The ground shook with the force of Gojo's attack, and a cloud of dust and debris hung in the air, adding to the chaos. Gojo stood amidst the turmoil, his expression one of exhilaration. He turned to the Jedi and the twins, a confident smile on his face. Ready to see more? Let's show them what true power looks like. With a burst of speed, Gojo launched himself into the fray. He moved with blinding speed, chaining together 8 black flashes in rapid succession. Each strike was a precise and devastating blow, causing shockwaves that obliterated everything in their path. The air crackled with the intense energy of his attacks, the black flashes illuminating the battlefield with a fierce light. Black flash! Gojo shouted with each strike, counting aloud. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The enemy forces were thrown into disarray, their formations shattered by the relentless assault. Speeder bikes and land speeders were torn apart, their riders thrown to the ground. Guard droids were reduced to smoking heaps of metal, and the gay marine guards fell one by one, their heavy armor and weapons no match for Gojo's overwhelming power. He's like a demon, one of the nameless grunts screamed, his voice filled with terror. I can't believe what I'm seeing, another grunt whispered, his hands trembling as he witnessed the black lightning that accompanied each of Gojo's black flashes. The battle raged on, longer than any of them could have anticipated. Gojo moved through the enemy ranks like a whirlwind, his attacks precise and merciless. Heads rolled and bodies fell as he decapitated the remaining enemies with lightning-fast strikes, reminiscent of his brutal efficiency in Shibuya. He's unstoppable, a terrified guard yelled, dropping his weapon in despair. Retreat! We can't fight him, another cried out, scrambling to escape the onslaught. In the span of a minute, Gojo had decimated the bulk of Jabba's forces. The remaining soldiers, droids, and guards tried to regroup, but Gojo was relentless. He moved through them like a whirlwind, his attacks precise and merciless. Heads rolled and bodies fell as he decapitated the remaining enemies with lightning-fast strikes, reminiscent of his brutal efficiency in Shibuya. Suddenly, Gojo noticed some heavy forces that stood their ground, their expressions confident, almost smug, as if they believed they could win. Their faces bore the I'd win expressions, brimming with overconfidence. A sinister grin spread across Gojo's face as he gathered even more cursed energy, feeling the limits of his power stretching. Ah yes, the smug face, haven't seen them since Geto provoked me, let's see you handle this, he muttered, his voice dripping with anticipation. Black flash! With an intense shout that echoed across the battlefield, Gojo unleashed a 9th black flash. I break my limits, he roared, his voice reverberating with raw power. The strike, fueled by the accumulated cursed energy of the previous 8 flashes, was exponentially more potent. The ground beneath his feet shattered, a massive crater forming as the energy exploded outward. The heavy forces were launched high into the air, their overconfidence shattered by the sheer magnitude of Gojo's power. The impact was devastating, a force equivalent to 500% of a Gojo-enhanced normal strike, amplified by Gojo's relentless precision. The battlefield was left in ruins, the once formidable heavy forces now scattered and broken. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, who had been prepared to assist, stood in stunned silence. Obi-Wan finally spoke, his voice filled with a mix of awe and reservation. I've never seen anything like that. His black flashes and speed are incredible, though the decapitations are a bit much. Qui-Gon nodded, his expression thoughtful. Gojo Satoru is truly a force to be reckoned with. His power is impressive, but his methods can be rather extreme. Padme, though she had seen Gojo's power before, was still amazed. He always finds a way to surprise us. Let's hope this victory sends a clear message. Obi-Wan, his curiosity piqued, stepped forward. Gojo, what did you mean when you said you broke your limit? Gojo, still basking in the afterglow of his victory, turned to face them, a satisfied grin on his face. Black flash is already a rare skill, but chaining them together boosts the power of my cursed energy even more. 8 is usually my limit every time I chained it. But this time, I managed to push beyond that and create a 9th black flash. It's like I reached a new level of power. Qui-Gon raised an eyebrow. So you can grow even stronger by pushing your limits. Gojo nodded. Exactly. It's not just about strength, it's about precision and timing. Every black flash enhances my cursed energy, and breaking through that barrier means I can tap into even greater potential. Padme, intrigued, asked, does this mean you can keep getting stronger indefinitely? Gojo shrugged. Who knows? But one thing's for sure, I always aim to surpass my limits. It keeps things interesting. The twins, still in awe of what they had witnessed, exchanged glances. Suzunami spoke up, his voice filled with admiration. Gojo-sensei, you're incredible. Your power is on a whole different level. Yukinami nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. We have so much to learn from you. Suddenly, Anakin ran up to Gojo, his eyes filled with admiration. Gojo-sensei, please accept me as your student. Gojo looked at Anakin seriously and said, Anakin, I can't make you my student because you don't have any cursed energy. Anakin's face fell, tears welling up in his eyes. But I want to be powerful like you. Gojo's expression softened slightly. However, you can be a Jedi. He looked at Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, then continued, this boy bears a threat to me. My soul says I should kill him right here, right now. But I'd prefer you become my rival or someone who can equal me one day. That means I know that in this galaxy, I'm not alone at the top. I'll wait for you at the peak, where the strongest resides, one day. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged a glance, understanding the gravity of Gojo's words. Qui-Gon placed a hand on Anakin's shoulder. You have a great destiny, Anakin. But for now, your path lies with the Jedi. Obi-Wan nodded, his gaze shifting from Anakin to Gojo. We'll make sure he reaches his full potential. Gojo then grinned at Anakin, I'll change your nickname from Loverboy to Potential Man. Anakin, though a bit irritated, couldn't hide his satisfaction. That means the strongest recognizes me, he said with a proud smile. Padme, watching the exchange, couldn't help but smile at Anakin's pride. You've certainly made an impression, Anakin. I believe in you. Gojo chuckled, patting Anakin on the shoulder. Keep that fire, Potential Man. You'll need it. Shmai, watching the exchange with a mix of relief and gratitude, added, when you said Oni could be a threat to you, I thought you were going to kill him. But I'm glad you spared him. Gojo smiled at Shmai, his eyes gleaming with encouragement. Ah, about that. That's how I recognize a person's potential, by how dangerous they can be. Or rather, I praise Anakin and encourage him to chase me to the top. Anakin, I see greatness in you. One day, I hope you'll stand as my equal, a rival who pushes me to grow even stronger. Remember, the top is where the strongest reside, and I'll be waiting for you there. Anakin's eyes sparkled with determination, and he nodded vigorously. I'll get there, Gojo-sensei. I promise. With renewed purpose, the group felt a deep sense of unity and anticipation for the future. They knew that with Gojo's guidance and the Jedi's training, Anakin's potential would one day be fully realized. Author note. I know in manga Gojo rarely use Black Flash and not good as Nanami or Yuji, but I decide to boost it. Reason is because the top or strongest entity in Star Wars besides Sidious vitiate, and Ravan is very very powerful and I need reason to upgrade it. This fanfic also Jabba is not dead yet, it will be on later chapter. Chapter 23, Jabba's know his place. 4,000 words again, I really need a break XD. Int. Jabba's ship, command deck night. Jabba's perspective. Jabba the Hutt lounged on his command deck, surrounded by his entourage and a formidable force of heavily armed guards. The ship hovered near the Lucky Despot, ready to reclaim it. Jabba had come prepared with an army to ensure his dominance. From Jabba's vantage point on the command deck, the sight of Gojo Satoru standing confidently in the clearing was both impressive and intimidating. Jabba's eyes narrowed as he observed the man who had taken down Lady Valerian and now stood between him and the Lucky Despot. This man, Gojo Satoru, and his eyes. He is a truly horrifying individual. I need to calm myself and not provoke him, Jabba thought. With a deep breath, Jabba spoke through his translator droid. Welcome, Gojo Satoru, to Tatooine, the droid translated, the mechanical voice echoing through the clearing. I am here to offer my welcome GI. Before the droid could finish, Gojo interrupted with a shout, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and menace. Oi! Bring out the third-rate fighters capable of facing me. Then we can discuss more, metal. He laughed, the sound both sinister and thrilling. Jabba, now slightly more composed, addressed Gojo again through his translator droid. Is 600 men enough? He asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. Jabba's eyes widened in shock and fear as he witnessed the destructive power of Gojo Satoru. Retreat. Get away from the fighting zone. That man is a monster. Jabba's voice trembled in Huttese with a mix of panic and awe. He watched as Gojo, with blinding speed, chained multiple black flashes together, each strike causing immense shockwaves and obliterating everything in its path. What kind of power is this? Black lightning, such devastation. Jabba muttered, his fear palpable. Jabba's ship retreated to a safe distance, and he observed the battlefield through his viewport. The ground shook with the force of Gojo's attacks, and the night sky was filled with flashes of black energy. The once formidable force of 600 fighters was being decimated. This Gojo Satoru, he's unstoppable. We were right to bring the tribute, Jabba thought, a cold shiver running down his spine. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, Jabba cautiously approached the Lucky Despot once more. His entourage, visibly shaken, awaited his command. The battlefield was littered with the remains of his once mighty force, and a large crater marked the spot where Gojo had unleashed his most powerful attack. Let's see if this tribute will appease him. We cannot afford to make an enemy of someone so powerful, Jabba decided. A tribute to Gojo. Gojo looked around, scanning the area for any signs of the second fat slug. He chuckled to himself, hey, he must have lost his tails or something. His laughter echoed through the clearing, full of confidence and anticipation. Just as Gojo was about to declare, let's go for round, a booming voice interrupted him. Jabba the Hutt, flanked by his entourage, returned, his massive form casting a shadow over the scene. His translator droid stepped forward, its mechanical voice cutting through the tension. Wait, Gojo Satoru, we come in peace. This is technically the first time we wanted to meet you. We wanted to offer you tribute, but you suddenly went wild, the droid translated, a hint of urgency in its tone. Jabba motioned, and his servants began to bring forward the tribute. The sheer scale of it was astonishing, even by Hutt standards. First, there was a massive chest filled with the finest gems and precious metals from across the galaxy, each one glittering and reflecting the ambient light. The chest itself was an artifact, encrusted with intricate designs and made of pure gold. Next, came a collection of rare artifacts and relics. There were ancient holocrons containing lost Jedi and Sith knowledge, mysterious devices from forgotten civilizations, and even a few kyber crystals, their inner light pulsing with untapped power. A series of luxurious items followed, exotic silks and fabrics from the core worlds, rare spices that filled the air with their tantalizing aromas, and a selection of the finest wines and spirits from the outer rim to the core. Then, a parade of exotic animals was presented, each more unique and majestic than the last. From the towering reek to the graceful Falumpasset, these creatures were a testament to Jabba's vast influence and wealth. Finally, Jabba's servants brought forward a starship. Sleek, fast, and equipped with advanced technology, it was a vessel fit for a king or in this case, a sorcerer of immense power. Its hull gleamed with a chrome finish, and the interior boasted luxury accommodations and state-of-the-art weaponry. Gojo watched the procession, his amusement growing with each new addition to the tribute. When it was finally complete, he crossed his arms and regarded Jabba with an appraising look. "That's quite the tribute," Gojo said, his tone dripping with amusement. "But why the sudden generosity?" The translator droid responded, "Jabba the Hutt recognizes your unparalleled strength and wishes to honor you. He believes this tribute is a testament to his respect and a gesture of peace." The group stood in stunned silence, their eyes widening as Jabba's tribute was presented. Obi-Wan exchanged a glance with Qui-Gon, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. "This is incredible," Obi-Wan murmured. "Jabba's influence is vast, and this tribute is proof of that. Gojo being recognized by the Hutts is no small feat." Qui-Gon nodded thoughtfully. "It speaks volumes about Gojo's power and reputation. The Hutts are not known for their generosity unless it's to protect their own interests." Padme, her gaze fixed on the extravagant display, couldn't hide her astonishment. "I never imagined Jabba would go to such lengths. Gojo's strength must have truly made an impression on him." Anakin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took in the treasures. "This is amazing. I've never seen so much wealth and power in one place." Shmai, standing beside her son, looked equally impressed but also wary. "This is a reminder of the power and danger that comes with dealing with the Hutts. Gojo must be incredibly strong to command such respect." The twins, Suzunami and Yukinami, were in awe. Suzunami whispered, "Gojo-sensei is incredible. To be recognized by someone as powerful as Jabba." Yukinami nodded, her eyes wide. "He truly is on a different level." Gojo, noticing their reactions, chuckled. "Seems like I've made quite an impression, hey? Don't worry, I've got this handled." Gojo turned to Anakin and the twins, a serious expression replacing his usual playful demeanor. "Potential man, Suzunami, Yukinami, tell me, how many of your friends or people you know have been enslaved here?" Anakin's face grew somber as he recalled the many faces he had seen in chains. "There are many, Gojo-sensei. My friends, and a lot of people in Mos Espa, they've all been taken as slaves." Suzunami and Yukinami exchanged glances before Suzunami spoke up. "A lot of our friends too, Gojo-sensei. It's a common fate for many on Tatooine." Gojo's eyes hardened, his resolve clear. He turned back to Jabba, his voice strong and unwavering. "Forget the tribute, Jabba. Instead, I want you to release all the slaves you have on Tatooine." Jabba's eyes widened, and he sputtered through his translator droid, "But, that is a massive demand. You cannot be serious." Gojo's grin returned, but there was a dangerous edge to it. "Oh, I'm very serious. Free the slaves, Jabba. All of them. Only then will I consider your tribute worthy." Jabba hesitated, clearly torn between his greed and the clear threat Gojo posed. Gojo, sensing an opportunity, leaned in with a more serious tone. "All right, Jabba, let's make this interesting. How many rivals or enemies do you have on Tatooine?" Jabba's eyes flickered with interest, realizing there might be a way to turn this to his advantage. The translator droid relayed his thoughts. "There are several factions and individuals who oppose my rule and threaten my operations. There's the Red Key Raiders, a criminal organization that's been a thorn in my side for years. Then there's the Tusken Raider tribes, who constantly raid my caravans and settlements. Not to mention Black Sun, who has sent their agents to disrupt my business. And let's not forget the occasional rogue bounty hunters who think they can challenge my authority." Gojo listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. "So, you really take this opportunity and want me to take care of all of your current enemies in exchange for freeing the slaves? Interesting proposition." Jabba, sensing he had a chance to salvage the situation, continued, "Yes, Gojo Satoru. Eliminate these threats, and I will release the slaves. You get to test your strength, and I ensure my control over Tatooine remains unchallenged." Gojo then laughed loudly, a sound that echoed through the clearing and sent chills down the spines of his group and the twins. Suzunami and Yukinami exchanged worried glances, while Padme, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Anakin looked on with a mix of concern and curiosity. "You know, the first fat slug I dealt with, Lady Valerian, taught me that words are cheap," Gojo said, his tone turning serious. "So, let's make a binding vow." Jabba's eyes narrowed as he listened through his translator droid. "A binding vow? What are the terms?" Gojo explained, a binding vow is a pact that ensures both parties uphold their end of the deal. If you agree to release the slaves once I eliminate your enemies, you are bound by this vow. If either of us breaks the vow, there are severe consequences. For you, it means no harm towards me or my group. For me, it means I must fulfill my end of the bargain without fail. Jabba considered this for a moment, then asked, and if I refuse? Gojo's grin turned menacing. If you refuse, I'll make you the 10th black flash I perform today. The threat hung heavy in the air, and Jabba's translator droid relayed the message with an undertone of fear. Jabba, recognizing the seriousness of the situation and the power of the man before him, reluctantly agreed. Very well, Gojo Satoru. I accept the terms of the binding vow. Binding vow is made. The group let out a collective breath of relief, impressed by Gojo's negotiation skills and the resolution of the tense situation. Obi-Wan, still cautious, spoke up, a binding vow, it ensures that neither party can back out without severe consequences. It's a powerful tool. Qui-Gon nodded, his respect for Gojo growing. Indeed. Gojo has managed to turn the situation to his advantage while ensuring the safety of those enslaved. Padme, her admiration for Gojo evident, added, this is a significant victory. It shows the lengths Gojo will go to protect and free those in need. Anakin looked at Gojo with newfound respect. You really are amazing, Gojo sensed. Wonder of you suddenly materialized, this time in his stand form, ensuring in this form that everyone could see him. He held Lady Valerian's corpse, a grim reminder of what happens when deals are broken. The sight of the imposing figure in the lifeless body sent shivers through the crowd. Gojo looked at Wonder of you and smiled, praising him. Excellent work, Wonder of you. He then turned his menacing gaze toward Jabba. You see, the first fat slug didn't keep her word and ended up like this. I hope you think carefully before breaking your vow. The atmosphere grew tense, and the group's reactions varied, reflecting their thoughts on the situation. Obi-Wan, always cautious, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. That's quite a display. Gojo's power and his ally are formidable. Qui-Gon nodded, his expression serious. It's a stark reminder of the consequences. Jabba would do well to heed Gojo's warning. Padme, while still admiring Gojo's strength, felt a chill run down her spine. He means business. There's no room for error with Gojo. Anakin's admiration for Gojo only grew, mixed with a hint of fear. Gojo-sensei, you're incredible. But, that's scary. Shmai, standing beside her son, felt a deep sense of gratitude mixed with concern. Gojo's resolve to protect and free the slaves is commendable. But his methods are intense. The twins, Suzunami and Yukinami, were both in awe and a bit frightened by the display of power. Suzunami whispered, Gojo-sensei is truly unmatched. The binding vow is no joke. Yukinami nodded, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and respect. He's on a different level entirely. We've seen what happens when the vow is broken. Jabba, seeing the lifeless body of Lady Valerian and feeling the weight of Gojo's words, swallowed hard. His massive form seemed to shrink slightly in the face of such a threat. Through the translator droid, he responded, I understand, Gojo Satoru. I will honor our binding vow. The slaves will be freed. The binding vow is made. Suddenly, Wonder of you laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Looks like calamity will fall towards our targets today, he said, his voice echoing ominously. Gojo laughed as well. Indeed, it looks like most of our targets are here. After all, you're a pretty big target to chase, Jabba. Wonder of you stepped forward, his presence even more intimidating. Calamity will befall them. I am the harbinger of misfortune, he intoned, his voice echoing with an eerie calmness. They shall know despair in its truest form. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, intrigued by the turn of events, watched as Wonder of you stepped forward. Anakin, noticing their curiosity, asked, who is that? The one who brought the dead body. Qui-Gon, his gaze fixed on Wonder of you, replied, that's Toru's original form. His true name is Wonder of you. Obi-Wan added, we've encountered him before. His power is extraordinary. The twins, who had seen Wonder of you before, felt a mix of excitement and fear. This was the first time they would witness his full power in a real fight. Suzunami whispered to Yukinami, we've seen him before, but never like this. This is going to be intense. Yukinami nodded, her eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Yes, it's like watching calamity itself take form. Gojo grinned. Make it a show that everyone will never forget. Suddenly, the Red Key Raiders and a group of rogue Mandalorians, rogue bounty hunter, appeared. The Red Key Raiders, dressed in mismatched armor and carrying an assortment of blasters and vibro axes, looked like a ragtag band of marauders. Their leader, a scar-faced human with a red bandana, stepped forward and began to shout, leave your valuables and surrender, or we'll. Before he could finish his threat, Wonder of you interrupted, what a shame. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky, but this was no ordinary rain. Each drop was like a bullet, piercing through the bodies of the Red Key Raiders and causing them to collapse in agony. The leader of the Red Key Raiders, clutching his chest as blood poured from the wounds, gasped, killed, by rain? This is impossible. The rest of the raiders fell to the ground, their bodies riddled with holes. Their last moments were filled with disbelief and horror at the absurdity of their demise. The rogue Mandalorians, seeing the horrifying display, hesitated. Their leader, a battle-hardened warrior in scarred Beskar armor, stepped forward with his hands raised. We came to negotiate, he said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. We have no desire to end up like them. Unbeknownst to Gojo and wonder of you, the rogue Mandalorians were buying time for the Black Sun agents. These agents, equipped with advanced stealth technology, including cloaking devices and sound-dampening gear, moved silently through the shadows. Their plan was to either sneak attack Gojo and wonder of you or take some of Gojo's group hostage. The Mandalorian leader continued, trying to sound genuine, we can offer you and your droid a place in Death Watch. We have many advantages, powerful allies, advanced technology and endless resources. Gojo chuckled, shaking his head. You know, I hop. Suddenly, wonder of you interrupted, his presence even more menacing. Are you trying to capture me or stop me? Impossible. This is just an evacuation drill, although there is no evacuating from Calamity, he said, his voice echoing with an eerie calmness. As the Black Sun agents attempted to strike, Calamity struck them instead. One agent, poised to attack, suddenly tripped over nothing, falling onto his own vibroblade, which pierced through his throat. He gurgled his last words, this can't be happening. Another agent, attempting to take cover, found himself inexplicably caught in his own cloaking device, suffocating as the device malfunctioned and wrapped around him. His dying words were, no air, can't breathe. The remaining agents met similarly absurd and horrifying fates. One was struck by lightning from a clear sky, another was impaled by debris seemingly flung by an invisible force. Their final moments were filled with incomprehension and terror, their plans undone by an unseen hand. The rogue Mandalorians, witnessing the bizarre deaths of the Black Sun agents, began to panic. One of them, a young warrior, tried to flee but slipped on a puddle of blood, falling headfirst onto his own blaster. His final words, barely a whisper, were, not like this. Another Mandalorian, desperate to survive, attempted to surrender but found himself inexplicably disarmed and surrounded by a wall of fire that sprang up out of nowhere. He screamed, no. Please, mercy, before being consumed by the flames. The leader of the rogue Mandalorians, seeing his men fall in such ridiculous and horrifying ways, dropped to his knees, trembling. This isn't real. It's a nightmare. Wonder of you looked down at the leader of the rogue Mandalorians, his expression unreadable. Calamity spares no one. Your fate was sealed the moment you chose to oppose me. With that, wonder of you spawned inside the leader, causing him to explode in a horrifying display of power. Gojo, still grinning, turned to his group. Seems like the show's over. Let's move on to the Tuscans. Wonder of you then hit his stick to the ground twice, signaling their next move. Gojo turned to Padme, remember when we first set foot on Tatooine? When we landed, we looked the other way, because we don't like being watched. He glanced knowingly towards a group of Tuscans hidden in the distance. Wonder of you added, Calamity is not a force of good. Gojo continued, nor does it care for evil. Suddenly, in the distance, a volcano erupted, spewing lava and ash into the sky. The sheer power of the eruption was a testament to the unpredictability of their actions and the force they commanded. Gojo turned back to Jabba, a confident smirk on his face. Done, Jabba. I've kept my part. Now, do yours. Jabba, visibly shaken but trying to maintain his composure, nodded through his translator droid. As agreed, Gojo Satoru. The slaves will be freed. In Jabba's mind, fear and awe clashed. No one ever said a droid could do something like this, he thought, trembling slightly. I've made a very, very good decision by making that vow. Suddenly, Gojo's voice broke through his thoughts. Hey, are you sweating? You know wonder of you can give you. Before Gojo could finish, Jabba hastily ordered his ship to leave. The vessel lifted off the ground quickly, disappearing into the sky as the Hutt crime lord made a hurried retreat. His entourage followed, leaving the scene in a state of hasty disarray. Gojo chuckled, turning back to his group. Looks like Jabba understands his place now. Padme, visibly shaken, spoke first. So, this wonder of you, when that Naboo starfighter suddenly started its engines and crashed into someone who threatened us in the hangar, causing such devastation, that was his doing? I never realized the extent of his power and brutality. Qui-Gon, his expression thoughtful, nodded. Indeed. The incident with the Naboo starfighter was extraordinary. It's clear now that wonder of you's abilities extend far beyond what we initially understood. But Gojo, must such power be wielded with such brutality? Can we not find a more measured approach? Obi-Wan added, Gojo, while your strength is undeniable, we must consider the impact of your methods. It's a reminder that even our allies can wield terrifying abilities. We must remain vigilant and wise in our actions. Could you not tone down the brutality and still achieve the same results? Gojo, his expression turning serious, responded, I understand your concerns. But sometimes, the only way to ensure our safety and the success of our mission is through decisive and overwhelming force. It's not about cruelty, it's about effectiveness. Padme, trying to find a middle ground, suggested, surely there must be a balance, Gojo. We can achieve our goals without resorting to such extreme measures. The galaxy needs to see that we are not just powerful, but just as well. Gojo sighed, his gaze steady. I get it. I really do. But in the world I come from, hesitation and mercy often lead to more suffering. Here, I use my power to protect all of you and to make sure our enemies think twice before crossing us again. Qui-Gon, still concerned, pressed on. But Gojo, we must strive to be better than our enemies. If we adopt their methods, we risk becoming like them. There must be another way. Gojo chuckled a bit and just realized something very wrong with their heads. You know, when I decapitated those 600 men and made them targets to increase my Black Flash's chain, why didn't you comment about that? He laughed, a hint of amusement in his voice. And while wonder of usability means that anyone who gets in my way faces horrifying calamity, why does that bother you more? Qui-Gon sighed. It's not about the specific methods, Gojo. It's about the overall approach. The Black Flashes, while brutal, were part of the heat of battle. But using wonder of usabilities in such a cold, calculated way feels different. It's the intention behind the actions that concerns us. Padme added, we want to show that power can be used for good, to protect and to serve justice. We don't want to become what we fight against. Gojo listened carefully, his expression turning serious. I can't promise about that. Sorry, I come from a world where it's almost kill or be killed, either by monsters that can use crazy abilities, special grade curse spirits, or by crazy humans who want to be at the center of power, like the Xenon clan. But I have to admit, this galaxy is different. I'll consider your opinions about my methods, and we can discuss this further after we get the parts for the ship. His tone was firm and resolute, reflecting the weight of his experiences and the challenges he had faced. The group could see the determination in his eyes, a resolve forged in the fires of countless battles. It was clear that Gojo's willingness to adapt was not born out of fear, but out of a genuine desire to understand and align with his new allies. Padme, seeing Gojo's resolve, nodded. We appreciate your willingness to consider our views, Gojo. Let's focus on getting the parts we need for now. We can revisit this discussion later. Qui-Gon added, agreed. Our immediate goal is to ensure we can leave Tatooine safely. Everything else can be discussed in due time. Obi-Wan, still contemplative, said, it's important we remain united. We all bring different strengths to this alliance. Let's use that to our advantage. Shmai, who had been quietly listening, stepped forward and placed a hand on Gojo's arm. Thank you, Gojo, for everything you've done for us. We trust you'll find a way to balance your strength with compassion. Anakin, his eyes filled with admiration, added, yeah, Gojo-sensei, you've shown me what true power looks like. I want to learn from you, but also to understand how to use that power wisely. Suzunami and Yukinami exchanged glances before speaking in unison. We believe in you, Gojo-sensei. You've always found a way to do what's right. We'll follow your lead. Gojo looked at each of them, his serious expression softening slightly. All right, let's get those parts and get off this planet. We'll handle everything else as it comes. For now, let's stick together and get the job done. Suddenly, Wonder of You laughed, his eerie voice echoing around them. Do you want more bags? He revealed a bag, the contents known only to Gojo, having used the fun cloth to stealthily steal the entire tribute that Jabba had offered to Gojo. Gojo laughed heartily. Looks like we're gonna be the Phantom Troop, Hunter x Hunter criminal organization, rather than heroes. Only the two of them knew that they had pulled off the greatest heist right in front of their targets. Padme, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, Shmai, Anakin, and the twins, oblivious to the side operation, felt the sense of unity and purpose grow stronger within the group. They continued their journey with renewed determination, unaware of the secret mischief that had just taken place. Chapter 24, Training and Increase Arsenal. 5,000 words again. I make 2 or 3 days break every time I'm gonna upload. At the front of Watto's parts shop, Jar Jar watched the activity with growing nervousness, while R2 stood beside him. Padme intercepted Gojo and Qui-Gon as they were about to enter the shop. Are you sure about this? Padme asked, her concern evident. Trusting the lucky despot to a boy whose potential you only suspect. Gojo grinned, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Life's a gamble, and I find it interesting. You never know what kind of hand you'll be dealt. Padme sighed, clearly not convinced. Well, I don't like it. Are you on a gambling spree again? She asked, her worry showing. Gojo simply smiled, his expression mischievous. Qui-Gon, always composed, intervened. Sometimes, the best opportunities come from taking risks. Let's see what the future holds. With that, they entered the shop. Watto immediately confronted Gojo, his eyes narrowing. Outlander, what are you doing with my slave? Gojo laughed and replied, well, I freed them. He tossed the transmitter to the ground and crushed it under his shoe, grinning. Watto's eyes widened in anger. I'll report this to the authorities, he threatened. Gojo chuckled, it's pretty funny, isn't it? You as the owner, are useless without your employees. That means you are, disappointing, he mocked seriously. Watto's anger flared, but he managed to stay calm. So why are you back here again if you've already robbed me? Gojo's grin widened. I'm here to declare my sponsorship for Anakin to be able to participate in the Bunta Classic, and I also want their freedom, their official freedom. Anakin and Shmai, Watto's eyes narrowed. That's quite a lot you're asking for, Outlander. What are you betting? Gojo's smile didn't waver. I own the lucky despot now. That's more than enough, isn't it? Watto's jaw dropped in disbelief. The lucky despot? You expect me to believe that? Gojo shrugged nonchalantly. Believe it or not, it's the truth. And I'll add something more parts for the ship. Qui-Gon, can you list what we need? Qui-Gon stepped forward, detailing the parts they required. We need a T-14 hyperdrive generator, a Nubian energy converter, and a reactor coupling. These parts are crucial for our ship's repairs. Gojo glanced at Qui-Gon and chuckled. When there's an opportunity, best to hoard them, he he laughed. Qui-Gon simply nodded, maintaining his calm demeanor. Watto, still skeptical, demanded proof. I don't believe you. Show me evidence of your claim. Suddenly, the most luxurious cargo ship hovered above Watto's shop. The servants called out loudly, "My lord, is this close enough?" Gojo grinned and replied, "Yeah, close enough." He then turned to Watto, his grin widening. "So, bet or not?" Watto's face twisted in disbelief. "Haha. You expect me to believe you? How did you come to own the lucky despot?" Gojo's smile faded slightly, and he crushed his black glasses in his hand, clearly annoyed. "Oi, fat Drake, do you want to bet or not?" he asked, showing his menacing eyes to Watto. The tension in the air was palpable, and Watto, now visibly intimidated, swallowed hard before replying. All right, I'll take your bet. But if you lose, you give me that ship." Gojo's grin returned as he proposed a binding vow. "Let's make it official. If I win, you free Anakin and Shmai and provide the parts we need. If I lose, you get the ship. The vow binds us both, break it, and there will be severe consequences." Watto, still skeptical but feeling the weight of Gojo's presence, nodded. "Fine, we'll do it your way. But if you lose, that ship is mine," he agreed, thinking he could probably scare Gojo into compliance later. The vow was set, and both parties felt its weight as the terms solidified. The gamble was on. Gojo turned to his companions. "Qui-Gon, Padme, R2, come near me," he instructed. Padme and Qui-Gon, R2 nodded, moving closer. Padme looked at Gojo with a hint of concern. "I hope this trick of yours will let me land safely." Qui-Gon added with a wry smile, "Just as long as we don't end up in the wrong place, I'm fine with it." Gojo smiled reassuringly. "Oh, it's perfectly safe." He drew a teleportation circle on the ground, standing inside it. Then, he mockingly addressed Watto, "Get dunked, fat Drake." Suddenly, they disappeared. Watto, about to argue with the silver-haired man, stood there in confusion. Did they just suddenly disappear? He muttered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Chapter 24, Dining Table Discussions. Int. Lucky Despot, Main Dining Area. Obi-Wan sat at the main dining table in the Lucky Despot, discussing matters with Toru, who was in his human form. Shmai sat beside Obi-Wan, listening intently. "Wonder Toru," Obi-Wan began, using Toru's nickname, "do you have a previous master besides Gojo?" Toru hesitated, his expression becoming serious. "I can't answer." Before he could finish, Gojo and the rest of the group suddenly appeared in the middle of the dining area. Gojo laughed, his usual confident grin in place. "Smooth landing," he exclaimed. The group looked around, taking in the opulent surroundings of the dining area. The tension from the previous conversation dissipated, replaced by curiosity and relief at their safe arrival. Qui-Gon and Padme exchanged relieved glances, grateful for the smooth journey. Padme sighed with relief. "Well, that was certainly smoother than I expected." Qui-Gon nodded, his demeanor relaxed. "Indeed, it's good to be back in one piece." Shmai, always the kind-hearted one, smiled warmly at their new guests. "Welcome back. We were just having an interesting conversation." Obi-Wan nodded in agreement, still intrigued by Toru's mysterious past. "Indeed. Perhaps now, with Gojo here, we can continue our discussion." Gojo, ever the playful one, winked at Toru. "Looks like I arrived just in time to save you from spilling all our secrets." The room filled with a sense of camaraderie as the group settled in, ready to continue their journey together. Gojo looked around and asked, "Where are the potential man and the twins?" Shmai answered, "They're playing hide and seek. It should be over soon." Gojo grinned and suddenly teleported away, only to reappear moments later with Anakin and the twins in tow, catching them in a funny way. Anakin and the twins, annoyed, looked at Gojo with frustration. Anakin exclaimed, "Idiot sensei. You ruined our fun." Gojo chuckled. "All right, potential man, go seek the servants around here for your new pods." Anakin protested, "I already have my pod racer." Gojo's grin widened. "Then we'll modify it to the point you're guaranteed to win. Let's split into two groups, one to modify the racing car and one to stay here." Without any further discussion, the group split up. Toru, Qui-Gon, Anakin, Jar Jar and Padme headed off to work on modifying Anakin's pod racer, while Obi-Wan, Gojo and the twins stayed behind. While moving to the training area, Gojo being Gojo. Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow at Gojo's comment. "Shouldn't monks stick together or something?" Gojo laughed. Obi-Wan smiled slightly. "I want to see more details about this cursed energy and how it works. There's much we can learn from understanding it better." Gojo answered Obi-Wan, then turned to Suzunami and Yukinami with a smile. "Alright, you got the front seat, you two. Let's get started on your training." He began. Cursed energy is the manifestation of negative emotions. By controlling it, you can perform various techniques. The key is to focus and channel your energy. He continued, "Since you don't have any techniques awakened yet, we'll start with the basics. First, feel the negative emotions within you: fear, anger, sadness. Let them flow through you without letting them control you." Suzunami raised a hand. "So, we just let the negative emotions come to the surface?" "Exactly," Gojo replied. "Once you feel the energy building up, focus it into your fists. The goal is to achieve what we call the divergent fist, where the cursed energy follows your physical punch, creating a delayed impact. Yukinami looked thoughtful. Like this. She attempted to channel her emotions, but the energy dispersed. Close, but you need more focus, Gojo said, demonstrating again. Watch how the energy lingers after my punch. Obi-Wan, observing, asked, how do you maintain such precise control? Years of practice and understanding my limits, Gojo explained. It's about knowing your energy and respecting its power. He added, also, my eyes. You've all been thinking that my eyes are just decoration, but they're more than that. He paused before explaining further, these are the 6 eyes. They allow me to see cursed energy in incredible detail, down to the smallest particle. It helps me understand and control my power better than anyone else. Suzunami tried again, this time with more focus. A faint energy trail followed her punch. Great job. Gojo praised. You're getting there. Keep practicing. Remember, control is essential. Too much force can be destructive. Yukinami, inspired by her brother, attempted the divergent fist again. Am I doing it right? Yes, Gojo encouraged. Just a bit more focus, and you'll get it. The room buzzed with the twins' growing mastery and Gojo's playful yet effective teaching style, making the training session lively and engaging. The twins' confidence grew with each attempt, their abilities sharpening under Gojo's expert guidance. Gojo then suddenly asked the servants, bring me a guard droid. Suzunami, curious, asked, for what, sensei? Gojo grinned, so it can be your punching bag, he laughed. The servants quickly brought a sturdy guard droid into the room. Gojo set it up in the center of the training area and gestured for the twins to gather around. Alright, now I want you both to practice your divergent fist on this droid. Focus your cursed energy just like we've been practicing, Gojo instructed. Suzunami stepped forward first, his expression determined. He concentrated, his fist glowing faintly with cursed energy, and struck the droid. The impact was powerful, but he still needed more precision. Good. Now, focus more on the timing of your release, Gojo advised. Yukinami followed suit, her fist similarly charged with cursed energy. She struck the droid, creating a small dent. Excellent. Keep practicing, and you'll get even better, Gojo praised. As the twins continued their training, Gojo's playful yet supportive demeanor kept them motivated. Obi-Wan watched intently, taking mental notes on the differences between cursed energy and the Force, while also observing Gojo's unique teaching methods. The room was filled with a sense of purpose and camaraderie as the training session progressed. Gojo observed Suzunami closely, noting his proficiency with the divergent fist. You're ready for the next step, he said with a grin. Let's refine your cursed energy control even further. Suzunami nodded, eager to improve. First, we need to ensure you're using the maximum amount of cursed energy in every punch, Gojo explained. It's not just about strength, it's about precision and timing. Just like this. Gojo demonstrated, his hand glowing with intense cursed energy before he struck the guard droid with incredible force, creating a noticeable dent. Now, it's your turn. Focus your energy, and release it at the exact moment of impact. Suzunami took a deep breath, concentrating. His fist began to glow as he channeled his cursed energy. He struck the droid, the impact visibly stronger than before. Good. Again, but this time, try to increase the flow of energy gradually before the punch, Gojo instructed. As Suzunami practiced, Gojo provided constant feedback, correcting his form and timing. Remember, control is key. You have to feel the energy building up and release it at just the right moment. Suzunami nodded, his determination evident. With each attempt, his control and precision improved, his strikes becoming more powerful and accurate. Gojo, satisfied with Suzunami's progress, smiled. Excellent work. Keep this up, and you'll master the divergent fist in no time. Now, let's see how you handle a moving target. He activated the guard droid's mobility, making it a more challenging opponent. Suzunami focused, adapting to the new challenge with Gojo's guidance, his skills sharpening with each attempt. The training session continued with intense focus and camaraderie, pushing Suzunami to new heights in his mastery of cursed energy. The room buzzed with energy as Suzunami faced the moving guard droid. His focus was intense, his eyes tracking the droid's every move. The droid zigzagged, its metal limbs whirring as it attempted to evade Suzunami's strikes. Remember, control and precision, Gojo reminded, his voice steady and encouraging. Suzunami nodded, taking a deep breath. He let his cursed energy flow through him, feeling it build and surge. He timed his movements, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The droid lunged at him, and with a swift, calculated motion, Suzunami's fist collided with the droid. The droid, however, quickly recovered and retaliated with a flurry of rapid strikes, forcing Suzunami to dodge and weave. He narrowly avoided a powerful blow, feeling the air rush past his face. Sweat dripped down his brow as he maintained his focus, each dodge and counter-strike becoming more precise. Stay calm and keep your focus, Gojo advised, his eyes following the intense exchange. The droid switched tactics, using its agility to corner Suzunami against a wall. Suzunami's heart pounded as he realized he had limited space to maneuver. The droid lunged again, and Suzunami barely managed to block the attack, his arm trembling from the impact. Use your energy wisely, Gojo encouraged. You've got this. Suzunami concentrated, channeling his cursed energy with greater precision. He countered the droid's next strike, his fist glowing with cursed energy. The impact was powerful, but the droid was relentless, forcing Suzunami to push his limits. The droid quickly regained its composure, its movements becoming more unpredictable. Suzunami dodged and parried, his movements becoming increasingly fluid as he adapted to the droid's attacks. He could feel the pressure mounting, the intensity of the fight pushing him to his limits. Just as the droid lunged again, Suzunami's instincts sharpened. He gathered all his energy, channeling it into a single, focused punch. A brilliant black flash erupted, sending the droid crashing into the wall with a deafening impact. Obi-Wan's eyes widened in surprise. A black flash. Gojo said it was rare, he murmured, turning to Gojo. If it's so rare, why are there two people here who can perform it? Gojo clapped his hands, clearly impressed. Excellent work, Suzunami. You've mastered the black flash under pressure. That's no small feat. Suzunami, panting but exhilarated, looked at his hands in amazement. I did it. Gojo added to Obi-Wan, he won't be able to perform it again for a while, or maybe I'm wrong, he laughed. Then he turned to Suzunami. How do you feel after performing a black flash? Suzunami, catching his breath, replied, it felt incredible. The energy, the precision. It was like everything aligned perfectly in that moment. The power and focus were unlike anything I've ever experienced. Yukinami, watching with wide eyes, rushed to Suzunami's side. Brother, that was amazing. I'm so glad you did it. Suzunami smiled at his sister. Thanks, Yukinami. I couldn't have done it without Gojo-sensei's guidance. Gojo chuckled, patting Suzunami on the back. You did great, Suzunami. Keep practicing, and you'll only get better. The room buzzed with excitement and pride, the group united by their shared progress and camaraderie. Gojo looked at Suzunami, a proud smile on his face. After performing a black flash, you've entered what we call the zone. It's a state where your cursed energy output is maximized, and your control over it becomes second nature. You're more in tune with your energy, allowing you to maintain a higher level of output consistently. This heightened state of focus lets you push your limits further than ever before. Suzunami listened intently, soaking in the information. So now I have 120% output of cursed energy, he asked, his excitement barely contained. Gojo nodded. That's right. Your current potential is at 120% output, and it's only going to get better with practice. Suddenly, Gojo broke one of his fingers, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Obi-Wan's eyes widened, and he stepped forward, concern evident on his face. Gojo, what are you doing? He exclaimed. Suzunami also looked shocked, his eyes wide with confusion and worry. Gojo-sensei, are you crazy? Gojo turned to Yukinami, his expression serious. I know you can use the reverse curse technique, even on others. Yukinami looked confused but determined. I don't fully understand it yet, but I'll try. Gojo smiled encouragingly. Just focus your energy on healing. Trust in your instincts. Yukinami took a deep breath and concentrated, her hands glowing softly as she attempted to use the reverse curse technique. The atmosphere in the room was tense, everyone watching closely as Yukinami focused on healing Gojo's broken finger. Suddenly, Yukinami managed to use the reverse curse technique, not perfectly, but well enough to close his wound and heal the bone, though it left a scar. Gojo praised her warmly, well done, Yukinami. That was impressive. Yukinami beamed with pride. Thank you, Gojo-sensei. What exactly is the reverse curse technique? Gojo laughed, the reverse curse technique is the ability to convert cursed energy into positive energy for healing purposes. It's incredibly difficult to master and even I haven't perfected it yet. You did great, Yukinami. Keep practicing, and you'll only get better. Obi-Wan couldn't resist a playful jab. You know, Gojo, you always say you're the most proficient person, the most powerful sorcerer. But it seems you've been outdone by a kid who's better at healing than you. Sucks to be you, hey. He laughed, his tone light-hearted but teasing. This is the only time I can mock this arrogant bastard, he added with a grin. Gojo laughed along, unfazed by the remark. Well, I guess I have something new to strive for. Besides, it's good to have talented students. Keeps me on my toes. Gojo looked at Suzunami with a playful grin. Hey, Suzunami, let's spar, he said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'll put down my barrier to give you a fighting chance. Suzunami, eager to test his newfound abilities, nodded. All right, Gojo-sensei. I'll give it my all. They squared off, the room buzzing with anticipation. Gojo moved first, his speed blinding as he launched a series of rapid attacks. Suzunami dodged and countered, his movements sharp and precise. The clash of their strikes echoed through the room, each impact resonating with power. Gojo's attacks were relentless, his movements almost too fast to track. Suzunami held his ground, channeling his cursed energy with increasing proficiency. He managed to land a solid punch on Gojo, who smiled, clearly enjoying the challenge. Suzunami's confidence grew as he managed to land a few more hits, his cursed energy flowing seamlessly. Good, Suzunami. Keep it up, Gojo encouraged, effortlessly dodging Suzunami's next strike. The fight continued, each exchange pushing Suzunami to his limits. He could feel his energy building, the familiar surge of power signaling another black flash. As Gojo launched a powerful kick, Suzunami countered with a black flash, the explosion of energy sending shockwaves through the room. One more, Suzunami muttered, his focus unwavering. He pressed on, dodging Gojo's strikes and landing a series of precise blows. With each hit, his control over his energy improved, his movements becoming more fluid and powerful. Gojo, impressed by Suzunami's progress, increased the intensity of his attacks. Suzunami responded with determination, channeling his energy with greater precision. The room seemed to blur around them as they moved faster, their strikes creating sparks of energy. Gojo used his blue technique, creating a gravitational pull that pushed Suzunami around. Suzunami struggled against the force but used it to his advantage, finding openings in Gojo's defense. He landed another black flash, the impact stronger than before. In a final, desperate move, Suzunami concentrated all his energy into one last punch. As Gojo closed in, Suzunami unleashed his third black flash, the energy crackling around him as his fist connected with Gojo's side. The impact sent Gojo skidding back, a small bruise forming where Suzunami's punch had landed. He straightened, a proud smile on his face. Well done, Suzunami. You've awakened your second and third black flashes. That's no small feat. Suzunami, panting but exhilarated, looked at his hands in amazement. I did it. Gojo, unfazed, continued the fight. Don't celebrate just yet, he said with a grin. He moved swiftly, launching another series of rapid attacks, testing Suzunami's reflexes and endurance. Suzunami, fueled by his success, pushed forward, dodging and countering with renewed vigor. As he blocked one of Gojo's strikes, he felt a surge of power within him. His cursed energy seemed to resonate, and instinctively, he reached out toward Gojo but Gojo suddenly teleported, landing on a nearby wall, which Suzunami then cut cleanly with his newfound ability. Gojo noticed the development and got serious, activating his barrier. Suzunami that realized Gojo activated his barrier asked, Gojo-sensei, why did you activate your barrier? Gojo replied, because it's starting to get very serious. Your technique is similar to Sukuna's shrine. Sukuna's shrine allows him to cut anything he touches with absolute precision. He has two main techniques, dismantle and cleave. Dismantle is an invincible flying basic slashing attack, while cleave adjusts its power based on the target's toughness, but it needs to touch its target. Your ability has the potential to reach similar heights but will be different since Sukuna is very powerful. You need to refine it further. Suzunami, curiosity piqued, asked, you know this guy, Gojo-sensei? Gojo nodded. Only by legends and books. Sukuna, the king of curses, was a fearsome sorcerer in the past, said to be incredibly powerful and virtually unbeatable. His reputation is that of a monster, both feared and respected in the sorcery society. He was known for his unmatched strength and his terrifying curse techniques. Even now, sorcerers speak of him with a mixture of awe and dread. Suzunami, reflecting on the explanation, felt a sense of determination. If my technique is going to reach those heights, it needs a name, he thought aloud. I want to call it Alter. It may be a copy now, but with practice, it will become uniquely mine. Gojo smiled, approving of Suzunami's resolve. Alter, hey? I like it. Keep honing your skills, and who knows? Maybe one day, your name will be spoken with the same respect and fear as Sukuna's. Obi-Wan, who had been watching the exchange, was impressed. Suzunami, your progress is remarkable. To have developed such a technique at your age is truly impressive. Yukinami, tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes, turned to Suzunami. I'm so proud of you, brother. You've awakened your curse technique. This is just the beginning. Suzunami, feeling the support from his sister and the praise from his mentor and Obi-Wan, nodded with determination. Thank you, everyone. I won't let you down. Gojo looked around the room, a glint of excitement in his eyes. All right, everyone, I want to experiment with the cursed energy I've gathered. I aim to add more arsenal to my techniques. The twins, Suzunami and Yukinami, exchanged curious glances. Suzunami asked, what kind of experiment, Gojo-sensei, while Yukinami added, will it be dangerous? Obi-Wan, intrigued but cautious, said, aren't curse techniques limited to one per person? He paused, then realization dawned on him. Wait, you're not like everyone else, are you? Gojo grinned menacingly. Just like the first time I met you, Obi-Wan, you were a normal person. But unfortunately for you, I'm a madman. He laughed, a hint of madness in his smile. Gojo then gathered his cursed energy, focusing intensely. The room buzzed with power as he concentrated. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up, breaking through the roof of the Lucky Despot. The light was blinding, and everyone shielded their eyes. As the light faded, they saw Gojo standing amidst the debris, laughing. I did it. I awakened the 10 Shadows technique, Gojo exclaimed. Looks like I just became the leader of the Zenin clan. The twins stared in awe. Yukinami had tears in her eyes, grateful for Suzunami's progress and Gojo's success. Gojo-sensei, that's incredible, she said, her voice filled with emotion. Obi-Wan, still processing the event, muttered, so, you really can wield multiple techniques. This changes everything. He looked at Gojo, a mix of respect and wariness in his eyes. Gojo, his eyes sparkling with excitement, suddenly formed a hand seal. Emerging from his shadow were 2 divine dogs, their sleek forms radiating power. The twins' eyes widened with delight. Oh, they're so cute. Yukinami exclaimed, her earlier tears replaced with joy as she hugged the white dog. Suzunami nodded, equally captivated. Incredible, Gojo-sensei. How did you do that? Gojo chuckled, watching the divine dogs playfully circle him. The 10 Shadows technique. It allows me to summon Shikigami from my shadow. And these are just the beginning. Alright, now I want to subjugate something. Suddenly, he summoned the round deer, its presence filling the room. Obi-Wan, observing the deer, commented, "It looks at you with hostility." Gojo grinned. "That's why it's called subjugation." The round deer, known for its healing abilities, glared at Gojo, who prepared to subjugate it. The tension in the room was palpable as Gojo focused his cursed energy, ready for the challenge ahead. Gojo stood ready, his eyes locked on the round deer. The Shikigami, sensing the challenge, lowered its head, antlers glowing with cursed energy. "Alright, let's do this," Gojo muttered, a grin spreading across his face. The round deer charged, its movements swift and precise. Gojo effortlessly dodged, countering with a swift strike imbued with cursed energy. The deer responded with a powerful blast of healing energy, aimed directly at Gojo. He raised a barrier, absorbing the impact and dispersing the energy harmlessly. The fight intensified, with the round deer unleashing a barrage of healing energy blasts. Gojo weaved through the attacks, each movement calculated and fluid. He closed the distance, landing a solid blow on the deer's side. The Shikigami staggered but quickly recovered, its eyes glowing with renewed determination. "You've got some fight in you," Gojo remarked, impressed. The deer reared up, releasing a wave of healing energy that enveloped the room. Gojo braced himself, feeling the powerful force pushing against him. He grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let's finish this," he declared, summoning his cursed energy into a concentrated sphere. He launched the attack, the energy colliding with the deer's barrier in a dazzling explosion. When the dust settled, the round deer stood panting, clearly weakened but still defiant. Gojo approached, his expression softening. "You did well," he said, reaching out a hand. The deer hesitated, then bowed its head in acceptance. With a flash of light, it disappeared back into Gojo's shadow, successfully subjugated. The twins and Obi-Wan watched in awe, the room buzzing with energy from the intense battle. Gojo turned to them, a triumphant smile on his face. "That's how you subjugate a Shikigami," he said, his eyes twinkling with pride. Gojo then summoned the round deer again and, without warning, cut off one of his fingers. Obi-Wan and the twins, knowing how crazy Gojo could be, made some funny comments about him. "He's crazy, but he must have a reason," Suzunami said, shaking his head in disbelief. Yukinami added, "Only Gojo-sensei would do something like this." Obi-Wan, half-jokingly, remarked, "I think I've finally seen it all." Suddenly, the round deer healed Gojo's finger, regenerating it completely. The group watched in amazement as the wound closed and the finger reformed perfectly. Gojo grinned. "See? It's all part of the experiment. Now we have a healer in our arsenal." Gojo called the servants over, his tone commanding yet light-hearted. "I want you to fix the walls and the roof that's been damaged," he said. One of the servants hesitated. "It's a cargo ship, sir, so it's called a hull." Gojo waved off the correction with a smile. "Yeah, whatever. Just fix it." He reached into his pocket and pulled out some money and precious metal, handing it to the servant. "Here, for your tip." The servants nodded gratefully and set to work, quickly beginning the repairs. Bonus Gojo being Gojo. Meanwhile Suzunami, realizing he hadn't praised his sister, turned and hugged Yukinami. "You did great, big sis. You can heal others with your power." Yukinami accepted the praise gratefully, smiling warmly at her brother. Their moment was suddenly interrupted by Gojo, who couldn't resist teasing Suzunami. "Hey, manners much? Forgot to praise your sister until now." Suzunami, silently fuming, launched an ambush at Gojo, aiming to cut him and leave a permanent wound. But Gojo had already activated his infinity barrier. "You know, your alter technique needs refining. As long as there's distance, I'll be fine," Gojo laughed. Suzunami, being Suzunami, growled in frustration. "One day, I'll catch you off guard, Gojo-sensei." Gojo just chuckled, unfazed by the threat. "Looking forward to it, Suzunami. Until then, keep practicing." Database. Suzunami's current abilities. Divergent Fist, a basic technique where he channels cursed energy into his punches, creating a delayed second impact. It's a powerful physical attack that significantly increases his combat strength. Black Flash, a rare and advanced technique that amplifies the power of his attacks by striking with a precise amount of cursed energy within a fraction of a second, creating a spatial distortion. Suzunami has managed to perform this technique 3 times. Current techniques. Alter, a newly awakened technique similar to Sukuna's Shrine. It allows Suzunami to cut anything he touches with absolute precision. The technique is in its early stages and requires further refinement and training. These techniques reflect Suzunami's growing proficiency in manipulating cursed energy and his potential to become a formidable sorcerer. Yukinami's current abilities. Reverse Curse Technique. Description: converts cursed energy into positive energy for healing purposes. Capabilities: can heal herself and others, though her technique sometimes leaves scars as it is not yet perfected. Current mastery: able to close wounds and heal bones but needs further training for complete mastery. Chapter 25, Announcement Please read. Hey everyone! Big shout out to Andika_JJK for consistently powering up my fanfic with those power stones. Fire to show my appreciation, I'm adding something epic to the story. Gojo will now have Sukuna's Shrine. Collision symbol. Special thanks to Solaris1267 for the power stones and for helping me navigate the Star Wars universe, especially the Legends lore. Your insights are crucial in shaping how the story unfolds. Person with folded hands. Now, here's where you come in. I'm opening up the floor for some creativity. Imagine and design 2 or 3 new curse techniques for Gojo. The most liked and powerful submissions will be featured in the fanfic. How to participate? Submit your curse techniques in the comments. Gather likes to boost your chances. Time limit, you've got 1 week. Hourglass with flowing sand. After the week's up, I'll pick the most popular and powerful techniques to add to Gojo's arsenal. Let's see what you've got. Flexed biceps. Chapter 26, Tatooine prepare for race and Maul arrival. 4,000 words. The barren desert of Tatooine was suddenly disturbed by the arrival of a menacing ship descending from the sky. As it landed, the ship's ramp lowered, and Darth Maul stepped out, accompanied by an intimidating force. His army consisted of heavily armored Mandalorian bounty hunters and a battalion of Trade Federation droids. The Mandalorian bounty hunters wore Beskar armor, their suits painted in dark, menacing colors. They carried an array of heavy equipment, including blaster rifles, wrist rockets, and jetpacks, ready for any combat situation. The Trade Federation droid battalion comprised a mix of B-1 battle droids, armed with E-5 blaster rifles, and droid Ekis, with their impenetrable shield generators and rapid-fire blasters. 6 football-sized probe droids floated out of the ship, heading off in 3 different directions toward the nearby cities. Maul's eyes glinted with anticipation as he received reports from his Mandalorian bounty hunters. One of the Mandalorians reported, "Several of our comrades have been killed. This Gojo Satoru, we don't know how he does it. He seems to appear and disappear at will." Maul remained silent, his mind racing. He recalled the exclusive broadcast he had seen, where Gojo Satoru had made the Viceroy of the Trade Federation kneel. The power displayed was unlike anything Maul had encountered before. Darth Sidius had warned him about Gojo Satoru, labeling him as a significant threat. Maul had also witnessed firsthand how Gojo could easily destroy vulture droids with his immense power. The challenge intrigued him, but it also required caution. Summing up Gojo's abilities, Maul thought to himself, this warrior can appear and disappear at will, and has destructive energy attacks. He is dangerous, unpredictable, and must be handled with extreme care. Maul's resolve hardened. He knew this mission would not be easy, but the thrill of the challenge was something he could not resist. The hunt for Gojo Satoru was on, and Maul was determined to confront this powerful adversary head-on. Ext Mos Espa, slave quarters, backyard, day. The sun beat down on the dusty yard of the slave quarters as Anakin led the group to a covered area where his pod racer was stored. The contraption was a marvel of engineering, especially considering the limited resources Anakin had at his disposal. Anakin beamed with pride as he introduced his creation. "This is my pod racer," he announced, running a hand along the sleek, cobbled-together machine. "I built it myself from parts I scrounged and traded for." Qui-Gon, Padme, Shmi, and Jar Jar Binks gathered around, inspecting the pod racer with interest. Qui-Gon nodded appreciatively. "Impressive work, Anakin. You've done well with what you had." Toru, observing the vehicle, stepped forward with a critical eye. "You've got a solid foundation here, Anakin. But we can make it better." Anakin's eyes widened with excitement. "Really? What can we do?" Toru activated his newfound technology manipulation abilities, his eyes glowing with a hint of Gojo's cursed energy. He placed his hands on the pod racer, and instantly, the vehicle began to transform. Components shifted and realigned, new parts materialized, and energy conduits glowed with a brilliant light. The transformation was astounding. The once cobbled-together machine now gleamed as if brand new. The engines were upgraded to state-of-the-art models, providing significantly more thrust and efficiency. The structural frame was reinforced with lightweight yet durable materials, ensuring better stability and control. The energy conduits now glowed with a steady blue light, indicating optimal energy flow. An energy shield was added, shimmering faintly around the pod racer. This shield would protect Anakin from any debris or attacks during the race, giving him a significant advantage. Advanced navigation systems and a heads-up display, HUD, were integrated into the control panel, providing Anakin with real-time data on his speed, engine performance, and the positions of other racers. The cooling system was enhanced to prevent overheating during the intense race, ensuring the engines would run at peak performance throughout. Anakin's jaw dropped in awe. "This is incredible. Thank you, Toru." Qui-Gon, Padme, Shmi, and Jar Jar Binks looked on in amazement at the upgraded pod racer, each of them recognizing the immense improvement. Padme smiled. "With this, you're sure to win, Anakin." Qui-Gon placed a hand on Anakin's shoulder. "Indeed. You've been given a great gift, Anakin. Use it well." The group shared a moment of excitement and anticipation, the pod racer gleaming in the Tatooine sun, ready for the Bunta Eve Classic. Kidster, a young boy about Anakin's age, Seek, a boy of 10, Amy, a girl of 6, and Walt, a Greedo type, 6 years old, suddenly arrived, rushing towards Anakin. Their faces were bright with excitement and relief. "Anakin!" Kidster called out, grinning widely. "We heard you were back." Anakin turned to see his friends, his face lighting up with joy. "Kidster! Seek, Amy, Walt! It's so good to see you all. We were freed from our slave lives by Jabba," Seek explained, his voice filled with gratitude. "He told us Gojo Satoru was behind it." Amy nodded enthusiastically. "He said we wouldn't have to be slaves anymore." Anakin, though aware of Gojo's brutal methods, felt a surge of gratitude. Gojo-sensei's ways might be violent and brutal, but he's successful. I'm really glad he's freeing Tatooine from slavery. He thought to himself, I'm still gonna call him Idiot Sensei, though. The group exchanged looks of admiration and hope, united in their relief and excitement for the future. Qui-Gon, observing the conversation, interjected, I think it's time to find out whether Toru's upgrades have made a difference in the pod racer. Yes, sir, Anakin responded, his excitement palpable. He climbed into the pod racer and started the engine. The vehicle roared to life, its sound now deeper and more powerful, indicating the significant upgrades it had undergone. Padme, Shmi, Qui-Gon, Jar Jar, and Anakin's friends watched in awe as the pod racer idled majestically. The advanced systems and sleek design were a testament to Toru's enhancements. Wow, Ani! This is amazing! Kitster exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. Yeah, it looks like a completely different pod racer. Seek added. Shmi, proud and relieved, smiled at her son. You're going to do great, Anakin. As Anakin tested the pod racer's capabilities, suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light shot up from the direction of the Lucky Despot, illuminating the sky. Everyone's attention turned to the spectacle. Qui-Gon furrowed his brow. What is that? Padme, her eyes wide with astonishment, said, it must be Gojo. Gojo being Gojo, Qui-Gon remarked with a resigned smile, having grown accustomed to the sorcerer's unpredictable nature. Jar Jar, bewildered and panicked, flailed his arms. What's going on? That's crazy. Anakin, both amused and exasperated, sighed. That idiot sensei, always making a scene. The group shared a moment of collective wonder and amusement, the brilliance of Gojo's antics contrasting with the grounded excitement of Anakin's pod racer upgrades. Satisfied, Anakin turned to his friends. I need to return home now. Kitster looked puzzled. Isn't your home here in this hovel? Anakin smiled. My new home is at the Lucky Despot. His friends were surprised, exchanging glances. Anakin continued, I have a surprise for you. Come with me to the Lucky Despot. His friends eagerly agreed, curious to see Anakin's new home and meet their mysterious savior, Gojo Satoru. Anakin suddenly realized, oh wait, how do we move my Po? Before he could finish, Toru pulled out his fun cloth and wrapped the pod racer, shrinking it down to the size of a small bag. Anakin and his friends stared in amazement. Qui-Gon, Padme, and Shmi exchanged glances, each of them silently acknowledging that they were getting used to the strange and wondrous things happening on this journey. Well, that's certainly convenient, Qui-Gon remarked, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Padme laughed, at this point, nothing surprises me anymore. Shmi, smiling at the absurdity, said, I suppose this is just another day with Gojo and Toru. Jar Jar, still flailing, exclaimed, Misa never gonna get used to dis. Anakin grinned, leading the way with the miniaturized pod racer in tow, the excitement of their journey and the promise of new adventures ahead filling the air. Int. Lucky Despot, Main Hall. Anakin and his friends entered the grand main hall of the Lucky Despot, their eyes widening in awe. The interior was lavishly decorated with intricate designs, luxurious furnishings, and gleaming surfaces that reflected the ambient lighting. Kitster exclaimed, Wow, Anakin. This place is incredible. Seek added, I can't believe you live here now. It's like a palace. Amy's eyes sparkled with wonder. It's so beautiful. Wald nodded in agreement. I've never seen anything like it. As they continued to marvel at their surroundings, they noticed Obi-Wan and the twins, Suzunami and Yukinami, approaching them. Anakin introduced them, Hey everyone, these are my friends Kitster, Seek, Amy, and Wald. Obi-Wan greeted them with a warm smile. Hello there. Welcome to the Lucky Despot. Suzunami chimed in, Hi. Nice to meet you all. Yukinami added, Welcome. This place is amazing, isn't it? Kitster, still in awe, asked, It sure is. How did Anakin end up here? Suzunami replied with a knowing smile, It's a long story, but let's just say Gojo-sensei had a lot to do with it. Anakin, glancing around, asked, Speaking of which, where is the idiot sensei? Suzunami pointed upward. He's on the rooftop. Before Suzunami could finish his sentence, Gojo suddenly teleported and appeared in the main hall, causing everyone to jump in surprise. Padme shook her head with a smile. There he is again. Qui-Gon nodded, accustomed to Gojo's antics. Just Gojo being Gojo. Obi-Wan added, We should be used to this by now. Shmi chuckled. Indeed. Jar Jar, still startled, exclaimed, Misa's still not used to it. Kitster, pointing at Gojo, asked, Who is that? Anakin smirked. I think I don't need to explain who he is. As Anakin's friends took a closer look at the silver-haired man, realization dawned on them. Flashback. The scene shifted to the dark, dingy confines of Jabba's palace. The slaves were huddled together, their faces marked by fear and despair. Jabba the Hutt loomed over them, his massive form casting a shadow across the room. Jabba, in his guttural voice, announced, You are free. The one who ensured your freedom is Gojo Satoru. Seek, trembling, asked, Can you describe our savior? Jabba's eyes narrowed as he recalled the formidable figure. Silver hair, tall, and eyes, those piercing blue eyes, they see everything. He can appear and disappear at will, and his power is beyond anything you can imagine. The slaves were in awe, their despair replaced with hope. End of flashback. Overcome with gratitude and emotion, they cried tears of joy and knelt before Gojo. Kitster, teary-eyed, said, Thank you. Thank you so much. Seek, choking up, added, You saved us all. Amy echoed, we're free because of you. Walt, his voice trembling, said, we'll never forget what you've done for us. Gojo, smiling warmly, gestured for them to rise. No need for that. Just live your lives freely and happily. That's thanks enough for me. The group shared a moment of collective wonder and appreciation, the brilliance of Gojo's presence contrasting with the newfound hope and freedom in the eyes of Anakin's friends. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of relief and anticipation for the bright future that lay ahead. Suddenly, Gojo walked towards a more open and outdoor area of the Lucky Despot. Idiot sensei, where are you going? Anakin called out. With a smirk, Gojo replied, increasing my arsenal. Qui-Gon, Padme, and Shmi looked confused. Obi-Wan stepped in to explain. Gojo has a unique ability called the Ten Shadows technique, which allows him to summon monster or Shikigami. That's what he called it, the Shikigami come out from his shadow. He's also capable of possessing more than one cursed technique. In Gojo's case, he can wield both the Limitless and the Ten Shadows techniques simultaneously. The realization dawned on Qui-Gon, Padme, Shmi, and Anakin. They understood that an ordinary person can typically only possess one cursed technique. The fact that Gojo could master two meant his potential was practically unlimited. Padme, her eyes wide with astonishment, remarked, he really is unlike anyone else. Qui-Gon nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. His power is beyond anything we've ever encountered. Shmi, watching Gojo with a mix of awe and gratitude, added, Anakin is fortunate to have such a powerful ally. Anakin, his admiration for Gojo growing, thought to himself, Gojo-sensei's potential truly is bottomless. The twins, Suzunami and Yukinami, added, actually, his ability just awakened. That pillar of light you saw? It was because of his crazy experimentation. The group, more aware than ever of Gojo's rapidly increasing arsenal, exchanged looks of awe and realization. Padme whispered, he's evolving his abilities at an incredible rate. Qui-Gon said, this kind of growth, it's almost unheard of. Anakin felt a deep sense of admiration mixed with determination. I need to keep up, he thought. With a teacher like Gojo-sensei, anything is possible. Gojo stepped into the open area of the Lucky Despot, preparing to summon another Shikigami. Unbeknownst to him, the group, along with the twins and Anakin's friends, were watching from a distance, their curiosity piqued. Gojo noticed their presence but simply grinned, enjoying the attention. He proceeded to summon new, intending to add it to his ever-growing arsenal. However, something went awry. The new that appeared was massive, its size comparable to a skyscraper, towering over the Lucky Despot. The reactions from the onlookers were a mix of awe, fear, and disbelief. Anakin's jaw dropped. Is that supposed to be that big? Padme gasped, her hand covering her mouth. That's enormous. Qui-Gon, always composed, couldn't hide his surprise. Incredible, such power. Shmi, eyes wide, whispered, I've never seen anything like it. Obi-Wan, shaking his head with a mixture of amusement and shock, muttered, Gojo, what have you done this time? Jar Jar, as usual, was in full panic mode. Oh no. Big monster. Misa no like this. The twins, Suzunami and Yukinami, exchanged glances of amazement. Suzunami, trying to keep his cool, said, well, that's certainly impressive. Yukinami nodded, her eyes still fixed on the towering new. Gojo-sensei really knows how to make an entrance. Anakin's friends were frozen, unable to process the sheer scale of what they were seeing. Kitster stammered, Anakin, your teacher did this. Seek, his eyes wide with awe, said, I've never seen anything so huge. Amy and Wald were equally stunned, clutching each other in fear and excitement. Anakin, determined, declared, he is not my teacher yet, and he does not accept me since I don't have cursed energy. But I will prove him wrong. I will reach that idiot sensei's level and have cursed energy too. Kitster nodded, admiration clear in his eyes. If anyone can do it, it's you, Anakin. Seek agreed, his voice filled with respect. You've always been amazing, Anakin. This will just be another challenge for you. Amy, still holding on to Wald, said, we believe in you, Anakin. You can do anything you set your mind to. Wald added, we're behind you all the way. Gojo, observing the chaos he had inadvertently caused, chuckled. Well, seems like I might have overdone it a bit. He turned to the massive Nu and announced, let's make the subjugation commence. Gojo said, launching himself into the air. The battle between Gojo and the colossal Nu was intense and awe-inspiring. The sky lit up with bursts of cursed energy as Gojo moved with incredible speed and precision, effortlessly dodging Nu's lightning attacks and countering with his own powerful techniques. The fight was clearly one-sided, with Gojo dominating, but he continually taunted Nu, making the creature more and more enraged. Come on, is that all you've got? Gojo called out with a grin, effortlessly evading another lightning strike. I thought you'd be more of a challenge. Nu roared in fury, unleashing a massive blast of lightning that illuminated the sky. Gojo deftly dodged it, countering with a powerful strike of his own that sent Nu reeling. You'll have to do better than that, Gojo taunted, his voice carrying over the battlefield. I'm not even breaking a sweat. Nu's attacks grew more frantic and powerful, but Gojo continued to dominate the fight. He used his cursed technique Lapse, Blue, creating a gravitational pull that destabilized Nu's movements. Nu responded with a massive discharge of lightning, which Gojo deflected effortlessly. The battle raged on, with Gojo demonstrating his mastery over his abilities, pushing Nu back with each exchange. The fight reached its climax as Gojo combined his limitless curse technique with his shadows. The resulting attack overwhelmed Nu, but Gojo wanted to finish with a flourish. Summoning his strength, he unleashed a black flash, the concentrated energy striking Nu with such force that it roared one last time before collapsing, defeated. The sky cleared, and Gojo descended, triumphant. As the onlookers erupted in cheers and applause, Anakin's determination was further solidified, his resolve to reach Gojo's level burning brighter than ever. Anakin, eyes wide with amazement, turned to Qui-Gon. He can fly. Qui-Gon nodded, a hint of a smile on his lips. And he can breathe in space too. Padme, still in awe, remarked, incredible. There's no limit to what he can do. Shmi, equally impressed, added, Anakin, you have a lot to learn from him. Anakin's friends, still processing the spectacle, were filled with admiration and gratitude. Kitster said, I can't believe we just saw that. Seek added, Anakin, you're in good hands with him. Amy and Wald nodded in agreement, their eyes still wide with amazement. Gojo, noticing the group from a distance, gave a casual wave and a grin. Just another day in the life of Gojo Satoru, he said with a playful wink. Gojo landed gracefully on the ground, a satisfied grin on his face from his victory over Nu. He was preparing to summon another Shikigami when Obi-Wan, looking thoroughly astonished, stepped forward. How many monsters are you planning to summon, Gojo? Obi-Wan asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and concern. Gojo laughed heartily. I'm going to summon 7 more. So, you'd best sit tight and keep watching. With that, he formed a hand seal, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This time, as Gojo completed the summoning ritual, a multitude of rabbits appeared, filling the entire area. The Shikigami known as Rabbit Escape didn't require subjugation, and the cute creatures immediately began hopping around, exploring their new surroundings. The reactions were swift and varied. Anakin, eyes wide with delight, wow! Look at all the rabbits. They're so cute. Kitster, equally amazed, I've never seen so many rabbits in one place. Seek, laughing, this is incredible. They're everywhere. Amy and Wald, clutching each other in excitement, so cute. Padme, giggling at the unexpected sight, I wasn't expecting this. They're adorable. Shmi, smiling warmly, such a contrast to the giant Nu. These are lovely. Qui-Gon, raising an eyebrow in amused surprise, Gojo, you never cease to amaze. Obi-Wan, shaking his head with a smile, I must admit, I didn't see this one coming. Jar Jar, flailing his arms in confusion, Misa thought there'd be more big monsters, not this many hopping critters. The twins, Suzunami and Yukinami, were the most excited, their eyes sparkling as they watched the rabbits. Suzunami, unable to contain his joy, this is amazing. Look at all of them. Yukinami, clapping her hands together, they're so cute. Can we keep them, Gojo-sensei? Gojo chuckled, enjoying the reactions. They'll be here for a while, so enjoy their company. When Gojo was about to summon the third Shikigami, Suzunami suddenly said, Hey, Gojo-sensei, I want to fight the one who hasn't been subjugated yet. Can you bring one up? Gojo grinned. Sure thing, Suzunami. He formed another hand seal, his energy surging. A massive, towering figure began to materialize, casting a shadow over the entire area. Gojo summoned Max Elephant, a colossal Shikigami even larger and more powerful than usual, having been empowered by Sukuna's influence. The creature stood tall, its massive tusks gleaming and its trunk ready to unleash torrents of water. Its presence was overwhelming, and the ground trembled beneath its weight. Suzunami, without hesitation, leaped toward the massive Shikigami. However, his recklessness was met with a powerful blast of water from Max Elephant's trunk, sending him crashing to the ground. The sudden and forceful attack caused immediate concern among the onlookers. Anakin, eyes wide with worry, Suzunami. Kitster, gasping, he's in trouble. Seek, looking panicked, we need to help him. Amy and Wald, clutching each other in fear, is he going to be okay? Qui-Gon, stepping forward, stay back, everyone. This is part of his training. Padme, concern etched on her face, I hope he can handle this. Obi-Wan, frowning, Gojo, are you sure this is a good idea? Jar Jar, flailing his arms, oh no. This is bad. Very bad. Gojo, laughing, said, too much for you, Suzunami. He watched with a mix of amusement and seriousness, ready to intervene if necessary. Come on, show me more exciting things. Seeing her brother in trouble, Yukinami stepped up and quickly healed him. What were you thinking? You weren't this reckless when fighting Sensei, she scolded. Suzunami, recovering, grinned. That blast of water already gave me the information I need to beat that elephant. Max Elephant, sensing the challenge, shot another torrent of water, but this time it was different, it was thinner, like piercing streams of blood. Suzunami laughed and grinned, you just made a death wish. He touched the waterline with his incredible speed even before the tip of piercing water reached his body, similar to piercing blood, touched his body and activated his altar, cutting through the water at that instant and reaching the body of the Shikigami. Max Elephant split into many different pieces, falling to the ground in a spectacular display. Gojo laughed heartily. What the hell? That was amazing, Suzunami. Suzunami, catching his breath after the intense battle, stood tall and addressed the group. My cursed technique is named Altar. I've upgraded it to the point where, at the moment you fire or have something like that elephant's water attack, I can cut through it and the effect will reach its user. The reactions were swift and filled with admiration. Qui-Gon, his eyes gleaming with amusement, said, I leave you for a while, and you guys start getting better to the point where you can fight a Jedi. Impressive. Padme, clearly impressed, smiled warmly. That was incredible, Suzunami. Your technique is truly powerful. Anakin's friends, still in awe, exchanged excited glances. Kitster exclaimed, Suzunami, that was amazing. You're so strong. Seek nodded vigorously. I can't believe you did that. You're like a real hero. Amy and Walt, their eyes wide with admiration, added, we want to be like you when we grow up. Obi-Wan, shaking his head with a mix of respect and amusement, said, you continue to surprise us, Suzunami. Well done. Jar Jar, his usual flailing replaced with genuine awe, muttered, this guy, is really something. Yukinami, pride evident in her eyes, gave her brother a big smile. You were incredible, Suzunami. I'm so proud of you. Gojo, grinning ear to ear, clapped Suzunami on the back. That's what I'm talking about. You've got the skills, and now you've got the confidence to match. Well done, Suzunami. You're going to be unstoppable. He paused for a moment, then added, your technique needs a name since it's an extension of your altar. Do you have any ideas, Suzunami? Suzunami thought for a moment, his eyes reflecting his determination and creativity. If Sukuna's shrine extension is cleave, then mine would be severance. It embodies the precise and decisive nature of my cuts, severing any attack and reaching the source. Gojo nodded approvingly. Severance. I like it. The group, hearing the name, couldn't help but admire Suzunami's ingenuity. Qui-Gon, with a nod of approval, severance. A fitting name for such a powerful technique. Padme, clearly impressed, severance it is, then. It suits you, Suzunami. Obi-Wan, with a smile, a name worthy of your skills. Anakin, with admiration in his eyes, severance. I like it. It's strong, just like you. Yukinami, beaming with pride, severance is perfect. You've truly come into your own, Suzunami. The group felt a renewed sense of camaraderie and respect, recognizing the immense potential within Suzunami and the bright future ahead of him with his newly named technique. Chapter 27, Obi-Wan's Challenge End, Pod Race Part 1. 7,000 words I will upload again at next Sunday. The open area of the Lucky Despot was filled with an air of anticipation as Obi-Wan Kenobi stepped forward, a determined look on his face. Gojo, I want the same opportunity as Suzunami. I want to challenge a Shikigami that hasn't been subjugated yet. Gojo raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin forming. That's the problem, Obi-Wan. The remaining ones are either too weak or too powerful for someone like why he paused, a thought crossing his mind. Wait, maybe we can test something out. With a swift motion, he summoned the divine dogs. Obi-Wan, recognizing the familiar Shikigami, remarked, isn't that the first one you summoned? Gojo's grin widened. Watch this. He combined the two divine dogs into a single, more powerful entity divine dog, totality. The new Shikigami stood taller, its presence even more imposing, radiating a fierce aura. The spectators watched in awe and apprehension, the transformation adding a palpable intensity to the scene. Obi-Wan readied himself, his eyes narrowing in focus. Let's see what you've got, he muttered, igniting his lightsaber with a determined hum. Suddenly, the divine dog's arm clashed with Obi-Wan's lightsaber, which he managed to cut through. However, the divine dog transformed into 50 liquid versions of itself, surrounding Obi-Wan, who looked around in surprise. What the? It can split into multiple forms. Obi-Wan exclaimed, his eyes darting around to track the numerous opponents. The multiple versions of divine dog lunged at Obi-Wan from all directions. Obi-Wan deflected and dodged as best as he could, using a combination of defensive lightsaber forms and force-enhanced agility. His lightsaber whirled in a protective arc, but the sheer number of opponents made it difficult for him to keep up. He was almost overwhelmed when Qui-Gon Jinn intervened, stepping forward with his lightsaber ignited. Obi-Wan, let's handle this together. Master, these creatures are relentless, Obi-Wan called out as he continued to fend off the attacks. Qui-Gon nodded. We'll use Form 3, Sorsu, to defend and look for openings. Together, the two Jedi combined their efforts, their lightsabers moving in perfect synchronization. Qui-Gon's defensive stance absorbed the brunt of the attacks, while Obi-Wan struck with precision, cutting down several of the liquid divine dogs. Gojo watched with a mixture of amusement and respect. Not bad, you two. Not bad at all. The divine dogs reformed back into a single entity, its eyes gleaming with respect for the two Jedi. Obi-Wan, breathing heavily but with a determined look, stood ready for another round. Qui-Gon, glancing at his apprentice, nodded. Good work, Obi-Wan. We've shown what we can do together. Obi-Wan, catching his breath, replied, thank you, Master. It was an honor to fight alongside you. The spectators erupted in cheers, their admiration for the Jedi growing even stronger. Padme, Shmi, Anakin and his friends were all inspired by the display of courage and skill. Padme, clapping her hands, exclaimed, that was good team. Shmi, smiling warmly, added, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon make an impressive team. Anakin, filled with excitement, shouted, that's so cool. I want to learn how to do that. Kitster, nodding vigorously, said, me too. That's amazing. Seek, his eyes wide with wonder, added, the divine dog is so powerful. Amy and Walt, still in shock, just nodded, their expressions mirroring the amazement around them. Gojo, ever the playful one, gave Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon a nod of approval. You two make a great team. However, are you ready for its next upgrade? The divine dog's totality began to transform, standing on its hind legs, resembling a werewolf. Its nails grew longer and were imbued with cursed energy. Obi-Wan, seeing the transformation, stepped forward again, determination etched on his face. Let's continue, then. The divine dog's claw clashed with Obi-Wan's lightsaber, and to everyone's surprise, the lightsaber didn't cut through. Instead, the claws held their own against the blade. Obi-Wan, eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, its claws can withstand a lightsaber. The audience was equally stunned. Padme, Shmi, Anakin, his friends, and the twins all gasped in amazement, knowing the power of a lightsaber and seeing the divine dog holding its own. Padme, her voice filled with awe, said, it's standing its ground against a Jedi's lightsaber. This is beyond anything I've seen. Shmi, equally amazed, added, I can't believe it. That Shikigami is claw very durable. Anakin, his eyes gleaming with amazement, thought to himself, someone really can stand up against the Jedi if they're powerful enough, looks like I need to change my mindset about no one can kill a Jedi. Suzunami, eyes wide with awe, whispered to Yukinami, Gojo-sensei's Shikigami is incredible. To stand up to a lightsaber like that. Yukinami, equally impressed, added, the durability of its claws are increasing. Gojo-sensei is truly amazing. Gojo, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but laugh. Seems like the divine dog totality has earned your respect, Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, his lightsaber still clashing with the divine dog's claws, grinned. It certainly has. But this isn't over yet. The crowd watched in anticipation as the battle continued, the air thick with tension and excitement. The open area of the Lucky Despot had become the stage for an unforgettable display of power, skill, and determination. Suddenly, the divine dog activated a simple domain, its attributes buffed for offense. A visible aura surrounded it, intensifying its presence and power. Qui-Gon, sensing the imminent danger, used the force to pull Obi-Wan out of harm's way just as the divine dog lunged forward. Don't worry, we've got a mobile hospital just in case you're dying, Gojo teased, referring to the presence of round deer that he just summoned. Obi-Wan, back on his feet, nodded to Qui-Gon. Thank you, Master. Let's finish this. The battle intensified. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan moved in perfect harmony, their lightsabers flashing as they countered the divine dog's enhanced attacks. The simple domain made the Shikigami faster and stronger, but the Jedi's coordination and skill kept them in the fight. Obi-Wan executed a swift maneuver, his lightsaber slicing through the air. The divine dog countered with a powerful swipe, but Qui-Gon was there to block it, his stance firm and unyielding. The clash of lightsaber and claw sent sparks flying, the energy of the simple domain creating an electrifying spectacle. Keep pushing. Qui-Gon urged, his voice steady. We can overcome this together. Obi-Wan nodded, his focus unwavering. Right behind you, Master. With renewed determination, the two Jedi launched a coordinated assault. Obi-Wan's agility and precision combined with Qui-Gon's defensive mastery created an unbreakable front. They worked together seamlessly, exploiting every opening and countering each attack with precision. The divine dog, despite its enhanced attributes, began to falter under the relentless pressure. Obi-Wan executed a series of rapid strikes, each one pushing the Shikigami back. Qui-Gon followed up with a powerful thrust, driving the divine dog to the ground. Breathing heavily, Obi-Wan stood ready for the next move. We've got it on the ropes, Master. Qui-Gon nodded, his eyes locked on the Shikigami. Let's end this. With a final coordinated effort, the two Jedi unleashed a devastating combination of attacks. Obi-Wan's lightsaber cut through the divine dog's defenses, while Qui-Gon's strike landed with unerring precision. The simple domain shattered, and the divine dog collapsed, its form dissolving into energy. The crowd erupted in cheers, their admiration for the Jedi reaching new heights. Padme, Shmi, Anakin, and his friends were all in awe of the display of skill and teamwork. Padme, clapping enthusiastically, exclaimed, that was beyond coordination attack I imagined. Shmi, smiling proudly, added, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, this is truly the first time I see Jedi skills in live combat. Anakin, his eyes filled with determination, said, I'll train even harder so I can be just as strong as Jedi and Idiot Sensei. Kidster, nodding vigorously, remarked, you're already amazing, Anakin. Seek, looking odd, said, you have the best mentors anyone could ask for. Amy and Walt, still in shock, just nodded, their expressions mirroring the amazement around them. Suzunami, eyes wide with admiration, whispered to Yukinami, Gojo-sensei's Shikigami is powerful, but the Jedi are incredible. Yukinami, equally impressed, added, they really are. This was an amazing battle. Gojo, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but smile. Well done, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon. You've more than proven yourselves. Obi-Wan, catching his breath, gave a respectful nod to Gojo. Thank you for the opportunity. It was a challenging and enlightening experience. As Gojo was about to summon another Shikigami, Shmi interjected with a gentle but firm voice, okay, that's enough, Gojo. We've had enough strange things for one day. Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Padme all sighed in relief, grateful for the reprieve. Gojo, ever the playful one, shrugged and agreed. Well, if you insist. I suppose we'll save the rest for another time. Anakin turned to his friends, excitement bubbling in his voice. You know, you can live in the Lucky Despot. His friends exchanged glances, a mixture of gratitude and loyalty shining in their eyes. Kitster stepped forward, placing a hand on Anakin's shoulder with a warm smile. Anakin, that sounds amazing, but the hovel, it's more than just a place. It's home. We've been through so much there together. Seek nodded in agreement, adding, besides, someone needs to stay behind and make sure the story of Gojo Satoru, the one who freed us, gets told. People need to know he's real and incredibly powerful. Amy chimed in with a soft smile, we'll always be close by, Anakin. And you can visit whenever you want. Walt, nodding enthusiastically, added, yeah, we're not going anywhere far, but the hovel is where we belong. Anakin's initial excitement softened into understanding. He knew they were right, and he appreciated their loyalty to the place they had called home for so long. I get it, he said, smiling back at them. You're right. And I'm glad we'll all keep that bond, no matter where we are. The group shared a knowing smile, their friendship stronger than ever as they looked forward to the adventures that lay ahead. Lucky Despot Balcony Night. The stars above Tatooine twinkled brightly, like countless diamonds scattered across the dark velvet of the night sky. Anakin Skywalker, sitting on the balcony of the Lucky Despot, marveled at the vastness of it all. The cool night breeze rustled his hair as he swung his legs back and forth, his eyes wide with wonder. Qui-Gon Jinn knelt beside him, gently tending to a small cut on the boy's arm, due to training with Toru. The Jedi Master's touch was steady and practiced, but his gaze was softened by the warmth of a mentor who had grown fond of the child. Sit still, Annie, Qui-Gon chided gently, a small smile tugging at his lips. Let me clean this cut. Anakin winced slightly but couldn't tear his eyes away from the sky. There are so many, he murmured, his voice tinged with awe. Do they all have a system of planets? Qui-Gon followed the boy's gaze, his expression thoughtful. Most of them, he replied, his tone carrying the wisdom of one who had seen much of the galaxy. Anakin's curiosity was insatiable, his mind always racing ahead to the next question. Has anyone been to them all? The question brought a soft chuckle from Qui-Gon. Not likely, he said, shaking his head slightly. Anakin's eyes sparkled with determination as he leaned back, gazing even more intently at the stars. I want to be the first one to see them all, he declared, his voice filled with the boundless ambition only a child could possess. Qui-Gon smiled at the boy's spirit but was careful as he pressed the cloth against Anakin's arm. Ouch! Anakin yelped, though more out of surprise than pain. There, Qui-Gon said, wiping away the last trace of blood. Good as new. Before Anakin could respond, Shmai's voice carried through the night air from inside the Lucky Despot, calling her son back inside. Annie, bedtime. Anakin groaned softly, reluctant to leave the stars behind. He watched with curiosity as Qui-Gon scraped his blood onto a small comlink chip. What are you doing? Anakin asked, tilting his head in confusion. Checking your blood for infections, Qui-Gon replied, his tone light but focused. Anakin was about to ask another question when Shmai's voice rang out again, this time with more insistence. Annie. I'm not going to tell you again. Qui-Gon gave the boy a gentle nudge. Go on, you have a big day tomorrow, he said, his voice softening with a note of fatherly affection. Good night. Anakin rolled his eyes playfully, but there was no mistaking the affection in his smile as he hopped to his feet and darted inside. Qui-Gon watched him go, a quiet fondness in his eyes before his expression turned more serious. With a flick of his wrist, Qui-Gon inserted the blood-stained chip into his comlink and activated it. Obi-Wan, he called, his voice now taking on the crisp tone of a Jedi Master. Yes, Master, came Obi-Wan's immediate reply, his voice clear through the comlink. Make an analysis of this blood sample I'm sending you, Qui-Gon instructed, his gaze drifting back to the stars as he waited. Wait a minute. Obi-Wan's voice was tinged with curiosity, followed by the sound of rapid data processing. I need a midi-chlorian count, Qui-Gon continued, his voice betraying nothing of the suspicion building within him. All right. I've got it, Obi-Wan confirmed, his tone becoming more serious. There was a pause as he reviewed the data, then a note of confusion entered his voice. Something must be wrong with the transmission. Here's a signal check, Qui-Gon offered, his brow furrowing slightly. Obi-Wan's voice grew more concerned. Strange. The transmission seems to be in good order, but the reading's off the chart, over 20,000. Qui-Gon's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the information, his voice dropping to a near whisper. That's it then. Even Master Yoda doesn't have a midi-chlorian count that high. Obi-Wan's voice now carried a mix of disbelief and awe. No Jedi has, Qui-Gon confirmed, his thoughts swirling with the implications. What does it mean? Obi-Wan asked, his tone more urgent now. I'm not sure, Qui-Gon admitted, his voice carrying the weight of uncertainty. As Qui-Gon ended the transmission, he looked up and noticed Shmai standing in the doorway of the Lucky Despot, her eyes filled with concern. Embarrassed at being caught in such serious contemplation, she quickly retreated back to the luxury guest room. But there was another observer in the shadows of the balcony. Unbeknownst to Qui-Gon, Gojo Satoru had been watching the interaction with keen interest, his eyes sharp as they followed Anakin's movements. The boy had no idea of the forces aligning around him, nor of the path that had been subtly laid before him by Gojo himself. This boy is different, Gojo mused, a glint of excitement sparking in his gaze. His potential is dangerous, but rather than destroy it, I'll shape it. He recalled the moment when Anakin had watched in awe as Gojo effortlessly destroyed 600 of Jabba's men and unleashed 9 black flashes in quick succession. The sheer display of overwhelming power had captivated the boy, driving him to ask Gojo to become his master. But Gojo had gently refused, knowing that Anakin lacked cursed energy. Instead, he had encouraged the boy to follow the Jedi path, recognizing that the Force could mold Anakin's future into something extraordinary. Gojo's thoughts swirled with possibilities, the thrill of molding such raw power to his liking tantalizing him. One day, Anakin, you might just reach my level, if you survive the journey. As the cool night air brushed against his skin, Gojo disappear/teleport from the balcony, his mind already calculating the steps ahead. He knew he was playing a dangerous game, but it was precisely that risk that made the game worth playing. Int. Mos Espa, Arena, Main Hangar, Day. The vast hangar buzzed with energy and anticipation. It was a sprawling structure filled with the clamor of activity, as alien crews and pilots hurriedly made last-minute adjustments to their pod racers. The atmosphere was charged with the tension and excitement of the impending race, with various species working in harmony or, in some cases, barely controlled chaos to prepare their machines for the challenge ahead. Amidst the frantic pace, Gojo and Qui-Gon moved through the hangar with a sense of purpose, their contrasting appearances drawing the occasional glance from those around them. Gojo's silver hair, now unencumbered by his usual blindfold or glasses, made him a striking figure among the sea of engineers and mechanics, while Qui-Gon's tall, composed presence exuded the calm authority of a seasoned Jedi. As they walked, the events of the previous night weighed on their minds, and Gojo couldn't shake the questions that had been nagging at him since their conversation under the stars. Gojo broke the silence first, his voice a blend of curiosity and disbelief. So let me get this straight, Qui-Gon. You're telling me that the strongest Jedi, your Grandmaster Yoda, has a midi-chlorian count that's actually lower than this kid's? Gojo paused, then added with a mischievous grin, you're saying this potential man has more going for him than even your top guy. His tone was incredulous, as though he were trying to piece together a puzzle that didn't quite fit. Qui-Gon glanced at Gojo, his expression thoughtful, as he nodded. Yes, that's correct. Anakin's midi-chlorian count is the highest I've ever seen, over 20,000 per cell. Even Master Yoda doesn't have a count that high. Gojo's grin widened, and he was about to quip, well, looks like I'm having the strongest enemy or rival that will are, when he was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice from across the hangar. Outlander. Who will you favor to win? Watto's raspy voice cut through the noise as he approached them, his wings flapping lazily as he hovered closer. Qui-Gon chuckled softly, glancing at Gojo. Looks like Gojo now knows how it feels to get interrupted, he thought, amused. It wasn't lost on him that Gojo had a habit of suddenly appearing out of nowhere and interrupting conversations, usually with his own brand of chaos. Gojo, ever the provocateur, didn't miss a beat. He turned to Watto with a mocking grin and called out, "Ah, fat Drake. Of course, I'm favoring Anakin. What about you?" His tone was laced with hostility, a clear jab at their tense relationship. Watto puffed up slightly, his eyes narrowing as he replied, Sebulba. He's the best there is. No one else can beat him. He's skilled, ruthless, and his pod racer is unmatched. Watto's voice then took on a whining tone as he added, but it isn't fair for me, Outlander. You only bet one ship. Lucky Despot is a cargo-type luxury ship, and I need to give up many of my belongings. We'll let fate decide with dice. The red will be. Before Watto could finish, Gojo's expression darkened, and the air around him crackled with a sudden, violent surge of cursed energy. It wasn't just a shift in atmosphere, it was as if the very fabric of reality had been warped by his presence. The aura he emanated was terrifyingly intense, reminiscent of the way Sukuna might appear, but even more potent in its malice. The entire hangar seemed to groan under the weight of Gojo's unleashed power. The ground beneath them began to fracture, hairline cracks spider-webbing outwards from where Gojo stood. The lights in the hangar flickered ominously, and then, as if consumed by an unseen darkness, the entire space dimmed, casting long, sinister shadows across the walls and machinery. Every mechanic, pilot, and alien crew member froze in their tracks, their faces pale as the blood seemed to drain from their bodies. Tools were dropped, conversations died mid-sentence, and the chaotic noise of the hangar was replaced by an oppressive, suffocating silence. All eyes were riveted on the confrontation, fear and awe intertwining as they witnessed the raw, overwhelming power that radiated from Gojo. Qui-Gon, who had never seen this side of Gojo before, immediately recognized the danger and stepped forward, trying to defuse the situation. Gojo, let's. But Gojo cut him off with a menacing glare, locking eyes with the Jedi. The intensity in Gojo's gaze was like staring into the abyss, and Qui-Gon felt a cold dread creeping up his spine. He hesitated, understanding that this was not the moment to push. Reluctantly, Qui-Gon took a step back, the calm Jedi Master recognizing the storm that he could not control. Gojo turned his attention back to Watto, his voice dropping to a low, terrifying tone that seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the hangar. Are you trying to fuck up the deal? I respect that you've taken care of the kid and his mother, so I'm letting this one slide. But there won't be a next time. Know your place, foolish alien. His words, like a blade, cut through the heavy air, leaving no room for doubt about the consequences of crossing him again. Watto, visibly trembling, could barely muster the strength to nod, his bravado completely shattered under Gojo's gaze. He swallowed hard, the taste of fear bitter in his mouth, and dared not say another word. The hangar remained dark and tense, the oppressive atmosphere clinging to every surface like a heavy fog. It was only when Gojo's cursed energy slowly receded that the lights flickered back to life, and the darkness began to lift. The cracks in the ground remained as a stark reminder of the power that had been unleashed, and the memory of Gojo's wrath lingered, seared into the minds of all who had witnessed it. As Gojo turned away, the hangar gradually returned to its frantic activity, but the haunting presence of his power left everyone shaken, the weight of what they had just experienced far from forgotten. Int. Mos Espa, Arena, Main Hangar, Different Area, Day. In a quieter corner of the vast hangar, away from the frenetic energy that filled the space, Anakin, Kitster, Padme, and 3PO stood together. The air was thick with anticipation, and Anakin's excitement was almost palpable as he made the final preparations for the race. 3PO, I can assure you they will never get me onto one of those dreadful starships. 3PO's anxious declaration drew a grin from Kitster, who turned to Anakin with a confident nod. Kitster, to Anakin, this is so wizard. I'm sure you'll do it this time, Annie. Padme, do what? Kitster, finish the race, of course. Padme raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Padme, you've never won a race? Anakin glanced away sheepishly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Anakin, well, not exactly. Padme, not even finished. Anakin laughed, the sound light and carefree, as if the idea of it not really bothering him. Anakin, none. Padme couldn't help but laugh along with him, though disbelief still lingered in her tone. Looks like I'm going to have to educate Gojo that gambling is B. Before she could finish her sentence, the entire hangar suddenly plunged into an eerie darkness, as if a massive storm cloud had rolled in, blotting out the light. The air grew heavy, almost suffocating, and a low, ominous rumble seemed to emanate from the very walls. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, sending ripples through the dusty floor. A sudden, violent flare of cursed energy surged through the hangar, its presence unmistakable in its sheer intensity and malevolence. The lights flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows that danced across the walls, and the clang of tools hitting the ground echoed throughout the space. The oppressive force was unlike anything any of them had ever felt before, yet Anakin, Padme, and Kitster knew immediately who was responsible. Padme, wide-eyed, that has to be Gojo. No one else that I know on this planet could have that kind of power. Anakin nodded slowly, the excitement from moments before now mingled with a sense of awe and trepidation. Though he admired Gojo, the raw power he had just felt was something altogether different, something that stirred both fear and fascination within him. Kitster, voice trembling, that was intense. Is Gojo our savior? Angry? Anakin, I think so. I've never felt anything like that from him before. Even 3PO, despite his lack of true sensory perception, shuffled uneasily, his golden plating reflecting the flickering lights in an unsettling pattern. I must say, this is most unsettling. Perhaps we should. Before 3PO could finish, the lights steadied, and the oppressive atmosphere began to recede, leaving behind a silence that was almost as heavy as the darkness had been. Padme, trying to regain her composure, whatever's going on over there, let's just hope it doesn't get worse. Anakin glanced at Padme, his young face set with determination as he tried to reassure her despite the lingering tension in the air. Idiot Sensei is strong. He'll handle it. Padme nodded, though she couldn't shake the unease that had settled in her chest. For a brief moment, it felt as though she had glimpsed a darker side of the enigmatic sorcerer who had become so central to their journey. Whatever had just happened served as a stark reminder of the immense power Gojo wielded and the thin, precarious line that separated control from chaos. Suddenly, from a distance, Gojo and Qui-Gon approached the group. Even from afar, it was clear that Gojo was still in a bad mood. His normally playful demeanor was overshadowed by a lingering intensity, the echoes of his earlier flare of cursed energy still palpable in the air around him. Anakin, always direct, called out as they neared, Idiot Sensei, what happened that made you? Before Anakin could finish, Gojo cut him off with a sharp look, his voice low and serious. Potential man, if I kill the fat Drake, will you be sad? Anakin blinked, momentarily taken aback by the bluntness of the question. He hesitated, glancing at Padme as if seeking her guidance. Padme's expression was one of concern, her gaze flickering between Gojo and Anakin. They had seen Gojo's brutality before, his ruthlessness when dealing with enemies, and she knew that he rarely joked in situations like this. Anakin, ever the straightforward one, finally answered with a mix of honesty and innocence, well, he's not a good person, but killing him might cause more problems, right? Padme, sensing the tension in the air, quickly added, her voice calm but firm, Gojo, we've all seen what you're capable of. But killing Watto, it would only complicate things further. We need him for the deal, and there's already too much at stake. Gojo's gaze lingered on Anakin for a moment longer before he turned to Padme, his expression softening ever so slightly. You're right, he conceded, though the edge in his voice remained. But remember, if he steps out of line again, I won't be so lenient. Padme nodded, relieved that Gojo had decided to hold back, though the encounter left her more aware than ever of the fine line Gojo walked between control and chaos. Qui-Gon, who had remained silent during the exchange, finally spoke up, his voice steady and reassuring. We should focus on the race. Anakin needs to be ready. Anakin nodded eagerly, glad to shift the attention back to the race. Right. I'm ready. Let's do this. As they moved forward, Padme couldn't help but cast one last glance at Gojo. The man who had become such an essential part of their group was as unpredictable as he was powerful, and she knew that his loyalty, though fierce, came with its own set of challenges. Ext Mos Espa, Desert Race Arena, Day. On the left side of the tracks across from the grandstands, a line of pod racers emerges from the large hangar, surrounded by several crew members. Pods are pulled by a wide variety of creatures and are led by aliens carrying flags. The pilots stand facing the royal box. /bead, os. A. La Amabistu. Yes, there they are. B. I see Ben Quadinaros from the Tun system. A. Gascano do Anupa Ord Petrovia. And Gascano in the new Ord Pedrovia. B. Two-time winner, Bolsruer. A. Poo Tula Musta, Wograin Champio Sebulbadu Pixelito. Splastili Boki Hoki. On the front line, the reigning champion, Sebulba from Pixelito. By far the favorite today. B. In a late entry, Anakin Skywalker. Wait, where is Anakin Sky? Suddenly, the arena's attention is drawn skyward as a massive figure approaches, casting a long, ominous shadow over the tracks. Descending from the sky is a colossal new, a creature of terrifying proportions, easily the size of a skyscraper and more bigger than the one he summoned for subjugation. Its body is a twisted amalgamation of ferocious animals: a tiger's head, a serpent's tail, and limbs that resemble both the claws of a bird of prey and the legs of a mighty dragon. The air around the new crackles with dark energy, a manifestation of Sukuna's malevolent influence. The creature's scales shimmer with an eerie, dark glow, as if absorbing the light around it, and its eyes burn with an unholy fire. A sinister aura surrounds it, distorting the air and sending shivers down the spines of all who witness its approach. The ground trembles under the sheer weight of its presence, and the once boisterous crowd falls into an uneasy silence, mesmerized and horrified by the sight. Perched upon the new's mighty legs, standing tall and unbothered, are Gojo Satoru and Anakin Skywalker. Gojo's white hair contrasts sharply with the darkness that clings to the new, his eyes now free from his usual blindfold gleaming with a cold, calculated confidence. Anakin, though young, appears fearless beside him, his small frame dwarfed by the monstrous Shikigami beneath them. /bead, B, announcing with a mix of disbelief and awe, Anakin Skywalker, Kapachi Muta, wait, who is that beside him? There's a pause as the announcer struggles to find his words, the realization of who the man beside Anakin is dawning on him. /bead, B, finally, Ganadu Wama. Gojo Satoru. Kinchat Duba Muli Tatooine. The savior of Tatooine. Gojo Satoru. The crowd erupts into a cacophony of cheers, gasps, and excited murmurs, the sheer spectacle of Gojo's arrival on the massive new overwhelming their senses. For a moment, the excitement for the race is eclipsed by the presence of the man who had not only saved Tatooine but now appeared to be mentoring the young boy they had all come to see race. The new, under Gojo's command, slowly descends to the ground, its enormous form settling just outside the racetrack, where it looms like an ominous guardian. As Gojo and Anakin dismount, the crowd's energy reaches a fever pitch, their cheers echoing across the desert arena. Ext Mos Espa, Arena, Royal Box, Day, FX. Jabba the Hutt, the formidable crime lord, slithers into the royal box with his usual pomp and grandeur, his presence commanding immediate attention. The pilots bow from the waist in respect as Jabba waves to the roaring crowd, his massive frame overshadowing all around him. Jabba's deep, guttural voice rumbles as he turns his attention to Gojo Satoru, who is standing with Anakin and the rest of the racer group. Jabba, in Hudis Gojo Satoru, me no achuba yuba nonpanawamalo de gurpai ja aboma. Gojo Satoru, I never knew you were interested in these kinds of events. His words are promptly translated by a nearby droid, its mechanical voice cutting through the noise of the crowd. Gojo Satoru, I never knew you were interested in these kinds of events. As a gesture of respect, I have prepared a seat next to the royal box for you. The offer is made with a tone of expectancy, as if it were a given that Gojo would accept such an honor. But Gojo, standing tall and unwavering, merely shakes his head, a small, confident smile playing on his lips. Gojo, Nat, I'll stay with my racer group. Jabba's large eyes narrow in confusion. The Hutt is not angry, he knows all too well how powerful Gojo is, but he is certainly perplexed by the refusal. He rumbles again, his voice filling the arena. Jabba, in Hudis H2 Apanki? Why? The droid translates, why? Gojo, ever the charismatic and heroic figure, steps forward, his voice carrying across the stands. There's a gleam in his eyes as he responds with conviction. Gojo, speaking to Jabba, but loud enough for all to hear, Jabba, I appreciate the offer to sit in the royal box, but what kind of sponsor would I be if I didn't stand with my racer group? I'm here to support them, to be where they are, not where the seats are more comfortable. His words resonate with sincerity and strength, embodying the spirit of loyalty and camaraderie. For a moment, there's a hush over the crowd as they absorb the weight of his statement. Then, almost as one, the audience erupts into applause and cheers, their admiration for Gojo growing tenfold. Crowd, various voices. That's the kind of leader we need. He stands with his own. Gojo's one of us. The crowd's reaction is electric, a wave of admiration washing over the stands as they cheer for Gojo's decision to stay with Anakin and the racer group. The energy in the arena surges, and even Jabba, though still somewhat confused, nods in begrudging respect, recognizing the impact Gojo has on the people. Jabba, though still slightly perplexed, lets out a deep, rumbling laugh, acknowledging Gojo's choice with a nod. He may not fully understand the human's motivations, but he respects his resolve. Jabba, in Hudis, chuckling Hako, Gojo. Ka sa tiha balatista. Very well, Gojo. As you wish. The crowd's cheers continue as Gojo remains with Anakin, standing tall and proud among the racers. His presence is both inspiring and reassuring, and as the race is about to begin, there's no doubt in anyone's mind that they're witnessing something extraordinary. Bonus flashback. Int. Mos Espa, Arena, Main Hangar, Different Area, Day. The mood in the hangar had been tense, but after the intense moment with Watto, Gojo's demeanor suddenly shifted. His usual playful energy returned, and a mischievous glint sparked in his eyes as he turned to Anakin with a grin. Gojo, potential man, how about we make a dramatic entrance? Anakin looked up at him, clearly confused. Dramatic entrance? What do you mean? Gojo's grin widened, and he knelt down to meet Anakin at eye level, a sense of excitement bubbling beneath the surface. You know, something that will make everyone's jaws drop. Something that they'll remember long after the race is over. Qui-Gon and Padme, who had been silently watching from a distance, exchanged glances. Both were relieved to see Gojo's mood improve, but they couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. They had seen Gojo's surprises before. Sometimes they were hilarious, other times, they were so grand that dramatic entrance seemed like an understatement. Qui-Gon, whispering to Padme, this could be interesting. Padme, nodding, a hint of a smile, or completely over the top. Kitster, who had been nervously fidgeting nearby, suddenly perked up. He knew that when Gojo had that look in his eyes, something big was about to happen. Kitster, being Kitster, couldn't contain his excitement and blurted out, yeah, let's do it. What do you have in mind, Gojo? Gojo stood up, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Just trust me, Anakin. This entrance is going to be something else. Anakin, though still a bit confused, couldn't help but smile. The energy around Gojo was contagious, and despite his young age, Anakin had learned that when Gojo was in a good mood, it usually meant something incredible was about to happen. Anakin, alright, idiot sensei. Let's make it dramatic. The scene then fades back to the present, with the viewer now understanding the context behind the awe-inspiring entrance with the new that would soon follow. EXT, Mos Espa, Arena, Starting Grid, Day. The viewing platform buzzed with the crowd anticipation as the pod race was about to begin. Padme, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, Shmi, the twins, and Jar Jar Binks stood together, their eyes scanning the arena. Suddenly, the air shifted, and the enormous figure of the new began its descent, carrying Gojo and Anakin on its massive legs. As the towering new came into view, the group's initial excitement turned into sheer surprise. The last time they had seen the new, it had been a terrifying ordeal. Gojo had subjugated the monstrous creature right in front of them. The memory of its raw power, its overwhelming size, and the darkness that accompanied it was still fresh in their minds. Padme, gasping, her eyes widening, it's the new, again? But it's even larger than before. Qui-Gon, his voice steady but with an edge of concern, I didn't think Gojo would bring it out like this, its power is immense. Obi-Wan, staring in awe, I remember the power of its presence. To see it again in this way, it's both incredible and worrying. Yukinami, clutching her brother's arm, eyes wide with fear and amazement, he's actually using it for the entrance? I never imagined. Suzunami, nodding, his voice trembling slightly, Gojo-sensei never does anything halfway. But this, it's overwhelming. Jar Jar Binks, panicking, flailing his arms, oh no. It's the big scary beastie again. Misa don't want to be crushed. Shmi, who had been quietly observing, felt her heart skip a beat as the new descended. Though she had seen Gojo's incredible powers before, the sight of her son perched atop such a monstrous creature sent a wave of anxiety through her. But even more so, there was an underlying sense of awe. Shmi, whispering, a mix of pride and concern, Ani, what have you gotten yourself into? As the new settled near the track, towering over everything in the arena, the spectators around them erupted in cheers and gasps of disbelief. The sheer scale of the creature, combined with Gojo's confident demeanor as he stood beside Anakin, left an indelible mark on everyone present. Padme placed a hand over her heart, trying to calm the nervous flutter there. She had seen Gojo perform incredible feats before, but this using the new in such a public, dramatic way was something else entirely. She couldn't help but admire his audacity, even as she worried about the sheer force he wielded. Qui-Gon placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, though his eyes remained fixed on the new. Gojo knows what he's doing, he said, more to reassure himself than anyone else. But we must remain vigilant just in case he gone loose again. Obi-Wan, though equally impressed, felt a knot of concern tightening in his chest. If Gojo can control something like that, what else is he capable of? The twins, though in awe of Gojo's power, couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and trepidation. Suzunami, though headstrong, knew that this was no ordinary display, it was a show of dominance. Yukinami, still processing the sight, felt both pride in their sensei and a lingering fear of what that kind of power meant. As the new fully descended and Gojo and Anakin dismounted, the viewing platform remained tense. They knew that with Gojo, anything could happen, and while his power was a boon to their cause, it was also a reminder of the fine line between control and chaos. Shmi's gaze remained fixed on Anakin, her heart filled with a mix of pride and worry. She knew her son was destined for greatness, but the path he was on, especially under the influence of someone as powerful as Gojo, filled her with a mother's concern for what the future might hold. The group then watched intently as Gojo addressed Jabba and the crowd, his voice carrying across the arena with a powerful blend of resolve and a sense of duty. Gojo, speaking to Jabba, but loud enough for all to hear, Jabba, I appreciate the offer to sit in the royal box, but what kind of sponsor would I be if I didn't stand with my racer group? I'm here to support them, to be where they are, not where the seats are more comfortable. His words hung in the air for a moment, before the crowd erupted in cheers, their admiration for Gojo's decision clear. The noise was deafening, a wave of approval that swept through the arena, reinforcing Gojo's position not just as a powerful figure, but as someone who valued loyalty and camaraderie above all. As the echoes of the crowd's cheers filled the air, the group exchanged glances, each processing the impact of Gojo's words and the reaction they evoked. Padme, softly, with a hint of a smile, that sounds like Gojo. Qui-Gon, nodding in agreement, he's ruthless and brutal, yes. But in the end he is a good person. Obi-Wan, even if he were to turn out to be a bad person, well, he's our bad person. He's not a warmonger who kills innocent people. Suzunami, with quiet admiration, Gojo-sensei, he's someone who protects what matters, even if it means going to extremes. Yukinami, softly, with a touch of pride, he's fierce, but he's always been fair to us. I'm glad he's on our side. Shmi, smiling faintly, her motherly concern mixed with pride, Anakin is with someone who understands power and responsibility. That's what gives me hope. Jar Jar Binks, relieved, nervously chuckling, Misa don't always understand what he's doing, but Misa glad he's with us and not against us. As the group reflected on Gojo's words and the crowd's overwhelming response, they found a sense of unity in their thoughts. They had all witnessed Gojo's raw power, his sometimes terrifying presence, but this moment reaffirmed why they trusted him. His decision to stand with Anakin and the racer group, rather than seeking a position of comfort and prestige, showcased a depth of character that resonated with them all. The crowd continued to cheer, their energy palpable, and in that moment, it was clear that Gojo's influence extended far beyond just his strength. He had a way of inspiring those around him, of turning his formidable power into a force for something greater, a protector, a leader, and most importantly, a loyal ally. As the cheers finally began to die down, the group looked at each other with renewed determination. They were in this together, and with Gojo by their side, they felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 29, Pranks and Evil Twist. 6,600 words. EXT Mos Espa, Arena, Viewing Platform, Day. The viewing platform offered a clear view of the entire arena, and Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Jar Jar Binks, and the twins Suzunami and Yukinami had arrived just in time to witness the intense and unexpected turn of events below. Obi-Wan's sharp eyes caught the moment Sebulba stepped forward and delivered a brutal punch to Anakin's face. His expression tightened with immediate concern. Obi-Wan, tense, did you see that? Sebulba just struck Anakin. Qui-Gon, standing beside him, narrowed his eyes at the scene unfolding below. His usually calm demeanor was replaced by a grim look of disapproval. Qui-Gon, serious, Sebulba's overstepping his bounds. This isn't just a race anymore. Jar Jar Binks, ever the nervous observer, flinched visibly at the sight of the punch. His long ears drooped, and he began to wring his hands in worry. Jar Jar Binks, panicking, oh no. Poor Ani. This is not good at all. Meanwhile, the twins, who had been quietly watching the race preparations, reacted with shock and growing concern. Suzunami, the more headstrong of the two, clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. Suzunami, furious, how dare he? Anakin didn't deserve that. Yukinami, though more reserved, shared her brother's anger. Her eyes filled with worry as she watched the situation escalate. Yukinami, softly, but with resolve, this isn't right. Gojo-sensei won't let this slide. As expected, Gojo's reaction was swift and terrifying. They watched as he moved with lightning speed, grabbing Sebulba and effortlessly pinning him with a pencil. The sudden shift from the playful energy Gojo often displayed to something far more dangerous sent a chill down their spines. Obi-Wan's gaze remained fixed on Gojo, a mixture of respect and wariness in his eyes. Obi-Wan, murmuring, Gojo doesn't tolerate injustice, but his methods are always so extreme. Qui-Gon nodded, his expression thoughtful yet cautious. Qui-Gon, he's powerful, but unpredictable. It's a reminder of the fine line he walks between control and chaos. Jar Jar, still jittery, looked between the Jedi and the scene below, his anxiety palpable. Jar Jar Binks, whispering, Mesa hope Gojo knows what he's doing. This could get really messy. Suzunami, despite his earlier anger, couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for Gojo's decisive actions. Suzunami, impressed, Gojo-sensei doesn't let anyone push him or his students around. That's why he's the strongest. Yukinami, though still worried, found comfort in her brother's words. She knew Gojo was a force to be reckoned with, and seeing him protect Anakin only reinforced her belief in him. Yukinami, nodding, he won't let anything happen to Anakin. He's always watching over us. As they continued to watch, the atmosphere on the viewing platform remained tense, each of them fully aware of the power dynamics at play. Gojo's actions had not only shocked the crowd but also reminded them all of the extraordinary and sometimes frightening power he wielded, power that could either protect or destroy, depending on his will. The tension on the viewing platform was palpable as the group watched Gojo's swift and terrifying response to Sebulba's attack on Anakin. But just as they thought the situation couldn't get more intense, the sky above the arena began to darken. A massive, ominous symbol materialized in the sky, a swirling black sphere, almost like a dark sun or a black hole, radiating with an immense and foreboding energy. Obi-Wan's eyes widened in shock as he stared up at the sky. He had seen incredible feats of power before, but this was something else entirely. Obi-Wan, stunned, what in the galaxy is that? Qui-Gon, equally taken aback, turned to the twins with a serious expression, his voice tinged with urgency. Qui-Gon, Suzunami, Yukinami, do either of you know anything about this? Have you seen your sensei do something like this before? The twins exchanged nervous glances, clearly unsettled by the manifestation in the sky. Suzunami, usually so confident, shook his head, his voice uncharacteristically uncertain. Suzunami, we've seen Sensei do incredible things, but, we've never seen anything like this. Not even close. Yukinami, standing close to her brother, nodded in agreement, her voice filled with awe and a hint of fear. Yukinami, this is beyond anything we've witnessed. It's like he's unleashed a power we didn't even know he had. As the swirling darkness in the sky loomed over the arena, the group on the viewing platform couldn't tear their eyes away. The sheer magnitude of the energy emanating from Gojo's innate domain was overwhelming, its presence casting a shadow over their understanding of what true power meant. Qui-Gon, softly, to himself, Gojo's strength, it's both awe-inspiring and terrifying. We must tread carefully. Obi-Wan, though still focused on the sky, couldn't help but feel a deep unease settle in his chest. He had known Gojo was powerful, but this display was a stark reminder of just how dangerous that power could be if unleashed without restraint. Obi-Wan, whispering, if this is the extent of what Gojo can do, we need to be prepared for anything. Suzunami, trying to muster some of his usual bravado, added with a nervous chuckle, well, at least we know Sensei has our backs, even if it's a bit overwhelming. Yukinami, still staring at the sky, quietly agreed. Yes, but it's a reminder that we've only scratched the surface of what he's capable of. This is something else entirely. The dark symbol in the sky continued to pulse with energy, casting its eerie light over the arena. The spectators below, already in awe of Gojo's actions, now gazed upward with a mix of fear and reverence. They had witnessed something extraordinary, something that only a being of immense power could summon. And as the platform fell silent, the group couldn't help but feel that they were on the brink of witnessing something even greater, something that would forever change their understanding of the force that was Gojo Satoru. As the dark, ominous symbol continued to swirl in the sky, casting its foreboding presence over the arena, the group on the viewing platform remained fixated on the spectacle. But while Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan and the twins were trying to process the sheer magnitude of Gojo's power, Jar Jar Binks was having a very different reaction. Jar Jar's long ears drooped as he stared up at the sky, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and bewilderment. His knees wobbled, and he began to fidget nervously, clearly out of his depth. Jar Jar Binks, panicking, ooh, dis is bad, real bad. Mesa don't like the look of dat big black thingy in de sky. He glanced around at the others, hoping for some reassurance, but found none. Instead, he began to wave his arms around frantically, as if trying to ward off the dark energy above. Jar Jar Binks, shouting, can someone tell Mesa what's going on? Why the sky doing dis? Mesa no wanna be squished like a bug by a big dark sun. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon exchanged a glance, their serious expressions momentarily breaking as they couldn't help but find some humor in Jar Jar's exaggerated fear. Suzunami, despite the tension of the situation, let out a small laugh at Jar Jar's antics. Suzunami, grinning, relax, Jar Jar, it's just Sensei showing off, a little bit. Yukinami, trying to stifle a giggle, added, though I don't think he's ever done something this big before. Jar Jar, still flailing his arms, didn't seem comforted by their words. He took a few steps back, as if trying to distance himself from the ominous symbol in the sky. Jar Jar Binks, Mesa tink Gojo gone too far this time. Big scary suns in the sky, what next? Mesa head going to explode. Qui-Gon, though concerned about the situation, couldn't help but chuckle at Jar Jar's dramatic reaction. He placed a reassuring hand on Jar Jar's shoulder. Qui-Gon, calmly, don't worry, Jar Jar. Gojo's in control. Just, try not to panic. But Jar Jar, ever the worrywart, wasn't easily convinced. He glanced nervously between the sky and the group, still unsure about the whole situation. Jar Jar Binks, muttering, if Mesa gets squished or zapped or anything like that, Mesa never forgive dis Gojo fella, never, ever. As the group continued to watch the sky, Jar Jar kept a cautious distance, still mumbling to himself about the potential dangers of big scary suns and crazy sorcerer tricks. His over-the-top worry, though out of place, provided a brief moment of levity in an otherwise tense situation, reminding everyone that even in the face of overwhelming power, there was still room for a little humor. As the ominous black hole-like symbol slowly faded from the sky, and the tension in the arena began to dissipate, the group on the viewing platform couldn't help but take a collective breath. The spectacle they had just witnessed, Gojo's terrifyingly calm handling of Sebulba, the way he had forced Jabba and the entire audience to bend to his will, and the sheer power he had displayed left them both in awe and slightly bewildered. Obi-Wan was the first to break the silence, shaking his head with a wry smile. Well, I guess Gojo's idea of a peaceful resolution involves pinning someone to their own pod racer and summoning a black hole in the sky. Qui-Gon nodded, his tone dry but with a hint of admiration. Only Gojo could make a threat against Jabba the Hutt, delay an entire race by 5 minutes, and walk away with a new title, Gojo the Merciful, and actually have people cheer for him. Suzunami, his earlier nervousness fading, let out a small laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. I don't know what's more ridiculous, the fact that Gojo just forced Sebulba to pull his own arm off, or that the crowd actually liked it. Yukinami, still processing the events, glanced back at the now clear sky where the dark symbol had been moments ago. He literally summoned something that looked like a black hole, and instead of being terrified, people are cheering him on. How does he do that? Jar Jar, still recovering from his earlier panic, muttered to himself as he looked around at the crowd. Gojo the Merciful? More like Gojo the Crazy. Mesa never understand how he makes people love him after all dat. At that moment, Padme, Shmai, and Kitster arrived at the viewing platform, having made their way from the starting grid. Padme, catching the tail end of the conversation, couldn't help but add her own sarcastic remark, trying to hold back a smile. Oh yes, because nothing says merciful like threatening to decapitate someone and nearly giving the entire arena a heart attack with a sky-dominating black hole. Shmai, though still a bit shaken, couldn't help but chuckle along with the rest. Gojo certainly has a unique way of handling things, but I suppose that's why he's the savior of Tatooine. Kidster, grinning from ear to ear, piped up excitedly, and now he's got a new title to add to the list. Gojo the Merciful, who would have thought? Obi-Wan, with a mix of sarcasm and genuine awe, commented, if by merciful they mean scaring the life out of everyone and forcing them to obey with just a look, then yes, Gojo is the most merciful person I've ever met. Qui-Gon, trying to make sense of the situation, sighed and said, it seems Gojo has a way of making the impossible not only possible but strangely acceptable. He bends the world to his will, and people just go along with it. The group exchanged glances, a shared understanding passing between them. They knew that Gojo was no ordinary person. His power, his unpredictability and his sheer presence made him a force that even the likes of Jabba the Hutt had to respect. But what was most baffling of all was how, despite everything, the people of Tatooine not only accepted Gojo's eccentricities but celebrated them. As the crowd continued to cheer, chanting Gojo's new title with enthusiasm, the group couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and grudging admiration. Jar Jar, finally regaining some of his composure, threw his hands up in the air and declared, well, if this is what it takes to be merciful, Mesa glad Gojo's on our side. The group burst into laughter, the tension fully lifted now, as they prepared to watch the race. They might not fully understand Gojo's methods, but they were certainly glad to have him on their side and perhaps, just a little relieved that his idea of mercy wasn't directed at them. The group's laughter echoed through the viewing platform, a welcome release after the tense and chaotic events they had just witnessed. As they shared their thoughts on Gojo's unconventional methods and his new, rather ironic title, the camaraderie among them was palpable. But as the conversation naturally began to wind down, Padme suddenly furrowed her brow, a realization dawning on her. Wait a minute, she said, her voice cutting through the lingering chuckles. Shouldn't Gojo be with us? Obi-Wan glanced around the platform, his expression shifting from amused to curious. Now that you mention it, where did he go? Qui-Gon, ever the sage, looked thoughtful for a moment, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He does have a tendency to vanish when you least expect it, and then reappear out of nowhere. Shmai nodded in agreement, a knowing smile crossing her face. It's almost like a game to him, keeping us all on our toes. Kidster, always enthusiastic and eager to be part of the action, jumped in with a wide grin. So, what do we do? Just wait for him to pop up again. But Padme's eyes twinkled with mischief, a playful idea forming in her mind. How about we turn the tables on him for once? Let's surprise Gojo, jump scare him when he least expects it. The group exchanged excited glances, their earlier tension now completely replaced with a shared sense of playful anticipation. Obi-Wan, a smirk spreading across his face, leaned in slightly. You know, I'm actually on board with this. It's about time someone caught him off guard. Qui-Gon, usually the voice of reason, found himself agreeing, a rare grin appearing on his face. It could be interesting, to say the least. He's always the one with the surprises, let's see how he handles one. Suzunami, grinning from ear to ear, was fully on board with the idea. I bet he won't see it coming. He thinks he's always a step ahead, but we'll catch him this time. Yukinami, though typically more reserved, couldn't hide her amusement at the thought. It'll be fun. He always surprises us, it's only fair we return the favor. Even Jar Jar, still recovering from his earlier panic, perked up at the idea, his usual nervousness replaced with a spark of excitement. Mesa think it's a brilliant plan. This time, Gojo gonna be the one jumpin'. The group's energy shifted into a playful, conspiratorial mood as they began to discuss the best way to catch Gojo off guard. Padme, now fully in charge of the impromptu plan, felt a surge of determination. All right, she said, her tone confident and commanding. Here's the plan, we spread out and keep an eye out for him. The moment he shows up, we all jump out and surprise him. Let's see how the great Gojo Satoru reacts when the tables are turned. With nods of agreement, the group scattered around the platform, each taking up a position with eager anticipation. The earlier tension had completely dissolved, replaced by the thrill of pulling off a rare surprise on the one person who always seemed to be in control. They hid inside the platform, crouching behind walls, and tucking themselves into corners, their eyes darting around as they waited for Gojo's inevitable return. As they settled into their hiding spots, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Each of them knew that catching Gojo off guard was no small feat, but the prospect of doing so filled them with a giddy sense of excitement. But just as they were ready to pounce, the air on the platform grew suddenly cold and heavy. A figure materialized in the left side outside of the platform, not Gojo, but Wonder of You, his enigmatic stand, exuding an aura of quiet menace. Alongside him stood Anakin's three remaining friends, whom Gojo had been quietly protecting. The playful energy evaporated, replaced by a sudden, gripping tension. Wonder of You's unreadable gaze scanned the platform, his presence unsettling and commanding. His gaze moved slowly, deliberately, taking in the hidden figures and their poorly concealed excitement. Can you stop hiding? I'm not in the mood for jokes, Wonder of You's voice carried a note of irritation as he addressed the group. The tone of his voice sent a chill through everyone hiding. Slowly, Obi-Wan, Padme, Qui-Gon, and the others began to emerge from their hiding spots, their playful plan now forgotten as they realized something was wrong. Obi-Wan, crouched behind a pillar, exchanged a quick glance with Padme before reluctantly stepping out of his hiding place. His usual calm demeanor was tinged with a playful disappointment as he addressed the stand, whom he had taken to calling Wonder Toru. No fun. Wonder Toru, you always show up at the worst possible moments. Before Obi-Wan could finish his sentence, Wonder of You's next words cut through the air like a blade, sending a jolt of shock through the group. Master Satoru has disappeared from Tatooine. The effect was immediate. The light-hearted atmosphere vanished, replaced by a wave of alarm and confusion. Padme, who had just emerged from her hiding spot, felt her heart skip a beat, her mind racing. Disappeared? What do you mean, disappeared? Padme asked worriedly. Suzunami and Yukinami emerged from their hiding places as well, their faces mirroring the concern that now gripped the entire group. They had grown accustomed to Gojo's sudden entrances and exits, but this felt different. There was an urgency in Wonder of You's tone that was entirely new. Where could he have gone? He wouldn't just leave without saying anything. Yukinami added anxiously. Obi-Wan's playful demeanor had vanished entirely, replaced by a serious tone as he pressed the stand for more information. Did he leave any clue, Wonder Toru? Anything at all? But Wonder of You's response was grim. No clues. He vanished without a trace. One moment I sensed him, he was still in this. Preview for what about to happen might change a little in future. Also a gift for Endika and Solaris. If any one of you want to comment of what's going on Tatooine, go ahead. Rather chasing review this time. Now I want to see your reaction XD. Also if you don't like the preview, well don't read it since it's just a beta not full release. Suddenly, the sky above them darkened. The bright desert sun of Tatooine was blotted out as if a massive, unseen force had cast a shadow over the entire planet. The darkness was absolute, swallowing the world in an eerie silence that was as terrifying as it was unnatural. The group looked up in unison, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. The darkness seemed to pulse, as if alive, and then just as abruptly the sky lit up again, only to plunge back into darkness a second later. The ground beneath them trembled, and a distant, bone-shaking explosion echoed through the air, sending a shudder through the entire platform. Padme clutched at her chest, her heart pounding. What's happening? She whispered, her voice trembling with fear. Obi-Wan's eyes were fixed on the sky, his mind racing to make sense of the chaos. Is that, in the sky? Or space? Qui-Gon's voice, usually so calm, was now edged with tension. It's coming from above, something massive is happening out there. Shmai, who had been silent until now, gripped the railing tightly, her knuckles white. The shock of the sudden events was etched on her face, but beneath it was a fierce determination. This isn't normal. It's like the world itself is breaking apart. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the darkened sky, carrying with it an immense, almost otherworldly power. The words echoed across the landscape with a force that seemed to shake the very fabric of reality itself. Unknown voice, scale of dragons. Recoil. Twin meteor. The world. Dismantle. The group watched in awe and terror as the sky above Tatooine seemed to rip open, a massive scar tearing through the starscape. The voice's command was followed by an intense, blinding flash of light, and then an explosion unlike anything they had ever seen or felt. The shockwave from the blast sent them reeling, struggling to stay on their feet as the very earth beneath them shook. What could do something like that? Suzunami whispered, his voice trembling as he stared up at the sky in disbelief. Yukinami clutched her brother's arm, her eyes wide with fear. That power, it's beyond anything Sensei has shown us. Even Jar Jar, who had been trying to make sense of the events, was now frozen in place, his usual nervousness replaced by sheer terror. Mesa Tinkin, this is big trouble. Big trouble. The sky above, now scarred and wounded, slowly began to heal, but the damage had been done. The scarred space was a haunting reminder of the immense power that had just been unleashed, a power that left a permanent mark on Tatooine's night sky. Wonder of You, still hovering near the group, nodded gravely. That was Master Satoru's power. He's engaged in a battle, but with who, and where, I do not know. Padme's gaze remained fixed on the sky, her heart filled with a mix of fear and concern. If that was Gojo, what is he facing? What could make him use such power? The group exchanged looks of disbelief and growing concern. Gojo was out there, somewhere, wielding powers that defied explanation. Whatever he was facing, it was far beyond their comprehension and it might just change everything. Obi-Wan, his voice filled with resolve, spoke up. We need to find him. Whatever he's facing, he shouldn't be alone. Qui-Gon nodded, his expression grim. Agreed. But first, we need to understand what we're dealing with. This. Before Qui-Gon could finish his sentence, they were interrupted by the unexpected sight of Gojo approaching them. Unlike his usual sudden teleportations, this time he walked toward them with a slow, deliberate pace, his body showing clear signs of a brutal battle. In one hand, Gojo held a small recorder. As he neared, he clicked it on, and the device played back Qui-Gon's recent words, "This is unlike anything we've ever encountered." Then, with a faint, ironic smile on his battered face, another recording played from the device, Gojo's voice rasping out, "I think you need to change your paragraph or sentences, since you already met someone like me." The sight of Gojo sent a wave of shock and horror through the group. He was severely wounded, 4 of his fingers were missing, his cheek was shredded, his throat bore deep, blade-like gashes, and there was a gaping hole where his heart should have been. Blood trickled from his wounds, but the fierce determination in Gojo's eyes remained unbroken. The group froze, their eyes wide with disbelief at the state Gojo was in. Anakin's friends, barely able to contain their emotions, started to speak, but Qui-Gon quickly raised a hand, signaling them to stop. Let him rest first, Qui-Gon said firmly, his voice leaving no room for argument. There was an unspoken understanding that Gojo needed care, not questions. Padme, tears welling up in her eyes, stepped forward to support Gojo as he stumbled slightly. Obi-Wan, his earlier resolve now mixed with concern, gently placed a hand on Gojo's shoulder, helping to steady him. The group's alarm deepened as they took in the full extent of Gojo's injuries. The man who had always seemed invincible now stood before them, barely holding on. Shmai's voice trembled with concern as she whispered, "We need to help him, get him to safety." But before anyone could move, Gojo suddenly made a hand seal. With a sharp, practiced motion, he summoned the round deer, its ethereal form materializing beside him, radiating a soft, warm glow. The round deer immediately lowered its head, its antlers glowing with intense healing energy. The warmth of the light enveloped Gojo, and the group watched in awe as his wounds began to close at an accelerated rate. The deep gashes on his throat mended, the shredded flesh on his cheek regenerated, and the gaping hole in his chest gradually filled in with new tissue. Even his missing fingers began to regrow, the bones and skin knitting together seamlessly as if the injuries had never been there. As the healing process neared completion, Gojo's breathing steadied, and the color returned to his face. The fierce determination in his eyes never wavered, but now it was underscored by an unmistakable seriousness. Once fully healed, Gojo dismissed the round deer and turned to Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, his voice cutting through the air with an intensity that silenced any lingering thoughts of what had just transpired. "Now can you explain one more time about the Force? Its dark side, its power, and is there a fucking dark side god that you haven't told me about?" The abruptness of Gojo's demand caught everyone off guard. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon exchanged a glance, each trying to gauge the other's thoughts before speaking. Qui-Gon was the first to answer, his tone measured and deliberate. "The Force is an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us, penetrates us, and binds the galaxy together. The dark side of the Force is a perversion of this energy corruption driven by anger, fear, and hatred. Those who fall to the dark side seek power at any cost, often at the expense of others and themselves." Obi-Wan continued and suddenly become wise, his voice steady but tinged with concern. "There are powerful dark side users, some who might seem like gods due to their immense power. Figures like Darth Nihilus, who could consume entire planets through the dark side, or Exar Kun, who wielded ancient and forbidden Sith knowledge to bend the Force to his will. But as far as we know, there is no single dark side god. The dark side itself is a pervasive and corrupting force, not an entity with a will of its own." Gojo listened intently, his expression a mix of frustration and focus. The Jedi's words weren't aligning with what he had just experienced. A deep scowl formed on his face, and with an uncharacteristic edge to his voice, he spat out, "So you don't know bitch from the stars, hey?" Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan exchanged uneasy glances. They had no knowledge of anything like what Gojo was hinting at. The dark side, to their understanding, was a force to be reckoned with, but it had never been something that took on a conscious form beyond the individuals who wielded it. Gojo's eyes narrowed, the tension in his posture evident as he continued, "Listen, whatever I faced out there isn't gone. It's still out here, lurking. And it's not something you want to provoke." He turned to Suzunami and Yukinami, his voice dropping to a near whisper, filled with urgency. "Keep your cursed energy at a minimum. Very low. I don't want whatever that thing is catching any scent of us. And all of you, keep your voices down. Make no sound." The gravity of Gojo's tone made it clear that this was no ordinary situation. The group instinctively fell silent, their earlier banter and camaraderie replaced with a tense awareness of the looming danger. Gojo then directed his gaze at Wonder of You, "Guard them. Don't let anything get close." The stand nodded, its presence almost palpable as it moved closer to the group, creating an invisible barrier of protection around. Preview end might change little in later chapter. The encounter with ancient evil. It had been a routine day in starting grid arena. Gojo, Padme, and Shmai were making their way to the viewing platform when, without warning, Gojo felt a sudden, powerful force tugging at his legs. Before he could react, the ground beneath him seemed to liquefy, and he was yanked downward, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Int. Dark dimension, unknown location. The next thing Gojo knew, he was in a dark, oppressive dimension. The air was thick and heavy, as if it carried the weight of countless souls lost to despair. The ground was uneven, and the shadows seemed to twist and writhe with a life of their own. In the middle of this nightmarish landscape stood a figure human-sized, but far from human in appearance. The creature before him was an abomination, an unsettling blend of darkness and distorted features. Its skin was a sickly grey, stretched taut over an emaciated frame. Dark, vein-like patterns pulsed under its skin, and its eyes were hollow, glowing with a dim, malevolent light. Its face was grotesque, with a gaping mouth that seemed too large for its head, lined with jagged, uneven teeth. Its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, ending in sharp, claw-like fingers. The creature's movements were jerky and unnatural, as if it were struggling to maintain control over its own body. Despite its appearance, there was something tragically incomplete about it. It moved with a sort of primal aggression, but its actions lacked the intelligence or strategy that Gojo would have expected from a true threat. It was as though this spawn was merely a fragment of something far more dangerous, a small shard of a much greater evil. The creature opened its mouth, and a low, raspy voice emanated from its depths. The words it spoke were repetitive, almost childlike in their simplicity, yet they carried a weight that hinted at a far more sinister truth. Abel-Loth spawn, I am Abelith, Queen of the Stars. I am Abelith, Queen of the Stars. Gojo, ever unfazed by the grotesque display before him, couldn't help but find humor in the creature's repetitive nature. He cocked his head to the side, a smirk forming on his lips. Gojo, laughing, there's no repeater bird here, pal. With that, Gojo moved faster than the eye could see, his fist enveloped in black, crackling energy. In an instant, he delivered a devastating black flash directly to the creature's throat. The impact was so intense that it silenced the spawn mid-sentence, its voice cut off with a choked, gurgling sound. The force of the blow left the spawn reeling. Unlike a true threat, it had no means of regenerating from such a precise and powerful attack. It staggered back, its twisted form beginning to falter as the black energy coursed through it, destabilizing whatever malevolent force had given it form. But even in its weakened state, the spawn was not entirely defenseless. With a final, desperate act, it lashed out at Gojo with one of its elongated claws. The strike was wild and uncoordinated, but it found its mark, plunging deep into Gojo's chest, piercing his heart. Gojo's eyes widened slightly in surprise as the pain shot through him, but his expression quickly returned to one of focused determination. He could feel the life-threatening wound, the dark energy of the creature's attack seeping into his body. But Gojo, being who he was, refused to let this be the end. Drawing on his vast reserves of cursed energy, Gojo immediately reinforced the area around his heart, slowing the bleeding to a trickle. He could feel the dark energy attempting to spread, but he countered it with his own power, isolating the damage. In the same moment, he began to manually pump his heart using cursed energy, keeping himself alive despite the severe injury. Gojo, smirking through the pain, nice try, but it's going to take a lot more than that to take me down. As Gojo stood there, holding off the dark energy with his cursed techniques, he couldn't help but analyze the situation. His mind raced as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. How had this creature managed to bypass his infinity barrier? It wasn't that his technique had failed, it was as if the infinity itself hadn't recognized the attack as a threat. Gojo, grimacing, the bitch managed to bypass my infinity barrier. No, that's not it. The infinity didn't recognize it as an attack. What a pain in the ass. He briefly lost himself in thought, replaying the encounter in his mind, trying to pinpoint the exact moment his defenses had been breached. But before he could come to any solid conclusions, a sudden, overwhelming surge of dark side energy flooded the space around him. The energy was unlike anything Gojo had felt before, raw, chaotic, and suffocating. It was as if the very air around him was being crushed under the weight of pure malice. The power bore down on him with the intensity of a domain expansion, but this was something different, something far more ancient and sinister. Gojo, muttering to himself, this is similar to a domain expansion, but... Damn it, I'm an idiot. I didn't pull a simple domain fuck. The realization hit him like a freight train. He had been so focused on countering the immediate threat that he hadn't deployed his own domain expansion to counter the overwhelming dark side energy. The dark energy began to seep into his body, overpowering his defenses, and for the first time in a long while, Gojo felt the genuine threat of being sealed. Panic started to set in, but Gojo was nothing if not resourceful. As the dark energy continued to flood his body, pushing him closer and closer to the brink, he made a desperate decision. Retreating into his own consciousness, he prepared to do something that went against every instinct he had. He was about to make the worst binding vow in history. Gojo, grimly, I don't have a choice. I have to survive this. Even if it means making the worst binding vow in history. In his deep subconscious, Gojo found himself standing before a place he had rarely dared to visit, a dark, oppressive realm within his mind where Mahoraga, the fearsome Shikigami, was sealed. The void around him was vast and endless, an inky blackness that seemed to stretch on for eternity, swallowing all light and hope. As Gojo ventured deeper, the weight of the dark side energy pressed down on him, a constant reminder of the stakes he faced. But even that malevolent force seemed to pale in comparison to the presence he was approaching. In the center of this abyss, Mahoraga was sealed within a massive, ancient stone circle. The circle was etched with intricate, runic symbols, glowing faintly with a sickly green light. Strings of cursed energy, thick and unyielding, wrapped around Mahoraga's massive form, holding it in place with an almost suffocating grip. The creature's body was a monstrous blend of humanoid and otherworldly elements, with a muscular frame draped in tattered robes. Mahoraga's head was featureless, save for a gaping maw filled with rows of sharp, jagged teeth, a visage that was both terrifying and inhuman. Above Mahoraga's head, spinning with an ominous hum, was the enormous Dharma wheel. This dark, metallic construct was edged with ancient, cursed symbols that pulsed with an energy of their own. The wheel was a manifestation of Mahoraga's adaptive powers, the ability to overcome and evolve past any ability it encountered. Gojo stood before the sealed beast, feeling the intensity of its presence, even though its body was bound by the cursed strings. Mahoraga couldn't speak, but its eerie, toothy grin communicated a deep, seething dissatisfaction. Gojo knew exactly what he needed, and what Mahoraga demanded in return. Gojo, gritting his teeth, I want your Dharma wheel. Either that, or we both die here. Mahoraga's grin grew wider, its body tensing as it considered the proposition. But Gojo could sense the creature's desire, it wanted more. Mahoraga was not content with a simple exchange, it demanded something greater, something that would bind Gojo to it in an irreversible way. Gojo instinctively knew what Mahoraga wanted. In the event of a subjugation ritual, if Mahoraga was ever to be summoned and brought under control, it wanted the right to deliver the first blow, an unrestrained, lethal strike against its summoner. A grin spread across Gojo's face, wild and fearless. He knew the danger, the sheer insanity of what he was about to agree to, but there was no other way out of this. And if anyone could survive Mahoraga's first blow, it was him. Gojo, grinning, very well. If you want the first blow, you can have it. You can blow off my head if you want to, on the first subjugation. Mahoraga's grin widened with malevolent satisfaction as the ancient strings around its form began to loosen, the binding runes flickering as the agreement was struck. The Dharma wheel above its head spun faster, its cursed energy merging with Gojo's own. The pact was made, and with it, a new and dangerous power was unlocked. As the pact was sealed, Gojo felt a surge of energy flow through him, far more potent and volatile than anything he had ever experienced. The strings around Mahoraga began to dissolve, the ancient runes that held it flickering and fading into the void. The Dharma wheel, now freed, spun with an intense, almost violent speed above Mahoraga's head before detaching and slowly floating towards Gojo. The wheel, dark and metallic, suddenly turned gold, emitted a low hum that resonated through the void, filling the space with a palpable sense of power. As it approached, Gojo could feel its energy merging with his own, a dangerous, symbiotic connection being forged. Suddenly, the wheel latched onto Gojo, hovering just above his head, and began to spin rapidly, adapting to the dark side energy that had overwhelmed him. The sound of the wheel spinning was accompanied by a rhythmic clank, 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 as if it was fine-tuning itself to the overwhelming power of the force trying to consume him. With each rotation, Gojo felt his body and cursed energy aligning with the power of the Dharma wheel. The adaptive capabilities of Mahoraga were now at his disposal, and he could feel the wheel processing the dark side energy, analyzing it, and slowly beginning to counteract its effects. The oppressive weight that had been bearing down on him lifted slightly, and Gojo could sense the dark energy struggling to maintain its hold. The Dharma wheel was doing its job, adapting, evolving, and pushing back against the force that had nearly destroyed him. Gojo grinned, feeling the strength returning to his body, the hole in his chest slowly beginning to close as his cursed energy regenerated. The situation had shifted, he was no longer on the brink of defeat. He had made a deal with a dangerous force, but in doing so, he had gained the upper hand. Gojo, muttering to himself, looks like you've got some use after all. The wheel continued to spin above his head, its speed increasing as it fully adapted to the dark side energy, nullifying its effects. Gojo's body, though still battered, was healing rapidly, the regenerative power of the wheel mending his wounds with frightening efficiency. Now fully stabilized, Gojo turned his attention back to the task at hand. The dark side energy was still present, but it no longer posed an immediate threat. With the Dharma wheel's power at his disposal, Gojo was ready to face whatever came next. Gojo, smirking, this is going to be interesting, Queen of the Stars. Chapter 30, Result Poll of Announcement. Solaris 1267, Winner. 1 Force Negate Technique. This technique allows the user to create a small field up to 20 to 40 meters. Inside this field, Force users would have their abilities weakened or completely negated. Activation, incantations or artifacts. Limitations, once activated the field drains the user's energy quickly, and can be disrupted by strong emotional surges from powerful Force users. For example, Darth Vader's Rage. I will use Iceling version. This one has too many drawbacks and less usable. Force Bond Breaker, my favorite one. This technique allows the user to sever the connection between a Force user and their ability to call upon the Force, rendering them completely powerless, ranging from 3 to 60 seconds. Depending on how deep and strong their connection. Minimum is 3 seconds to people with deep bonds with the Force. E.G. Master Yoda. Activation, through contact with the target. Limitations, the bond break is temporary, and doesn't work on people who were made by the Force, Anakin, Darth Vader, the twins from Acolyte and Luke. I will choose this to pick a fight against Yoda, and looks like Gojo probably will use this frequently. Gravitational Alteration Curse, Bow Down Peasants. This technique allows the user to alter the gravitational around them to counter telekinetic abilities, making it hard for Force users to lift or move objects. This could also make them kneel down or go down face flat in the ground. Activation, drawing upon energies from the environment using a ritual, the user changes the gravitational pull. Limitations, the effect is localized and requires significant energy to utilize, making it difficult to sustain for extended periods. I will use this to troll everyone. Cheesecake. Curse Technique, null. This forces an infinity between any force and any other position. This means that all forces have to travel an entire infinity to change position, and thus in this field all forces are nullified. Gravity must pull an object over an infinity to pull it to the ground. Particles with energy can't vibrate, hence no heat. Nothing can move apart from anyone that can manipulate infinity. Gojo, and essentially looks like a time freeze to an observer. Overpowered but not at the right time. After Gojo awakening, after he woke up, he will immediately use this for exhibition XD. Iceling. Curse Technique, limited seal away a significant amount of the opponent's power, be it connection to the Force, dark magic or cursed energy. Solaris, use your idea. Actually, since you wrote first, I will use this idea when he got surrounded, since it will be funny if you get debuffed suddenly and all your power gone. Artoria Pendragon. Curse Technique, all fiction. His minus ability allows him to deny any aspect of reality. So far he has used his ability to heal any wound done to him despite how grave they are, crushed his own brain with a giant screw and he could still Rigon, resisted having his body rotted away, brought himself back from death, and stole Zenkichi's sight. He can also heal the wounds of other people, and seemingly also materials that have been destroyed. He has stated that he doesn't have to touch anyone or use his hands to use his all fiction, but he does so anyway. One drawback was that he cannot undo something he's already rejected, as shown when he stole Zenkichi's sight and stated that he could not undo what he did, but by the end of the series Ajimua grants him non-fiction, which undoes the erasure. He also seems to be able to find people who are far away by some unknown method. Trump card at the very last moment. I will use this idea.